Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome David Icke.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Well, I'm coming on all emotional. Thanks very much. Yeah, it's been a heck of a journey, and my God, there's still a long way to go yet. I ain't finished yet, the old guy. And thanks for coming to Wembley. First time I'd forgotten until I came to look around the place when we were thinking of coming here, but I played football where you're sitting in 1967 as a 15-year-old when my club, Coventry City, had a brain fade and sent their youth team to a national five-a-side tournament full of international footballers. And they used to call me Cinderella because I kept missing the ball that night, you know what I mean? And we played Manchester City. Younger people might not remember them. They were great stars of the time, Mike Summerbee, Colin Bell, and many others. And they beat us 3-0. And I still can't remember seeing the bloody ball and where it went. So first time I came here, we got beat 3-0. I hope for a score draw today on a very much longer appearance than the few minutes in that game. Well, I say a lot longer. I'd like to thank you for coming to Wembley. I'd like to thank everybody around the world watching this. But really, I'm not going to keep you long because I've really only got one thing to say. There it is. All the world is mad. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for coming. Hope you've enjoyed it. Well, I'll put a bit of detail on it, but pretty much that's it. And you know what? One of the great breakthroughs is when you realize, as you awaken, it's the world that's freaking mad, not you. That's the breakthrough. And so we have, I love this, I tried being normal once, it was the worst 5 minutes of my life. And if you're considered sane and credible and normal to a world that is insane, then you've got a problem. So, welcome to the crazy ones today, to Wembley and from around the world. As Krishnamurti said, it is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. And this great guy, Frederick Douglass, a great campaigner in America against slavery. I prefer to be true to myself, even at the hazard of incurring ridicule, don't know what that's like, rather than to be false and incur my own abhorrence. When it is uncomfortable, when it is unpopular, even when it is dangerous to speak the truth, is precisely the time that truth should be spoken. And this is precisely the time. And it's very easy. It's a great saying, this, not mine. It takes nothing to join the crowd. It takes everything to stand alone. That's when the true self expresses itself. And standing alone also in a world of clinical insanity. When crazy is the new norm. And if you're not crazy to the system, then you are not playing the game of the system. And it takes some standing up with all the tidal wave of pressure to conform. And that's an image you're going to see quite a lot of. Because this world is mad because it's run by crazy people. Not only people as we would perceive human people, it is run by crazy other kinds of people in other kinds of dimensions. And what you have is these crazies, this force of crazy, which is operating behind the scenes where no one sees it, and anyone mentions it, you're mad. They don't exist. And putting up front, out in the world that we see, are more bloody crazies. We call these people politicians, for instance. Crazy people who think that pepper bombing cities of civilians is protecting them from violence. Did I miss something? There's Hillary, another one of them, another crazy, wants to kill everybody and maim and slaughter. And then, these are some crazies. These are the people that lend us money that doesn't exist and charge us interest on it. But who's crazier than them? We stand for it! Enough! Enough of standing for the crazies! We have doctors who are arbiters of life and death, health and ill health, who don't even know what the human body is, never mind how it works. Mind you, the drug companies will tell them that's enough. We have babies in their first 18 months of life with their immune system still developing, being hit by a tidal wave of poison and shite. And the world isn't crazy. We have teachers telling young people to believe what they were programmed to believe and what they must teach if they're going to keep their job in a state-imposed curriculum dictating what's right and wrong, historically true, and all the rest of it. So we turn out young kids, bright wonder of the world, this new world they're in, bright thinking, imaginative kids, and we put them through a sausage machine and turn them out the other end. And I tell you what, the very fact that so many young people are waking up and seeing the system despite going through this shows the power of consciousness over programming. And then we have religions. Everyone to their own, but I personally think it's crazy within the greatness and infinity of forever to believe that all you need to know is between the covers of one book written by who knows when, in who knows what circumstances, and changed and manipulated by who knows who in the time between then and now. I think that's just a bit crazy. And then we have the crazies called scientists, most of whom spend their time not exploring the mysteries of reality, but in devising more and more effective ways to technologically kill more and more people and to poison more and more people through food additives and drugs. I think that's crazy. All the stuff. And then we've now got to crazy, where in airports around America and some other places, and they want it play it out everywhere, when you get on an aeroplane, you've got the choice between being irradiated or sexually molested, including your kids. And they say, I'm mad. Did I miss something? And then all the time we got more and more surveillance. This plaque here says George Orwell lived here. And now, did you see that story the other week? More than 200 schools in Britain have got surveillance cameras in the frigging toilets and changing rooms. The world, crazy is just not the word. Have you come across these Intelli streets? They're now introducing them. Intelli streets. They have not only the ability to bark out orders to you through the technology involved, but they can not only listen into your conversations in the street, they can record the buggers. And then they've got all this kit in the sky. We have legislation now in America, land of the free, where the president can and the military can arrest anyone they want and keep them without charge or trial or public evidence when they think they are a suspected terrorist. Who decides that? The people that arrest them. And then we have Mr. Nobel Peace Prize. I collapsed once in a hotel room. And I woke up, I wondered what the hell was going on, and I got my kind of mind together, and I thought, what happened? And I thought, well, the telly was on in the news, and the last thing I remember hearing on the news was Barack Obama's won the Nobel Peace Prize, and then it all went bloody black. I mean, mind you, Nobel, what did he do? He made explosives or weapons, I guess, you know, topsy-turvy world. And now he can sign lists, does all the time, and then they go and kill people, including American citizens, without anything in terms of a judicial process. And this is the craziest thing, isn't it? The biggest terrorists on planet Earth live in the political centers of power, like Downing Street and Washington. The biggest terrorists on Earth have the nerve to run a war on terror. All they need is a friggin' mirror. This wonderful, wonderful picture. You talk to people through your life. How many people want war? How many people want to see people slaughtered? Some morons, yes, but how many? Very few compared with the population. We don't want war, but we have them. One after the other, because the crazies want them. We have given our power, human race, to the crazies who sit in front of computer screens in Air Force bases in places like Nevada, and they press their buttons, and thousands of miles away, their drone aircraft send out missiles. Oh, I've got one, Bill. I'm on the next level now. And this is what's happening at the other end. Thousands of civilians being killed. This world is insane. We have, because of cold, calculated recruitment over a long period of time now, an increasingly brutal police force. We have people being arrested in America for feeding the homeless when people are hungry, starving, and living in tents and cars. What will I grow up to be, Mummy? That's a bloody question worth asking when we look at where we are compared with where they want to take us. The future is here. You know, I've been standing on stages, not as big as this one, but I've been standing on stages and writing books for all these bloody years saying this Orwellian fascist dictatorship is coming. Not because I'm a prophet, no, but because if you can access a projected agenda and where it wants to take the world, then if nothing intervenes to stop it, it's going to happen. That makes predicting the future a piece of cake. There's nothing to it, as long as you know where they want to take us. And the media, well, they ain't going to tell us any of this stuff, the mainstream media, because they're owned by the crazies. Here's a news bulletin for you. There you go. Here's the latest news. Good evening, this is the news. The headlines tonight. Bollocks, 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 shit. Now here's Bill with the weather. That's it. That's it. That's it. You clap, you're awake. Right. Or you wouldn't bloody be here. But vast numbers of people get their minds from this crap, and therefore they become increasingly as crazy as the crazies that are feeding it to them. This is Black Friday. Have you ever seen this? Black Friday in America is the first day of Christmas shopping. What they do to get it going is they put all these little lost leaders with things, you know, very, very cheap, and they open the stores about 4 a.m. in the morning, and there are thousands of people all lining up in the dead of night to get to get this bargain. Oh, I must have that lemon squeezer, 80 cents out of my way or I shoot. And it's a situation we had again in America where they had riots at a Nike training shoe launch because there wasn't enough to go round. And a few people can't control the world. It's a piece of cake. Not only in America, look at it in Britain. iPhone 5, Q hysteria in London. Work, buy, consume, die. Work, buy, consume, die. That's the program they want us to believe in. And so, while all these diversions, in and of themselves, a little bit of pleasure, as long as you keep the peripheral vision, it's all right. But when they take your entire focus, these are hiding the peripheral vision where the real deal goes on. And they make people like flies or moths round a light on a porch. They're so mesmerized by the diversion, they don't see the guy creeping up behind them with a swatter to smack them on the arse. That's where humanity is. Oh, come on, X Factor's on. Oh, that's good. Oh, there you go. Price is Right's on. Oh, there you go. And it's gone on, generation after generation. So there is a connection here, a connection across the generations of the human family in all its glorious expressions that has been keeping us in a hypnotic trance, believing total bollocks, believing it to be real, and to believing that slavery is freedom. Slavery, it works better when you don't tell them. I'm not a slave. What time you got to get up in the morning? Well, I have to get up at 7:30. And then what are you going to do? Well, they have to go to work. And on it goes. And even with all this evidence, large numbers of people still look at the world and say, it looks all right to me. It looks fine to me. John Lennon said, when I was 5 years old, my mother always told me that happiness was the key to life. When I went to school, they asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up. I wrote down happy. They told me I didn't understand the assignment, and I told them they didn't understand life. And then there was that famous quote, that great quote, when Lennon was talking about the world, funnily enough, being run by insane people.
I think our society is run by insane people for insane objectives. You know, and I think that's what I sussed when I was 16 and 12, way down the line. But I expressed it differently all through my life. It's the same thing I'm expressing all the time, but now I can put it into that sentence that I think we're being run by maniacs for maniacal ends, you know. If anybody can put on paper what our government and the American government, etc., and the Russian, Chinese, what they are actually trying to do, you know, and what they think they're doing, I'd be very pleased to know what they think they're doing. I think they're all insane. You know, but I'm liable to be put away as insane for expressing that. You know, that's what's insane about it.
Yes! And then there's the one word with a question mark that has been my guiding light this last nearly quarter of a century. Why? Not only is the world crazy, not is it run by crazy people, why? Why? To what end? And to understand that, it takes one heck of a lot of work. Because this is not about one subject. As you'll see today, it's why it's going on all day and into the night. It's not about one subject. It's about connecting dots, putting puzzle pieces together that on the face of it have no connection. But put them together and whoa, the picture becomes clear. What the system wants is for us to focus entirely, if they can get away with it, on a dot. This might be your football team, your career, your family. Nothing wrong with them in keeping with lots of other things, but I'm talking about focus. Focus on whatever takes your focus. Endless things do for endless different people. Because when you're focusing on something, you're not seeing the peripheral vision. It's all right focusing on something, but being aware how it connects into the greater picture. But if you're only there, you're a manipulator's party trick, because the manipulation's going on in the peripheral vision you're not seeing. And you can look at dots, society's dots, this banking scam, this a political scam. They put this shite in our food and the water. What about them chemtrail things in the sky? What's going on? They're all dots. But you connect them and bingo, the picture becomes clear. It's an elephant in the bloody living room. And that elephant in the living room is that there is a multi-level conspiracy, a multi-dimensional conspiracy to enslave humanity in a fake reality based on focusing people almost entirely in the five sense of reality. And on one level, yes, and I'm going to go into this big time in section 3 today. On one level, yes, it's about the manipulation of the conscious mind world that we see. It's about the police state emerging. It's about vaccinating children, destroying their immune system. It's about the microchip agenda, and all this stuff goes on. But you go deeper, and you find that behind the world we see is a world that we don't see, which is fundamentally manipulating the world that we do. And things like Saturn and the moon are very, very much involved. We're going to get into that big time in section 2 today. And the biggest glue, the biggest cement that brings the dots together is the fact that our reality, the one we think we're experiencing, is nothing like the way we experience it. This is the big one, because if you are researching the conspiracy and you don't see how it connects into the illusory nature of reality, you're never even going to enter the rabbit hole, never mind get deep into it. You're just going to walk around the edge. The common theme of all of it is the control of perception. That's the conspiracy. Everything else is detail. If you can control someone's perception, you control their behavior, you control their actions or inactions, thus you control them. You do that to vast numbers of people, you control the people collectively. And all the time, look at them. There are all these sources of people and institutions that are telling us what to believe, what we are, what's right, what's wrong, what's moral, what's immoral, what's mad and what's sane, and all this bloody stuff. And while all this is going on, the real knowledge, which I'm going to be talking about at length today, that what they really don't want us to know, is held in the upper levels of these compartmentalized secret society pyramids, and the people are kept in ignorance of that knowledge. Thus, we are being manipulated by knowledge that we don't even know exists. And this is what they want us to believe. I have no power. That is the perception of perceptions in the desire of the control system. Because if we think we have no power, we express no power, and thus we have no power, even though we are all powerful, all knowing, all that is, has been, and ever can be. So we stand here now. I've been saying this for years, but my goodness me, it's becoming more and more blatant. We are standing here now at this fork in the road, and we don't have any longer to make a decision. We can go on as we are, and we'll end up in a global fascist state within 10 to 15 years. Maybe I'm being optimistic, because the more you centralize power and control, the more power you have centrally to control and increase power centrally. So it gets faster and faster and faster. The more power you have, the more power you have to centralize even more. And so that's the question. And basically, this is what today is. The Shit Creek paddle stores. because, you know, there's going to be some challenging information in section 2 and 3. And I hear some people who kind of New Age type people, and they say about people like me, they say, he's negative, shut him up, he's negative. And I think, well, okay, is truth negative or is ignorance negative? Well, oh, no, truth's positive. Well, so if what I'm putting across has validity, it cannot be negative. Things that are happening and we need to know are happening are not negative, no matter how unpleasant they are. Ignorance of them is negative, because that's how we got into this position. So, you know, if the, oh, it's negative, can't take it, well, they should, I don't know, go and do something in a lotus position or whatever, do what you like, but forget about this, because this is going to be challenging, much of it. But it is the key to doing something about it once we know it's going on and how it works. So, shit creek. But things are changing. Things are changing. Things are changing. People are starting to wake up and see it on a scale never before. We've seen the, you know, the Occupy protests, and that's great. People are identifying this 1%. Actually, it's probably 0.1% if you get the real deal. And they're seeing this disparity. But as it goes on around the world, what those people have got to understand, I would suggest, if we're going to deal with this, is just how deep the rabbit hole goes. Because if you're only challenging something here, and you're not getting to where it's actually coming from, you're not going to change it. You're just going to get more and more frustrated. And if we're going to find out how deep that rabbit hole goes and where it's coming from, and thus where we can change it, then we've got to ask big answers or big questions, and therefore get big answers. We don't tend to do this. We tend to ask when the football's on, we also tend to ask this and that, and, you know, what time the game show's on, but we don't ask the big questions. Big questions. Who are we? Who are we? What is a human or beyond human? Where are we? What is this reality? What is it? Why is the world as it is? Why is the world run by maniacs for maniacal reasons? These are the big questions, and you start to get big answers. The establishment institutions of science, education, media are not going to tell you, because the crazies control them. And when you open your mind and you open your heart and you go where that takes you, you realize that this physical world is an illusion. As the great American comedian Bill Hicks said, all matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration. We're all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There's no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves. And what a great quote that is. And if I could put the conspiracy in one sentence, it would be the manipulation of the imagination of ourselves, which is what? The manipulation of our perception. And when you realize the illusory nature of the world, you also realize how easy it is to manipulate people to manifest the world that which is manipulated, the perception, wants you to create. I mean, these are just a few kind of tricks that trick the brain into seeing what's not there. I love that line, optical illusions. They're great for throwing off drunk people. And these are all on a flat pavement. There's no three-dimensional nature to them, but the brain is tricked into seeing what isn't there. Same with that. That clearly is not there, but the brain is picking it up that it is. These lines are actually straight, but the brain can't decode it that way, so we don't see them as straight. Some people will see that as a glass, some people will see it as two faces looking at each other. That is on a flat surface. It's not three-dimensional at all, it's just been painted on it in a certain way. So is that. The lady there is also painted on. And it just tricks the mind. So does that. It's so easy. And these are simple examples. Now imagine if you in the deep shadows know how reality works and how we're decoding it, you have the knowledge to manipulate what we decode, believing it's real, much deeper than just these simple illusions. Einstein said reality is an illusion, albeit a persistent one. And after 25 years nearly of researching this in nearly 50 countries and all the rest of it, and I've been saying this for years now, as many people will know, I say that that illusion is persistent because we are living in a virtual reality universe. And it was only this very week that I picked up a paper, and after I've been saying this for years and years and years and years, and found that these physicists say they may have evidence that the universe is a computer simulation. Hallelujah. Keep going, guys, because it bloody well is. And it explains so much about the world that we are experiencing, as I'm going to get to in detail. Now, when you look at, video games and stuff like that, and computer simulation games today, they're getting closer and closer to the reality we're actually experiencing. This is the guy's real face. This is his virtual face. And more, we're having training films and video games that are getting closer and closer to the reality that we're experiencing. Here's this guy. They train bloody parachutists. Hello, sir. I'm just landing in the desert. And it seems so in the best of them, as it seems so when people do it in this one. And people are learning to fly overwhelmingly through their training on simulation technology. Some hospitals are using virtual reality technology to change dressings in burns units because the virtual reality affects the experience, i.e. the experienced reality of the patient, to the point where they don't feel the pain anything like as much. And in these more sophisticated computer virtual reality games, then what are they doing? They're hacking into the five senses. That's what they're doing. Hacking into sight, hacking into touch. And even though they're just technology and information being fed to the mind, they can be incredibly bloody real. This one is incredibly bloody real. And what are they doing? They are hacking in to the five senses, hacking into a system through which we create this reality. The body is what I call a biological computer, and the senses pick up vibrational information, they turn it into electrical information fed to the brain, and the brain then constructs reality based on that information. And all that virtual reality games are doing is hacking into it and feeding different information for the brain to decode into an experienced reality. Now, what if that was happening here in terms of this, which I'll get to in section 2? The reason they can connect the brain to computers and have interaction is because they're connecting two computers, one fantastically more sophisticated than the other, but the principle is the same. The five senses are just a decoding system. Taking, like I say, vibrational information. The ear is the classic example, of course, but they're all like this. It takes vibrational information, it transfers it as electrical information to the brain, and the brain then decodes the sound. As I'm speaking now, passing between me and everyone else is not words, it's a vibrational information field coming from the vocal cords. The ear picks it up, decodes it into electrical signals to the brain then hears what you're saying. We only hear people when we've decoded what they hear, what we're hearing, and that's why you can hear somebody and hear completely different words and meanings and expressions to what were given, because your decoding system has intervened in that process, maybe because you don't like the person or whatever. The tongue is the same. You take electrical information, you turn it into electrical information to the brain, and then you taste. Oh, that's nice. When this decides that. Same with smell. The same system. Same with touch. You know, some pain relief situations now in hospitals, they stop the message going from the point of the pain to the brain, and if the brain doesn't get that message, it doesn't feel pain. So, I've said many times that this is the stadium on which the human race is controlled. Because if you can control the way this decodes reality from the information it's receiving, then you control that person's perception of self and reality. That's the foundation of it all. Everything else, like I say, is detail. So, in this scene from The Matrix, when Neo said, "This isn't real," and Morpheus said, "What is real?" How do you define real? If you're talking about what you can feel, what you can smell, taste, and see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain. Exactly. And what if there were people that understood that and understood how to manipulate the way people's brains interpret that information, what power they would have? That is what is happening. So we have these virtual reality lives we think are real. You know, oh yeah, I've got a nice car, mate. Yeah, I've got a big house. I'm quite good in banking. Oh, me, I'll make it up as I go along, my life. Yeah. Oh, me, my life's falling apart. I'm only just holding it together, mate. You know, we're holding all these bloody virtual lives. When what we are is infinite consciousness, having that experience. Even movement is an illusion. There are some people who have malfunctions of the brain that don't see like tea coming out of the pot into a cup like a flow. They see a freeze frame. And there's the same basic malfunction as people seeing a car in the distance, and the next time they see it, it's just gone past them. They've seen nothing in between. Why? Not because there wasn't something in between to decode, but their brain didn't decode it. This is from the mainstream media. Researchers have been able to translate brain signals into speech using sensors attached to the surface of the brain for the first time. The breakthrough, which is up to 90% accurate, offers a way to communicate for paralyzed patients who cannot speak and could eventually lead to being able to read anyone's thoughts. That's what the brain's doing anyway. It's reading information signals and turning them into a reality. The brain is pitch black. There's no light in the brain. How can I see a light? Because that is information. And I'm decoding that information into light. Thus, again in the Matrix, this was so true. When the child said, "There is no spoon. It's not the spoon that bends. It is only yourself." In the way you decode reality. You have people, I've seen them, you walk through fire, somebody calls a bloody ambulance. But you go through fire in a different state of consciousness. What are you doing? You are decoding reality in a different way because of the different state of consciousness, and you can walk through fire and not get burned. Why? Because an illusion can only burn an illusion if you believe it can, and thus create that reality. So the body is merely a vehicle which is operating within the frequency range of this reality, and thus allows the true self to focus attention through the vehicle into this reality and experience what this reality has to offer. It is not who we are. That's the big mistake. The body is like a lens. It's like a telescope, which allows the true self, infinite awareness, to experience this reality. When we get caught into that is who we are, and that's what the conspiracy is working 24/7 all our lives to kid us to believe, then we become limited. I have no power. When we realize we are that, just having that experience, we are all powerful. We are consciousness. We are awareness. We are a point of attention within the great infinite forever. This is just the vehicle of experience. As a Central American shaman brilliantly put it, we are perceivers. We are awareness. We are not objects. We have no solidity. We are boundless. We, or rather our reason, forget this, and thus we entrap the totality of ourselves in a vicious circle from which we rarely emerge in our lifetime. The goal of the conspiracy is to stop us emerging from it. And this is a picture, an image by a great friend of mine, the artist Neil Haig, a unique artist, and anything of this style through the day is his, and there's plenty of them. And basically the symbolism here is this is who we are as human beings, like just the white crests of the wave that seem to have some form of individuality, but actually they're just an expression of the ocean. And that's what the conspiracy wants us to forget, that we are the ocean. They want us to think we're just the droplet, the little me, the powerless little me. And I found this wonderful, wonderful picture. This is humanity. It is just a point of attention within infinite reality. And we can have a point of attention that is, I am Ethel Jones and I work at the store. Or we can have a point of attention that I am infinite consciousness, all that is, has been, and ever can be, having an experience as Ethel at the store. The difference in the way we live our lives from those 2 points of attention is absolutely fantastic. So we talk about subconscious. What is subconscious? It's just that which the conscious mind, tiny, is not consciously aware. In other words, it's everything that isn't the conscious mind. It goes on into infinity. Now, this is an important point because it's going to play out through a lot of this. The foundation of this universe is not this. This is just a projection, a decoded version of it. The foundation of the universe is vibrational waveform information fields, which we decode through the electrical into what is the holographic. I'll get to that. In other words, this world is a reflection of that. This is where it all comes from. We're going deeper in the rabbit hole now. Even colors are frequencies, waveform frequencies. It's all they are. Everything in this reality is a waveform frequency. And so this is what I call the metaphysical universe. This is the waveform construct in all its forms. And we're decoding it through into what appears to be a solid world. It's actually illusory solid, holographic. And not only are we decoding this, we are also posting information onto this by our thoughts, responses, and actions. It's a two-way thing. It's like the cosmic internet, as I'll get to. So when Plato, ancient Greek philosopher, and Socrates and all that stuff around that time, Aristotle, Plato talked about the illusion of the world being shadows on the walls of a cave, which people took to be real, when it was just a projection of something else. All that time ago, spot on. And therefore, this waveform information becomes this only when it comes through this. Not just the brain either, the whole genetic structure is part of the decoding system. So this does not exist out there. There is no out there. There is only in here. And in here, which I'll really get to. And it's the same with the internet. There's no internet out there to a computer. It's within the computer's decoding process that it exists. And thus, the crazies want to, and have up to this point, not least because humanity has not understood what's going on because it's not told, they have sought to intervene into this process to dictate what emerges and manifests as our experienced sense of reality. In other words, humanity is under mass hypnosis. But you know, isn't it funny? We use these phrases and we use these words and we throw them away. They have such profound meaning. People say, I woke up and I could suddenly see it. Yes, woke up from the hypnotic Trance, that's exactly what it is. And these are the hypnotists. And most of them, vast majority, are also hypnotized in a trance, hypnotized to hypnotize other people into the trance. They're called journalists, and whatever Bill O'Reilly is, I don't know who he is, or what he is anyway, on Fox News in America. And, you know, all these politicians, doctors, and all these people, teachers and schools and academics, they are hypnotizing people with a version of reality, most of them unknowingly. And this is where all this comes from. All these sources of, you must believe this is credible, this is not credible, are all hypnotic implants into the mind. And we live in what I call the wireless cosmos. And this is why we literally don't see it. Nowadays, of course, you've got the wireless internet. The Wembley Arena's probably, I'm sure, got the wireless internet. Okay, where the bloody hell is it? It's here. I could get this computer here, and I could log it in, and in the middle of this stage, with no wires attached to it, I could log into a worldwide reality, a collective reality that can be picked up in South Africa, America, Britain, in Russia, everywhere that it's available. And that's what we are doing through the body computer. We are picking up information from the cosmic internet, as I call it, and we are decoding it into a experienced reality. And what we decode from it and what we don't decode from it is dictated by the way our decoding system works, and that is immensely dictated by our sense of perception. So what is the internet? Well, people say, well, it's graphics and it's words and it's pictures on a screen. Well, yes, it is, but only on the screen. Everywhere else, it's electrical circuits and all this stuff. Okay, what's TV? Well, it's moving pictures on a screen. Yes, it is, but only on the screen. Everywhere else, it's electronic circuits, it's digital stuff these days, or it's the old frequency, analog stuff that's still around. That's what most of it is. Only on the screen is it that. Well, only on our screen is this. Any other time, it's a vast information construct. And because we're all decoding the basic same construct, that's why we see the same lights. That's why we see the same blue car passing. But what we think of that car, whether we like it or don't like it, or all the rest of it, is our unique spin on that collective virtual reality game that we're experiencing. Now, I make the strong difference between what I call body-mind. This is so important to the conspiracy as we go through the day. What I call body-mind and what I call consciousness. Body-mind to me is the body and the lower auric field mind that operates in this reality, basically. And this consciousness is the greater self operating beyond this reality, with therefore a very different view of this world from its perspective of attention. And of course, if you were on the internet and your consciousness, symbolically the guy with the keyboard and the mouse, had control of the computer, well, that's great, because you're deciding what websites you go to, you're deciding whether you like them or whether you don't like them, you're making all the decisions. But what if this became detached from that, and that went away on its own, making its own decisions, deciding where it's going to go and what it thinks of it? Suddenly this is banging the keyboard and tapping the mouse, nothing happening. And that's what the conspiracy is about. It's isolating body-mind, that which is having the experience, from the greater self. That's why we live in a society that's entirely about attracting and controlling and hijacking the attention of the five senses. And, of course, everything is one. We'll get into this. Everything is one. But that one has multiple infinite possibilities and expressions. Thus, mind and consciousness are of the same substance, but they're not in the same state of perception and awareness. Consciousness can be symbolized as the ocean, and Mind, still the same as the ocean, in water in this symbolic case, but it's much denser, much more limited in its ability to perceive. And this is where humanity is when this is what humanity really is. This guy, Ramana Maharshi, he left home. I don't recommend it, but if you fancy it. He left home at 14. He went to a mountain called Arunachala in India, and he meditated for much of the rest of his life. And in those deep states of meditation, he came to this conclusion. Mind is consciousness which is put on limitations. You are originally unlimited and perfect. Later you take on limitations and become the mind. The conspiracy must have us become the mind. Otherwise we're uncontrollable. Einstein, a human being is part of the whole called by us universe, a part limited in time and space. He experiences himself, his thoughts and feeling, as something separated from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of his consciousness. Consciousness sees everything as one. Mind sees everything as apart from everything else. Where do you want people to be in terms of their point of attention if you want people in constant conflict, warfare, and divide and rule? Certainly not that. So, as I said, it's a great image by Neil Haig. I asked him to do it because I've had this picture in my mind for years of symbolically our situation in experiencing this reality. This is the true self, and this is the five-sense self that is basically looking into this reality and decoding it. And our focus of attention can be purely here, in which case we'll read the Sun or the National Enquirer and believe the dates, and, oh no, it's real, mate, it's all real. Or we can have our point of attention going deep into the greater self, in which case we will see this in a totally different way. So, what is the universe? It is information. And that's the construct from which it comes. And information is in everything because everything is information. This is a man called Dr. Emoto. I spent a whole weekend with him once in London and had a long, long chat with him about his work. And he became well known in his field because what he does is he takes little canisters of water, for instance, and he'll write words on them and stick them to the side of the canister. Or he'll put a mobile phone on them, maybe. And then he freezes them. I've been to his studio laboratory in Tokyo and seen how it does, where he does it. And he freezes it very, very quickly. And then he photographs the water crystals from the water before they melt. This is a water crystal that had love and appreciation written on the side. This is a water crystal that had "You make me sick, I want to kill you" written on the side. You want to see what they look like when a mobile phone's been on the side. Now, what is happening here? Like I say, the base construct of everything in this universe is waveform information, which is decoded through to the electrical and the digital too, into the holographic. So what's happening is what we're seeing in this reality, this holographic reality, is someone writing words and putting them on the side of a canister of water. But if you go back here to the foundation of everything, those words in their foundation state, written or spoken, are in vibrational information. Now, the words of love and appreciation are a harmonious vibrational information state. So when they impact upon the vibrational state of the water, it's geometrically beautiful because it's harmonious. You get words like "You make me sick, I want to kill you," and you take them back from the written state into their foundation state, vibrational information, and it's a very distorted information state because of the intent behind them. And therefore, when it plays through, it distorts the harmony of the water, which you can see in the crystals. And everything is information. There's an organization in Germany called the Aerospace Institute in Stuttgart. And if you put into YouTube the words "water has a memory," you'll see a little video about this. What they've found there is the ability to photograph information in water droplets. And for instance, what they have done is they had this big canister of water and they put a flower in it. And then they took the flower out. And then they photographed the individual droplets, or some of them. Every single droplet had that entire flower within them. And it had only been in there a little while. Every single droplet. That information, the flower, had been transferred to the information of the water. They then got a group of people from the local community to come along, another big canister of water, and they were asked to take 4 droplets each and put them in a little dish with their name on. And when they photographed the information in those droplets, they found what was amazing, but not really, because it's just perfectly explainable the way reality is. Every single one of the 4 droplets that each individual put into the dish of their own was the same virtually, but every 4 grouping was different. In other words, in the process of taking that droplet of water and putting it in the dish, that water had picked up the unique information state of the person doing it. That is the wonder, the amazing, breathtaking wonder of the world that we live in, that is kept from us. Now, that puts this in a different state. You ever come across that guy, Professor Richard Dawkins? He don't like alternative healing, and he don't like alternative versions of science and all that stuff. He don't like religion much either. And so what he would say about homeopathy, rubbish, absolute rubbish. How can you dilute a substance and dilute a substance so there's no substance left? How can it have any to do with healing? Ridiculous, mad. Okay, Dogma Dawkins, I call him. Dogma, let me explain something to you, mate. Yes, the substance is diluted and diluted until there's no substance, but the information remains, just like the information from the flower remained in the water after it was taken out. And it is the information that does the healing, because we are in an information universe. Distorted information, ill health. Harmonious information, good health. And thus, when we see fluoride in the water, and we see great oil spills in the Gulf of Mexico, we are seeing holographically what we see on the news. But take it back to its foundation, vibrational waveform construct, and you're looking at these substances massively distorting the information harmony of whatever they have polluted. The information construct of the planet is being distorted systematically for the reasons that I'll come to as the day unfolds. And therefore, when you are talking about everything being information, being awareness, then when you look at the holographic level, it might be a mountain, it might be a tree, a forest, or whatever, you're looking at something that is conscious. It's a rock. No, it's not just a rock. It's a rock here, as we experience it, but go back to its vibrational waveform foundation, and it is an awareness. And thus you can communicate between awareness at that energetic level. He talks to rocks. I don't talk to rocks. I talk to the consciousness that holographically is expressed as a rock. Oh, I do talk to rocks. I'm having a chat with you, mate. But anyway. What is the universe? It's information, yes, but it's information decoding information. When you put a disk into a computer, the disk is information, and it's decoded by another form of information called the computer. And therefore, the human body is information, and it decodes other information and vice versa. As Edgar Allan Poe said, all that we see or seem is just a dream within a dream. When we have a dream at night and you know, we wake up, oh no, it's just a dream. Oh, but it was so real. Well, this is a dream. It's just more real in the way we experience it. And the human body too, like everything, is not physical. It's a holographic, illusory physical form, which in its base state, here we go again, is waveform information. This has massive implications for healing, true healing. Because what the medical profession does, and the big pharma, it wants to heal this. Well, it doesn't. Some of them do. The big pharma doesn't. He wants the bucks, but it wants to treat this. But this is just a projection. That's why it only treats symptoms, not causes, because the causes are here in information distortion. If you harmonize the distortion, that must heal, because that's just a projection of that. Bloody so simple. And this story kind of encapsulates just the illusory nature of everything. There was a guy called Michael Tolbert. He wrote a great book back in the 90s called The Holographic Universe. He looked at the scientific evidence for the fact that this is a holographic, illusory physical world, which it is. And he told the story in that book of a party that his father held, and he experienced, he was there, at his home, and the father got a stage hypnotist along to do party tricks. And he got this guy, his name was Tom, sat him down, and he said to him, after he'd done his, you're eating an apple and it's really potato stuff. And what's that? What's that? What is the hypnotist doing? He is telling the decoding process, it's a potato. You're eating an apple. So when the vibrational information from the apple becomes electrical information to the brain, instead of the brain decoding the apple, because it's been encoded to believe it's an apple, potato, that's what it decodes. And you try telling somebody eating an apple that's a potato that it isn't an apple. Look, mate, I can taste an apple. And they say this about everything. Oh, look, mate, I can see it. Oh, look, I know it's real, but it's just the way we're decoding it. And in this example, as he was starting to bring Tom out of his hypnotic state, he said to him, when I bring you back to waking state, Tom, you're not going to be able to see your daughter in the room. And what he did then was led the daughter to stand in front of the father. So he's looking in her belly. And he brings him out of a trance state, apparently, and he said to him, can you see your daughter, Tom, in the room? And Tom's looking around, he said, can't see anything. No, she's not here. She's here! And she's laughing. But he's saying she's not in the room. Everyone else is in the room that can see her, but he can't for reasons I'll come to. And then the hypnotist went behind the daughter, with put his hand in the small of her back, and he said, I'm holding something, Tom. What am I holding? So he looks, and it's so obvious to him, it's a watch. He says, there's an inscription on it, Tom. What is it? He peered forward, he read the inscription. His daughter's between him and the watch. Dogma Dawkins, rubbish! Not possible, not possible! Well, let's have a look, Dogma. Let's have a look here. What's gone on? The foundation of the daughter, like the foundation of this entire universe, is waveform information. And if the father does not decode the waveform level of the daughter into holographic reality, she does not exist in the reality of his conscious mind, because he's not decoded her into that level of reality. Everyone else in the room can see her because they've not had the hypnotic blocking mechanism put in there saying, you're not going to be able to see your daughter, Tom. And only when he decodes her into holographic reality can she appear in his reality. And if she's not been decoded into his reality, he can see what's behind her, because at that level of reality, she's not there. She's at another level of frequency. Now imagine again, If you were at the core of this conspiracy, and you knew that, and you controlled the media, and you controlled the television, and you controlled the education system, and you controlled all the sources of information that people receive in the mainstream, you could make them perceive and decode almost anything you wanted. So the world is not outside of us. It just appears like that. I grant you it does. But it's not. It's illusory. It's within us. Within us, that's where we are decoding reality. And this is the key. This is the gateway. This is the gateway, the doorway out of the prison. I'm going to go into this very, very deeply as we go through the day. The power of the heart. We think of intellect, the brain, that's a very low level of awareness. This is the real level of awareness that connects us beyond the world of the illusion into the greater ocean of awareness, the greater love, intuition. This is where intuition comes from. We don't say, oh, I just intuitively feel, do we? We go, I just intuitively feel. We're doing the body language and we're indicating where this is coming from. And it is innate intelligence. It's not, I've been to university and I've remembered all these things, what dogma told me, and I passed my exams. That's not intelligence, that is memory, overwhelmingly. This is true innate intelligence, knowing, not thinking. And I'm not just talking about the heart that pumps the blood. I'm talking about this heart vortex, which is the spiritual heart, which opens us through into the greater ocean. If we open it, if we don't, it shuts us off from the greater ocean. There's an organization in America called the Institute of Heart Math, which does a lot of research. Its whole kind of focus is on the power of the heart. And it points out that the most powerful electromagnetic field in the body is the heart. There are more nerves going from the heart to the brain than coming the other way. And they found something else in their research, that if the heart and the brain and the central nervous system are in coherence, electromagnetic harmony coherence, the person goes into a completely different and much, much higher level of consciousness and awareness. If that coherence is broken with incoherent resonance, then you come out of that high state of consciousness into a lower state of consciousness. I've just described one of the greatest mechanisms and goals of this global conspiracy, because this is the heart resonance, coherence, when people are in a state of appreciation, of love. This is their incoherence when we're in a state of frustration, of fear, of anger, of resentment. And look at the society that we have had structured for us by the crazes that run it. It is a factory, a global factory of all the emotional states that knock us into heart incoherence and thus hold us down in a lower level of consciousness. That's why it's done. The Institute of Heart Math said this: there is also new data suggesting that the heart's field is directly involved in intuitive perception beyond mind through its coupling to an energetic information outside the bounds of space and time. Yes, outside the walls of the illusion. Thus, they want heart-closed people so that we do not breach the walls of the illusion and stay within it. That is why they have structured society as they have, and in section 2 I'll explain all that in detail. So, the idea is to hold us here and keep us detached of an awareness and an influence from that. Now, one of the great things about doing what I do is when you come across other people's research in various disciplines and various specific areas, and it fits into what you're doing perfectly. And this is an example. Cosmic communication. There is now a whole area, and a fast emerging area, of research of the universe, which is basically given the heading of the electrical universe. Two of the great pioneers of it are Wallace Thornhill and David Talbot. And David Talbot will come up in relation to something else later on. And this is a great book. I don't think it's very easy to get. I didn't find it easy anyway, but it's a really great book. And it is explaining the electromagnetic nature of this universe with brilliant supporting evidence. Now, we are aware of the electricity in the atmosphere when we see lightning. What most people don't realize is when lightning has happened in the lower atmosphere, it actually continues up under different names like elves, sprites, tendrils, right out into beyond the Earth's field into the cosmos. And it's funny, mainstream science seems to think there are no electrical phenomena, but they say there are electromagnetic phenomena out there, and you can't have electromagnetism without electricity. Even someone who never took an exam in his life and left Crown Hill Secondary Modern in Leicester in 1966, something like that, at the age of 15, I can see that don't make sense. Things like tornadoes are fast-rotating electrical fields. That's why they appear so often when there are electrical storms in the atmosphere. The northern lights are electrical phenomena. The galaxy is moved by electrical forces, and as it moves, it itself is like a disk motor, creating other electrical forces. And this is what they say in the book, Electric Universe. The electrical force is about 1,000 trillion times more powerful than gravity. And it's clear when you look at it that it's not gravity that holds things together and holds planets in their orbits. It's electromagnetic forces, which will become very significant in stage 2, part 2 today, because if the planets of bodies are held in their orbits and held in some form of stability by electromagnetic forces, then anything that distorts those forces is going to cause those bodies to go walkabout, which has happened in this solar system in relatively recent times, which I'll get to that later. Now, this is mainstream science. 99.9%, 99 in fact, of the universe, the visible universe, is plasma. And plasma just happens to be the virtually perfect medium for electricity to pass through. One of the researchers into the electrical nature of the universe said, in the laboratory, plasma exhibits a lifelike ability to self-organize and to cope with the stresses of its electrical environment. Why can it lifelike self-organize? Because, like everything else, it is an expression of consciousness. It is an awareness. The thing about the electrical universe advocates is that they can replicate phenomena in space, in the universe, in the laboratory through things like the plasma focus device and things. Mainstream science can overwhelmingly not replicate their version of what's happening out there or why it's happening. Comets are electrically affected forces as they pass through an electrical universe, creating electrical phenomena. The sun is virtually entirely plasma. Why? Because it is a filterer and a processor of electricity in the universe. And things like solar flares are just massively greater examples of things like lightning. Now, the official mainstream version of the sun is that it has some nuclear core which passes heat out through a radiative zone and a convective zone and punches holes in, like they call sunspots, in the surface, and thus the more sunspots there are, the more the solar activity at the time. Well, there's a few things to that. First of all, there's no evidence of a radiative zone, and the convective zone is 1% of what it would need to be for that to be true? And also, if it's coming from the core and going outwards, why is the surface incredibly cooler than right out in the sun's atmosphere? Why? Because it's coming the other way. If you look at the sun in an ultraviolet level, there is this torus or donut around the sun, and it is gathering, bringing in electricity from the universal electrical field, because the universe operates electrically like we do, it operates vibrationally, it operates digitally, and it operates holographically, just as we do. And so, when it has taken in a very, very powerful amounts of electricity, it discharges them because it can't hold them anymore, just like lightning discharges in a very electrically powerful atmosphere. And it punches holes in the sun that we call sunspots. And therefore, the more electricity is being picked up by that torus, the more it is discharging, the more sunspots, the more solar activity can be measured by sunspots. And this is one of the cycles, and I'll just take you through this cycle. Global warming, yeah. Global warming, global warming, global warming, yeah. Global warming, yeah. Global warming, global warming. Climate change, climate change, climate change. And there is another phenomena of the electrical plasma universe, and that is something called Langmuir sheaths, after a man called Irving Langmuir, who basically came up with the concept. And that is this. It's incredible, really, to explain this phenomena. When plasma of a certain electrical charge meets plasma of another electrical charge, they automatically create these sheaths which hold the different charges apart. And thus, a planet or a sun is an electrical phenomenon on one level, and therefore the plasma around it carries a unique electrical charge coming off that planetary body. Thus, we have the planetary energy fields, or magnetospheres, which are created by electrical phenomena which impregnates the plasma with a certain charge that's different to another charge, and thus we have magnetospheres. And we have magnetospheres in a way called the auric field. And we, as human beings, are interacting on this electrical level, as we are on the digital, holographic, and vibrational level, with this cosmic internet. The electric universe that these people are brilliantly coming up with is one level of the cosmic internet, the interaction of information. And now we can start to see, I'll get into this later, how technology like HAARP in Alaska, which bounces radio waves of great power off the ionosphere, etc., can hack into this electrical system and change the weather and create things like earthquakes. That's what it's doing, it's hacking into these systems. And of course, the brain is working on an electrical level. That's mainstream science. But the body, the genetic structure itself, on one level is massively electrical. And on that level, we're interacting all the time with the electrical universe, picking up information from it and posting information on it with our thoughts and emotions. Another thing with the plasma electrical universe is as electricity is passing through plasma, these are called Birkeland currents, the phenomenon automatically makes these electrical forces twirl around each other, and as they create electromagnetic fields which hold the electrical forces in place. It's bloody genius. Probably somebody did that, that's why, but this is the way it is. This is the double helix nebula, a very massive version of that. But these Birkeland currents are tiny, 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 going up to enormous, beyond our imagination in size, on the electrical level of the universe. And like I say, there you go, and there you go. DNA. DNA is another expression, as above, so below, of this phenomena that I'm talking about here. That's why it looks as it does. That's why the electrical level of the universe and brain cell activity, because we are interacting with it. We are different, we are a smaller version of the whole for reasons I'll come to. And of course the heart, electromagnetic, electrical field, is also interacting with the greater universe. And we are doing that through the energy lines of acupuncture, with the chi energy that's doing the same. I'll talk about that in a second. By the way, this photograph was taken the moment someone told him that Barack Obama had won the Nobel Peace Prize. That was when it was taken. But, and of course, the Earth is also interacting with the greater field. This is what ley lines, meridian lines, the lines of force are that interpenetrate and go all around the planet, and where lots of them cross, massive vortexes appear. And it was at those places that the ancients used to put their great standing stone circles, because these were places of communication, transmission and receiving information. That's why they used crystalline rock, for that reason. And if you look at the animal world, they haven't been to school. They don't watch the BBC and all that stuff and Fox News. Therefore, they've not been desensitized from these greater connections as we have. This is what we've been happening. We've been desensitized from them, so we lose an influence of them when we go into our little five-sense world. This is why animals can sense things like earthquakes and weather and all these other things that humans in their present state can't, but should in their natural state. It's because they've not been desensitized from it. So, in terms of reality and the conspiracy that I'm going to expose on a massive scale today, we've been living a false identity. That's how they do it. They take infinite awareness, all that is, has been, and never can be, and they turn it into Charlie Smith, who drives a bus, who identifies himself with Charlie Smith driving the bus. That's how they do it. They give us a false identity. It's a gigantic hoax. Hello, mate, how are you doing? Oh, it's all right. Kids are doing well. All right, what's been going on? Oh, I've gone to university. Oh, really? They're good programming. Then, yeah, I thought that was good. Yeah, that'd be all right. What about you, mate? Oh, my life's in a terrible mess. I don't know what I'm going to do. All that's going on. All that's going on. While him and anybody like them is infinite awareness. All that has been, is, and ever can be. That is the scale of the twisting, distorting of our sense of identity that this conspiracy has visited upon the human family. And this image indicates two things. First of all, the universe that we see, the created universe, the world of vibration and electricity and all that stuff. And then there's that, the real center of everything. Anyone that goes into deep meditative states, and I've been here using ayahuasca on occasion in 2003 in Brazil. Wonderful place that is. And what you do is you go beyond the senses, you go beyond the illusion, and you go into this place that mystics and people have talked about for as long as humanity has recorded itself. You go into a place of stillness and silence. And people think, again, everything is distorted, everything is upside down. People think of stillness and silence as nothingness, when what it is all possibility waiting to manifest. All that is, has been, and ever can be. What does that phrase really mean? It means all possibility waiting to manifest. That's where the heart takes you, when you go beyond the illusion. That's the true self. What we're experiencing now that we think is all of us is merely one tiny, tiny infinitesimal experience within all possibility. All possibility, that's what that is. All possibility, all potential is there, waiting to manifest. All that is and ever can be, all possibility. It's everywhere and nowhere. You can't have everywhere and nowhere, you've got to have one or the other. In all possibility, all that is, has been, and ever can be, you must be everywhere and nowhere, or you're not in a state of all possibility. Everything and nothing. You can't have everything and nothing. You've got to have one or the other. You must have everything and nothing in a state of all possibility. The no thing. People think, no thing. What can you hear? No thing. So there's nothing there because of the way we're manipulated to perceive reality. If we can't see it, touch it, taste it, hear it, it cannot exist. Well, they're just illusory creations. Okay. The silence is not nothing. It is nothing because it's all possibility, so it's nothing, but it's also everything. So here's all possibility in the silence and the stillness. And then I start to speak, and I've pulled one possibility, vibrational possibility, out of all possibility, and then I stop speaking and it goes back into all possibility to manifest in another way, in some other form. So we've lost and had twisted the state that is the core of us, still and silent, all existence. Everything else, form, is that which is created out of all possibility. There are some possibilities pulled into form out of all possibility. And these worlds are created by vibration. They can manifest audibly as sound vibration, but the sound is just a vibration. And these worlds work on different frequencies. So like radio stations can share the same space without interfering with each other because they're on different frequencies, so these worlds can share the same space without interfering with each other because they're on different frequencies. And only when they're very, very close is there interference and the possibility of crossover, and that will bring us to section 2 today. So this is cymatics, and what cymatics does is use sound, vibration, in different frequencies to create geometrical forms from particles which without the sound, the vibration, are just all over the place, random. Suddenly there's a sound and woo, they move into these amazing shapes. This is how matter is created out of the void. This is as an example of it here. This is just sound moving particles around to create form, cymatics. And when they change the vibration, they change the created form. Going to be massively important in section 2, this. And so this reality is just a frequency range, interpenetrated by other frequency ranges, some which interfere with it, most that are so far away do not even begin to interfere with it. And so we live in our little world, but interpenetrating it are many other worlds that are very different to this one. And our frequency range, this is crucial to understanding so much that's coming today, is tiny. I don't go with the dark matter, dark energy stuff. I just talk about the visible and invisible universe. But this is what mainstream science says. Of that which exists in the universe, that which we perceive, the electromagnetic field up to a point, and visible light. Visible light is the only frequency range that we can pull into a world that the conscious mind can perceive. Everything else is beyond it. And the electromagnetic spectrum is 0.005%, mainstream science says, of what exists in the universe. Some say it's a bit more, but not much. Visible light, which is the only frequency range that we can pull into a reality we experience with the conscious mind, is a fraction of the electromagnetic field. So, as someone rightly said, humans are basically blind in relation to what we can pull into a conscious reality from what actually exists in the universe that we're experiencing. Thus, this is our world. We can't even perceive through the conscious mind these other levels of the electromagnetic spectrum which technology can. So we have a visible universe which is tiny, and we have an invisible universe which is invisibly infinite. And thus what we call a world, what we call the world that we think we're living in, is a tiny, almost infinitesimal frequency band. And if we don't know that, but that which is manipulating this world does, we are in an extraordinarily powerful state of potential manipulation. And the focus of attention I keep talking about, that this society, this crazy controlled society wants us in, is that focus of attention wants us only in that tiny band of frequency, visible light, and not to access the inspiration and insight beyond it through this and the greater mind that will give us a greater fix on what this visible light really is, because it ain't what we think it is. So if we come into this reality and we hold a connection to the greater self beyond it, what I call consciousness, then we've got everything we need. We've got the five senses and the body-mind to directly interact with this frequency band and to get a fix on that level of what's going on and to interact with it. If consciousness, the greater self, wanted to interact with this frequency band, it couldn't hold this because it's on a completely different frequency. So the outer shell, the body that we take on, is within the frequency band that we want to interact with, and thus we can pick things up and they stay in our hands. And so we've got everything we need. When that level of us sees information from the news or politicians or whatever, this level, beyond the illusion, is filtering in insight and intuitive knowing that goes, it's a load of bollocks, isn't it? Yeah, right? But if we don't have that filter, then this can believe it, and does. And if we get disconnected from that, and we only have this, where are we going to look to get a fix on who we are, where we are, and what's happening in the world? We're not going to go there because we don't accept that exists. This is our reality. Where are we going to go? We're going to go in this direction. And what's coming back? The newspapers, the education system, the politicians, the banks, and all the other stuff. This is what the conspiracy is. Isolate them in the five senses, then program the five-sense level of reality with a sense of self in the world that turns them into our slaves. That's the bloody story. And once that happens, we become bewildered humanity. Where am I? What's going on? Open. You see what's going on. Time and space. Oh, it's got to be time and it's got to be space. But it's not, it's illusion. It's a decoded illusion. This is why when you go into the heart and through out of the illusion, there is no time and there is no space, because it's part of the construct. See, if you put a disk, in, like a computer game, information into a computer, up on the screen comes decoded information that has scene following scene, time, and it has depth and perspective, space, and yet it's just information on a disk being decoded. And once we get caught in the time illusion, and my goodness me, the whole of society is based on time. What's the time? What's the time? Is that the time? Oh my God, no time. Oh. And that which is the greater self beyond the illusion does not happen or operate within time and space. It's just a construct. It is outside of the construct. Thus, if that inside the construct, the experiencing level is caught in time and space, the passage of linear time, then it is already disconnecting on that level alone from that which is no time. And people say, well, and that's the idea. And people say, well, there's got to be time. But there's not got to be time. There's got to be decoded time. I mean, look at it. Look at the time we have. I mean, there's an invisible line in the ocean. And if you go one way, you go into yesterday. And if you go that way, you go into tomorrow. And it's not even bloody straight. Look at it. Hello? Is that little island in the Pacific? Yeah. Do you want to be in yesterday or tomorrow? Time's real. It's real. And like I say, the whole of society is based on time. We're controlled by time. We're enslaved by time. Much of the slavery is due to time. But there is no time. Oh, but David, there must be time, mate. Because there's past and there's future. Oh, really? No. There is one now moment in which all exists. This struggles to understand that because it's locked into the illusion. Okay. When you're talking about the past, where are you when you're thinking about the past? Well, I'm in the now, yeah, okay. Okay, when you're talking about the future, where are you? Well, I'm in the now, yes. The future and the past are merely mental projections from the now. And we construct these sequences which we call time. It's not time, it's the perception of time. It's like a movie on a DVD. You put the DVD in the movie in the DVD rather, well, movie in the DVD player, or what the bloody well it is. Anyway, you put it in there, and you play it. Now, after you've watched, say, 2 or 3 scenes, those scenes you've watched are now your past. The scene you're watching is your present, and the scenes you've yet to watch is your future. But the whole story is already on the disc, and your perception of past and future is dictated only by that part of the disc that the laser is reading at that moment, i.e. you are observing. William Blake, great English poet, writer, artist, said, "Hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. There is no time. There is only the perception of time," and it's one of the greatest constructs of the illusion. And it's interesting because, again, talking about this for years, and very recently, the University College London did a study, and they came up with this concept of fluid time. And what they found was, when top sports people, like tennis players, are waiting for a serve, or someone in baseball is waiting for a pitch, or a footballer's waiting to react to something, they start decoding time in a different way. They decode it in a way that makes time to them pass slower. Because it's illusion, this is the way we decode it. Therefore, I went to Wimbledon once, the tennis, years ago when I was at the BBC. And I only watched one game, but I'm standing there and I'm watching this ball come across the net and I can't see it. It's like a blur at best, and there's this person going, boom, boom. I'm thinking, I can't see it, and he's hitting it down the line. Because this is where great sports people come from. They decode time in a different way. Therefore, we say of great footballers, they seem to have more time than anyone else because they're decoding it differently. Time is an illusion, and it's used to control us so powerfully. The body is a biological computer, and it allows us to experience this reality, but if that becomes the sense of who we are, we shut out that, and then big time we are open to control. We talk about a computer when it won't work and won't switch on. We say, my computer's dead. Well, when we die, we don't die. The computer ceases to function, and the true self goes on living its infinity. There is no death. And what do you do when your computer, my computer's broken down, it won't work. What are you going to do? I'm going to get another computer. Reincarnation. So, then you have computers going into sleep mode. Well, so do we. Well, we tick over on very, very little energy, except me last night. I never slept a bloody wink. And then you have the antivirus systems in computers, which are seeking out threats to the operating system to give them a smack and stuff them out. We have a fantastically advanced one called the human immune system. And what happens when a new virus in the computer world comes and your antivirus technology is not used to it, it can get through and destroy the operating system. what happens when people like Europeans took smallpox to North America and the Native Americans, they went down like 9 pins because their antivirus, their immune system was not used to that. Same thing, just more advanced. The DNA is the human body computer's central processing unit, CPU, or rather hard drive. The brain is the CPU. It's the hard drive that holds the genetic blueprint. And therefore, when you have people, and there are some doctors that have studied this, I know one in particular who's done a lot of research on it, they found that when people have had heart transplants, particularly heart transplants, funny enough, but transplants of lungs and other organs, they have taken on not just the characteristics, personality-wise, of the donor, but also aptitudes and gifts, like suddenly they can paint well and they didn't before. And people are going, why? This is a mystery. No, it's not a mystery. What is downloaded from the donor to the receiver is information, which is now available to the receiving operating system and can influence the aptitudes, thoughts, and actions of that system. And this is the CPU, the brain, the central processing unit, which processes information, but the whole genetic system is processing information, and this, in its true power, is the biggest processor of information. And this is an enhanced picture taken at the Necker Hospital in Paris, where they put tracer dye into acupuncture points in, the acupuncture healing system. And I looked at that and I thought that's a motherboard. And it's interesting because what's passing through these meridian lines is what the Chinese call qi. It goes back thousands of years. And what they found is when the qi energy passing through these lines is not moving at optimum speed, it's too fast or it's too slow, then there is manifest in that body a mental or emotional or physical dis-ease, disharmony. And of course, what happens when a virus hits a computer? What's the first thing we see? Hey, my computer's ever so slow today. Yes, because the information is not passing round to optimum, so the computer is malfunctioning. The information is not passing around the body to optimum, the body computer is malfunctioning, which we call dis-ease. And what acupuncture is doing with the needles and various other techniques is balancing this flow of qi, information, to restore that harmony. So someone like Dogma, what do you think of that, Dogma? Oh, rubbish, rubbish! How can you put a needle in a toe to cure a headache? It's ridiculous. Okay, let me just take you through that, darling. These lines go around the body. They are circuits. And if the circuit affecting the head and causing the headache is blocked in the toe, Dogma, it's no bloody use putting a needle in the head, mate, is it? Is it, really? No. And that's the other thing. Computers and computer viruses, what are they? They are rogue information. They are rogue information that distorts the information balance and harmony of the computer operating system and thus distort the way it operates. When it happens in human beings, we call that illness and disease. Distorted information. That is what this is. That's what this is. They are distorting the operating system, the human body, so it will not read reality in its true potential sharpness and clarity. Therefore, here, in the holographic world of the conscious mind, we see food additives, stuff in water like fluoride, and all the crap that goes in kids' sodas and sweets and candies and all that stuff. But if you take that down to its base state, these are all vibrational information fields of great distortion, and thus they are distorting the information balance of the body, and that's how food additives and additives to water and all the other stuff cause mental, emotional and physical dis-ease. And they're doing it on purpose, and they're doing it on purpose because they are freaking insane. And so, this white, black, sky blue, bloody pink, I don't give a damn. It's just a vehicle for experiencing this reality. And thus, it is like a spacesuit, a genetic spacesuit in a way, that allows you to experience a certain reality that you otherwise couldn't in your another state. And that's why this is, in terms of understanding reality, the ultimate freaking idiocy. Racism. Racism is making a statement or judging somebody by the vehicle, their infinite consciousness. By the way, the same infinite consciousness that you doing the judging is part of. It's hilarious. Because of their spacesuit, their genetic spacesuit. It's like two spacemen on the moon, and one is prejudiced against another one because his spacesuit is a different color and was made by a different bloody company in some other bloody country. We would say that is ludicrous, but that is racism. It's ludicrous. It is idiocy. What we call humans is a software program. It's a software program, a certain software program that allows a certain experience within a certain range of frequencies. And the different races are just sub-software programs of the greater base software program. We should be celebrating uniqueness, not scorning it. More the bloody merrier, I say. I've seen racial supremacists, and they're not all bloody white either. I'll tell you, you don't have to be white to be a racist. But I've seen racial supremacists, and I think if you're the bloody master race, I'd rather be like I am, thank you very much. Bloody hell. And DNA just turns out to be a software program. Of course it is, because it's part of the software program we call human. The San Francisco Chronicle did an article on DNA. It said DNA is a universal software code. From bacteria to humans, the basic instructions for life are written with the same language. You know, the difference in the codes, A, C, G, and T, my codes actually are quite unique. They're G and T, G and T, G and T. People watching around the world, that's gin and tonic, by the way. But A, C, G, and T, and how these four codes are in relation to each other decides what your outer form is. And the difference between a rat and a human in terms of the DNA coding is ludicrously small compared with the difference in the outer form. In fact, if you're a politician, it's even bloody closer, apparently. You know what I mean? Yeah. And DNA is something else. Brings us back to the cosmic internet. It is a receiver-transmitter of information. And if you know that, and the target population doesn't, my goodness me, the manipulation potential is just infinite. So DNA is a receiver-transmitter of information. Now, you would expect crystalline input into something that's a receiver-transmitter. It just turns out that the human body is massively crystalline. The membrane of every cell, and we have trillions of them, is a liquid crystal. The Earth is massively crystalline. Every grain of sand is a crystal. And they use crystalline rock at the big vortex points, the ancient adepts did, going way back, because they were points of receiving, transmitting information when they understood the greater self and the greater reality more than many people today. And DNA is crystalline. It is a receiver-transmitter. This is an article on DNA that I came across. From the characteristic form of this giant molecule, a wound double helix, the DNA represents an ideal electromagnetic antenna. On one end, it is elongated and thus a blade which can take up very well electrical pulses. On the other hand, seen from above, it has the form of a ring and thus is a very magnetical antenna. Now, what if you knew this and you could manipulate from that knowledge, without the knowledge of the target population, what frequencies that DNA was transmitting and receiving on? If you could dictate that, you would squeeze, brackets visible light, the perception range of the target population into a tiny band. which will be very relevant in part 2. So we have mind-body, which is the holographic body and the lower auric field, body-mind. And the mind energetic level and the greater self connects into the body through these vortex points, people call chakras, it's wheels of light in the Sanskrit language. And it connects into the body through the endocrine system of glands. Now, two very, very important glands in the endocrine system that take us beyond the illusion into the greater reality are the pineal gland and the pituitary gland, which are part of the system that has become known as the third eye. What a surprise that one of the major effects of fluoride in the water and in the toothpaste is to calcify the pineal gland and thus stop it functioning as a greater self connector with a greater reality. They want to hold us in the five senses. That's why all these things are targeted. And the people, you know, putting the stuff in, they haven't got a clue. It's just their job. Oh, I don't know, not a reason why. I'm talking about those that are dictating that it happens in the first place. So we're living a false identity. That's why we are enslaved. We think we're men and women. Well, we are. It's an experience. It's a nice experience to be a man, nice experience to be a woman. There's different experiences. That's fair enough. But if we start identifying man and woman being who we are rather than what we're experiencing, then again, we get caught in the illusion. How can men or women be what we are when through hormonal changes, i.e. vibrational changes here, information changes, you can go from a man to a woman, like that chicken a few years ago, freaky, that had that massive explosion of testosterone and went from a hen to a cockerel chasing the hens because of a chemical change. It's just a vehicle, it's not who we are. Same with our emotions, you know. Oh yes, it's my emotions, that's who I am. Well, how can they necessarily be what you are when you can be massively affected emotionally by chemical input? There was that woman a few years ago in all the papers who was a clinical depressive for 40 years, went into clinical depression out of nowhere, couldn't understand it, in institutions, out of institutions for 40 years. Then someone asked her, interesting question, a relevant question, can you remember anything that happened just before this happened? And they said, well, the only thing I can remember is I had 19 tooth fillings with mercury. So then she had a mercury detox after having the fillings taken out and changed, and 40 years of clinical depression disappeared. And she would have said for 40 years, I'm a clinical depressive. No, that's a malfunction of your operating system. It's not who you are. So, it's a question that's worth asking. If the world's not solid, what's going on? Because it bloody seems so solid, doesn't it? Well, yes, it does. I grant you that. I mean, all these things look very, very solid, and if you bang your head against them, it hurts. But if you walk through fire, you get burned. If you believe you get burned, and you walk through fire in another state of awareness and you don't get burned, we are decoding the solidity. It's part of the process that we are going through to create this reality. Quantum physics has long shown this reality is not solid and can't be solid. They say it's made of atoms. Well, atoms have no solidity. As someone said, quite rightly, that if you take the nucleus of an atom to be the size of a 10-cent piece, then the atom would have to be about the size of a cathedral. And the rest would be empty space. Actually, it's not empty space. It's just a packet of bloody energy. And you know when you put a disk in a computer, as the decoding process goes on to put it on a screen, certain processes happen. This thing that they call atoms is just one of the processes to turn vibrational information through electrical into digital and holographic. We live in a holographic world, illusory physical. And this is very, very important because if you think the world is solid, what's solid another word for? Limitation. I can't. Once you realize it's fluid and you can play with it, once you start to awaken to it, then limitation starts to be diluted. They don't want people with diluted limitation. They want people with a perception of total limitation. So this is a studio where they make holograms. Basically, there's a laser. They break it into two sides One goes onto a photographic print, one goes onto the print and bounces on, collides with that part of the laser, having taken on, in effect, vibrationally, the image that they want to holographically take a picture of. And so what happens on the photographic print is you have what they call in holographics, here we go, waveform, a waveform interference pattern. And it's basically like dropping two pebbles in a pond, and the waveforms go out from that, and as they collide, that is a waveform representation of where those pebbles dropped, how big they were, how fast they dropped. All those things are encoded in that waveform. If you could decode it, it would tell you that. And this is a holographic waveform on a holographic print. Looks like a fingerprint. I would suggest that's absolutely not an accident. Anyway, all you do then, because that is waveform information. It is another version of the waveform construct of the whole universe, which plays out into this by decoding it. And then when you decode this by firing a laser at it, amazing things happen. Apparently three-dimensional images appear. And they look as solid as you and me, but you can put your hand through them because they're illusions. There again is the print, fire a laser at it, bingo, there's a three-dimensional image. These are all holograms. Another hologram, another hologram. Oh, God, if only. But I'll talk about her after we've had a bit of lunch. Yes, I've lost my knighthood, you know. I've lost my knighthood. It was the Satanism at Balmoral that did it in the end. That was the clincher. Anyway, this is a guy on a stage in Melbourne. This is a guy on this stage in Adelaide, and he is a holographic projection. They're using more and more holograms in all these different ways. There's an Elvis hologram there. That's CNN playing with holograms. And thus, this physical world that seems so solid is actually a decoded reality through the digital to the holographic. I mean, you know, you can look at a computer game and the best of them look real solid when you're looking at the screen. It's just information being decoded. The world is holographic of the conscious mind. In 2009, after I've been talking about this and writing about this for years, I came across this New Scientist magazine, centre of mainstream science in Britain magazine, from 2009, and the front cover was, "You are a hologram projected from the edge of the universe." Because some mainstream scientists even now are seeing that the cul-de-sacs exist for all the mainstream explanations for reality. They go nowhere. There has to be another explanation, and a number of them are now going into the holographic level. But it's not a hologram projected from the edge of the universe. It's not. It's a hologram being decoded from information that pervades the frickin' universe. That's what it is. And there's this other thing about this question that many scientists have, when they've seen that something can take a waveform and a particle form at the same time. How is that possible? Well, let's look at the hologram. When you have your holographic print, your information construct in waveform, and you decode it with the laser and it projects the three-dimensional illusory physical image, then you have the physical and you have the waveform at the same time. Not only that, they have to exist at the same time, because that is merely a projection from that. Take away that, you take away that. And the other great thing is, it explains so much, this one. The other great thing about holograms is that every part of a hologram is a smaller version of the whole. Thus, if you take a holographic print and you cut it into 4 and fire the laser at each one, you do not get a quarter part of the picture, you get a quarter-size version of the whole picture. So every part of a hologram is a smaller version of the whole. Yes, the smaller you go, the less clarity you get, but it's still a smaller version of the whole, and that's what this is. Reflexology and acupuncture and other alternative ways of healing can find places on the hands and the feet where they can treat organs and other parts of the body, because the feet, the ear, the hand are just smaller parts of the body hologram. Therefore, there is a connection between them fundamentally, and if you treat the smaller part of the hologram, you affect the whole hologram. This is why acupuncture can find, reflexology can find these points on the ear, for instance, which represent all different parts of the body. And palm reading and all that stuff is from this, because in that hand is information from the entire body. So we have as above, so below. We have the human energy field in the smaller part of the hologram, and we have the earth energy field in the greater part of the hologram. We have the hologram, again, expressed there in the brain cell and the universe. And as William Blake, in a greater part of that poem, to see a world in a grain of sand and heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. A pinhead and infinity are the same thing. This is just one point, literally, within the greater ocean. And this is what we are, a point of attention within the greater ocean. And again, scientists have said, how can particles communicate when they're billions of miles apart and communicate instantly? Answer, they are not billions of miles apart. They are expressions of the one infinite whole, and thus, when they move as the one infinite whole, their communication must be instant, because there is actually no space between them. And then, dogmas. Dogma's got a fret on now. Astrology. Astrology! Freaks! Rubbish! Well, let's have a look what astrology is. We see planets and stuff like that moving around. But if we go back to the waveform construct from which everything comes, this is just the holographic decoded level of them, they are information fields. And as they move through the greater information field, they are impacting cosmic internet, posting, receiving, upon the greater field. We interact with that greater field. So as the planets move, the information fields move, and affect the greater field, they are influencing us. And if we are locked into a certain point in this cycle, then we take on a different expression of that universal field when we connect with it, what we call birth. Some people say, when we are first created, and before the birth process happens. But therefore, we take on a different field, part of the universal field. So as we go through life, we are going to be influenced and be affected by the greater changes in the greater field as the planets move around and go into their conjunctions and stuff, than someone who comes in at a different point and therefore takes on a different expression of that field. It's all energy interacting with each other, information interacting with each other. And when you take the holographic nature of reality, never mind the greater consciousness, even at the level of the body, we are a smaller version of the universe. Because the universe is holographic, therefore we are a smaller version of the universe. We've come a bloody long way from Charlie Smith driving his bus and Ethel Jones at the store, that they want us to believe we are. Then there's the digital level. This is another level which can explain a lot of things. Then now, this is getting closer and closer to our reality now, our experience reality. They're now creating digital holograms. This is a mainstream media report about them, and it says, and they look real, so real that when Ford used a digital hologram to show off a car concept model, people stopped, afraid to walk into it. They thought the holographic car was really there. That car is a hologram. It's not solid, but just appears so. This digital hologram has taken it even further. Now, what are numbers? What is this digital level? It's the digital level of the universe that numerology comes in to. Because all these different levels, the waveform, the electrical, the digital, and the holographic, are all expressions of the same information. They just express themselves differently, but it's the same information. So these numbers at the digital level are number expressions of vibrational information states. And the ancients, when they used to build their buildings, and they used to build them under this sacred geometry, as they call it, with pi, golden mean, the Fibonacci sequence that you find throughout nature, they knew that if they got the digital, they call it that, the numbers right, the mathematics right, then they were bringing into that building certain information vibrational states, because that is just a reflection of that. If you get the numbers right, you create vibrational information here that expresses that, or it goes the other way. And they understood that. So get the numbers right, you get the information in the building you're building right. And they are expressing A, C, G, and T, the codes of DNA, now as binary codes, on-off electrical charges. Where do you find them? In computers. And so, what does this all mean? I'm not sure, but we'll see. What does all this mean? It means we're living a false identity. And it's that false identity that holds us in servitude. We think we're humans. It is an experience. What we are is infinite awareness having that experience. And once we self-identify with the experience instead of with I am all that is ever can be, then we're pulled into the matrix, we're pulled into the illusion, we're pulled into enslavement. You can see on the lower levels of the greater self now, this technology that can capture these energy fields. And of course, near-death experiencers who've left the holographic level have experienced some of these other levels that I'm talking about, and some of these other states beyond the illusion. And I studied this a lot for many years during my research, and the common themes that people repeat are incredible. This is one that encapsulates everything that I've been talking about, a near-death experience telling of what happened to him. He said, everything from the beginning, my birth, my ancestors, my children, my wife, everything comes together simultaneously. I saw everything about me and about everyone who was around me. I saw everything they were thinking now, what they thought then, what was happening before, what was happening now. There is no time. There is no sequence of events, no such thing as limitation of distance, of period, of place. I could be anywhere I wanted to be simultaneously. That is who we are, and that is what the control system is desperate for us not to remember. And when we get caught in the telescope, in the lens, we can get caught in the illusion of time and space. And massively involved in that are the two hemispheres of the brain. This is a big thing in terms of the way we're controlled and enslaved. There are two hemispheres of the brain, the left and right, and then there is this bridge, corpus callosum, that's supposed to be the means through which they talk to each other. They have very, very different personalities, very, very different ways of decoding reality. Ideal, we are whole brain people and get the best of both. Goal of the control system, stick them in the left brain, shut the right brain down. So the left side of the brain is logical in its version of logic, and it is sequential. What it does is take happenings in the now and it puts them in a sequence. And we call this sequence time. And the faster it moves the sequence, the faster time seems to be passing. The slower it moves the sequence, the slower time seems to be passing. Thus, when you are in a situation you don't like, oh, time's passing so slow. Situation you love, oh my goodness, is that the time? It's flown today. It's because the sequence is being put together in a different experiential way. That's time. Oh my goodness me. No, it's the left side of the brain. It's, this is the big one. It looks at things in parts. The left side of the brain sees everything as apart from everything else. It doesn't see pictures, it sees dots. It doesn't connect dots, it sees dots. And that's what they want. Is one of the reasons they want it in the left side of the brain. The right side of the brain is intuitive. The right side of the brain and the heart are very, very, very much connected. It is holistic. and it looks at wholes. It sees the connections between things. That's why they don't want right-brained people. And this is a Mercedes-Benz advertisement, fully enough, giving a symbolic feel for the two sides of the brain. This is the left side of the brain. Oh, I'm ever so boring. I love structure. I love hierarchy. I love lessons. Oh, exams. I love them. I love them. And this is this guy. Hey, chill, man. Hey, let's do a painting here. That's good. Oh, yes. What we want is both. Because you get people who are really right-brained and they can't function in this world. We need both. And this is a Neil Haig depiction of the two hemispheres of the brain. This is the structure. This is the hierarchy. This is the world that we live in. Because humanity and that which runs the institutions has been turned into prisoners of the left brain, that's why our society is a left-brain society. And it rewards left-brain people. You know, if you go to school and you take information into the left brain and you hold it and then you spew it out at exam time, you pass. Oh, he's ever so clever. No, he's got a good memory and his left brain is functioning very well. But you are a kid who's more whole-brained and looking at it from another perspective, and he'll look at this information, boom, 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 and he'll whip it over there and he'll look at it and he'll go, it's a piece of shit. And then he's punished. He don't pass his exams. And he whips it over to the left brain under pressure. A lot of them do and conform because it's easier that way. And a lot of people don't. Hello, is that Mrs. Jones? Yeah, it's about Johnny. Is a problem. What's happening? He's asking questions and all want to do it. Oh my God, don't do that. You know, Gareth, I'm so proud of Gareth because who was singing for us today. Because he didn't mess about when he went to school. He didn't get C's. He didn't get D's. He got E's, right? Because he couldn't give a shit. And 30 years later, he's an incredibly intelligent man, right? And here's another Neil Haig depiction. What this system is set up to do, therefore, and what I've just described is part of it, is to firewall off the left side of the brain and keep right-brain people out. And left-brain people, therefore, are very suspicious of right-brain people. He's a bit of a bloody loony, he is, and all that stuff. This is the artist. This is the maverick. This is the visionary. This is the one that can see beyond the illusion. But they want the focus of attention in the left side of the brain. Hey, look, mate, honestly, mate, okay, I'm standing here, I've got reddish hair, I've got a brown bloody T-shirt on, there's a big word called doom on the bloody... No, mate, it can't be. I'm driving down the road, I'm going to vote for Obama. You know, I mean, the illusion is just so massive. And this is Jill Bolte-Taylor, she's a brain scientist, and she had a stroke in the left side of the brain in 1996, one morning, and as the stroke was happening, she was getting more and more outside of this reality that we call the real world. And what was happening is that her left side of the brain was no longer decoding reality as it should because it was malfunctioning. Suddenly, her hands didn't look like hands anymore. There was no point where her body ended and the rest of the room started. It was one energy field. She, in her words, lost 37 years of emotional baggage because the baggage was in the operating system and it was no longer being decoded, thus she wasn't experiencing it. And she said that during this stroke, when it was happening, she didn't realize it was a stroke for a while. She actually remained conscious for a lot of time, which is why she was able to retell the experience. And she said at one point she's trying to call work to get some help, but she gets the business cards, she's trying to see the number because she can't remember the number, but she can't see numbers. All she can see is digital squiggles. Why? Because the left side of the brain had stopped decoding through the digital into the holographic, and thus she'd gone back to the digital, and she was seeing that level of reality. And then she eventually, she had waves of clarity every now and again, which allowed her to go forward. After 45 minutes, she managed to ring work. So she rings work, And the guy must have picked it up and said hello or something like that. And all she heard at the other end was woof, woof, woof. And she said, I said to him, it's Jill, I'm in trouble. She's sure as hell, she said, I said, it's Jill, I'm in trouble. But all she heard herself say was woof, woof, woof. Why? Because the vibrational information she was hearing from herself, the vibrational information coming from the guy at the other end, was no longer being decoded accurately through to words that she understood. It was being distorted, thus she wasn't hearing it, because she only hears it when the brain decodes it. This is a guy called Stephen Wiltshire. Became very well known. He's what they call an autistic savant. They find it very difficult often to interact with this world, but they have brilliant gifts. And he became well known because the BBC flew him up into a helicopter over London for something like 30 minutes without a notepad, or not that it would bloody helped. And he just looked out the window, and he came back and he drew London from the air with incredible accuracy, even getting the number of windows in major buildings correct. And this is another autistic savant called Daniel Tammet, and he's got a computer-like way of filtering and decoding numbers, and also learns languages in a ridiculously short time, including amazingly difficult languages like Icelandic. He went on to an Icelandic television program 1 week and was challenged to come back the following week speaking fluent Icelandic, and he did it. And his language teacher said, this man's not human. Oh, yes, he is. He's the human that we should be if this control system was not suppressing us as it is. And so what the left side of the brain would do is go, Sam, yeah, Sam, Timur, yeah, that's right. What the right side of the brain does, which is where these are coming from massively, it goes, gotcha. When Stephen Wiltshire is looking out the helicopter, he's not going, oh, that's got one bit, stop, hold it, one window to, no. His right side of his brain's going, gotcha. The lot, picture. That's who we really are, and they are expressing fantastic gifts to give us a reminder of who we really are. They are capturing or accessing deeper levels of infinite potential, which people are not doing when they're held in the five senses. And people say, well, you left school at 15 and you didn't even pass your 11 plus. You went to Crown Hill Secondary Modern. You weren't very good there either. Well, they know what they're talking about. Why don't they tell us? Well, I'll tell you why they don't tell us, because they don't bloody know half the time, because the funding and the structure of science make sure they don't know. And singing from the song sheet to maintain your credibility within mainstream science, make sure they don't know. But also, the disciplines of science are looking at dots. This is my discipline. This is my discipline. And they fight for funding and prestige. They don't bloody talk to each other half the time. They don't connect dots. They're just focused on one dot. And if you look at the world like that, how the hell are you going to connect the dots to see how the world picture is put together? You're not. We worship the intellect. Boom, boom. Have you noticed? Not by accident. They're putting kids through what you might call academic type subjects, boom, left brain, earlier and earlier. You know why? Because letting kids play and play and play is ad lib, it's creative, it's imagination, boom, boom, boom. They don't want that. They want them in here as early as possible. Kids shouldn't be going to bloody school at that age. They should be playing the wonder of the bloody world. Compared with consciousness, compared with the heart innate intelligence, this is the village bloody idiot, but we worship it. This is the isolated intellect. That's why the world's bloody mad. This is what the isolated intellect does. It puts you in these minute little bubbles of awareness, consciousness or mind, all that is or little me. Free yourself, not just free your mind, free ourselves from mind and the diktats of mind. Blank sheet of paper. Okay, from this moment, all my preconceived idea got to earn its place on this piece of paper by information, evidence, insight. I'm not going to put anything on this paper because you, mother, father, you teacher, you scientist, you politician, you bloody journalist have told me I should. I'm deciding what goes on my piece of paper because I am a unique expression of all that is. And I'm not you, I am me. Open your mind, open your heart, get into this in a big way later. And when you open your heart and you open your mind, you access the universal field beyond the illusion, and bingo, massive insights and understandings come pouring in. Not because you're a chosen one, not because you're special, not because you are Jesus who's come to save the world, but because you've just opened yourself to that which is available to anyone who wants to open themselves to it. All possibility, infinite love is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. And this fork on the road, are we going to go with the head, which has got us into this bloody mess, or are we going to go with the heart, which takes another look at everything? Or even better, are we going to bring them together so they work as one unit in unison and we get the best of both? Consciousness or clones, that's the fork on the road. And when we open ourselves to the greater awareness, we start to hear and dance to the music of the universe that is screaming at us, listen, dance. I can't hear, I can't dance, I've got to go to work, I've got to go to school. And John Milton said, those who danced were thought to be quite insane by those who could not hear the music. Those who are closed to the music, oh my God, it's so sad. They think you're crazy because you can hear what they can't hear, and thus you see and experience and behave in ways that they cannot understand. It's not that one is right or wrong, it's that one is coming from a different sense of reality. William Blake, if the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would be appear to man as it is, infinite. The conspiracy wants to make sure those doors to perception are never cleansed. And they do it through manipulation of our perceptions, through words, through religion, through education, through food additives that distort the brain and rewire it. And George Carlin, the great George Carlin, American comedian, he said, they don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interests. They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 years ago. That's what they don't want. And what, as I come to the end of this first part, what we have been subjected to, not just these generations, but for generations untold, is a gigantic hoax. A hoax that has sold us a fake reality, a fake version of how we should live our lives, and thus they have enslaved infinite awareness in a perception of little me. And here's a short video. It is absolutely brilliant, and it encapsulates the point I'm making here. This is fantastic.
In music, one doesn't make the end of the composition the point of the composition. If that were so, the best conductors would be those who played fastest. And there would be composers who wrote only finales. People go to concert just to hear one crashing chord, because that's the end. But we don't see that as something brought by our education into our everyday conduct. We've got a system of schooling which gives a completely different impression. It's all graded. And what we do is we put the child into the corridor of this grade system with a kind of, come on, kitty, kitty, kitty. And yeah, you go to kindergarten, you know. And that's a great thing because when you finish that, you'll get into first grade.
Woo!
And then come on, first grade leads to second grade and so on. And then you get out of grade school, you go to high school, and it's revving up, the thing is coming. Then you're going to go to college. And by Jove, then you get into graduate school. And when you're through with graduate school, you go out to join the world. And then you get into some racket where you're selling insurance. And they've got that quota to make. And you're going to make that. And all the time, the thing is coming. It's coming. It's coming. That great thing, the success you're working for. Then when you wake up one day about 40 years old, you say, my God, I've arrived. I'm there. And you don't feel very different from what you always felt. And there's a slight letdown because you feel there's a hoax. And there was a hoax. A dreadful hoax. They made you miss everything. We thought of life by analogy with a journey, with a pilgrimage, which had a serious purpose at the end, and the thing was to get to that end, success or whatever it is, or maybe heaven after you're dead. But we missed the point the whole way along. It was a musical thing, and you were supposed to sing or to dance while the music was being played.
Exactly. That is so brilliant. That's so brilliant. So, we're back to the little question. Why? Why is it like that? Why is the hoax? Who's behind the hoax? It's a multi-level conspiracy. Who is controlling our sense of reality? Well, the rabbit hole goes so deep in answering that question. And in part two, when we've had a break for an hour for some lunch, and we'll be back absolutely on an hour, because I've got so much to get through today, I will be going, in my experience anyway, deeper in the rabbit hole than has gone before in seeing where this is all coming from. And that's the end of part one. See you in an hour. Thank you very much. Thank you.
This break is for 1 hour. Please feel free to get food and drinks from the foyer during this time, but please remember the show will restart in precisely 1 hour. David Icke was changed forever in 1991 after a series of extraordinary experiences amid the ancient sites and stunning landscapes of Peru. What happened set him on an incredible journey that's brought mass ridicule, dismissal, but ultimately recognition that he has something unique to say about the world, the nature of reality, and the forces that manipulate and dictate the direction of human society. David Icke returned to Peru follows the incredible places that he visited on that first momentous trip, plus many more. A group from around the world went with him to the breathtaking Machu Picchu, Lake Titicaca, and other locations and power centers in this incredible country. This new and exclusive DVD is available to buy in the foyer now. Please just ask one of the sales assistants for details. Ladies and gentlemen, part 2 will now begin, so please welcome back onto the stage, Gareth Icke.
How about the thingies? Hello, it's me. They have to get moved so that can come down. Honestly, I'm like Moses, you can't get the staff. That's Gareth Icke, by the way. He's the living proof that being able to sing is not a genetic inheritance. I could clear this bloody room in 5 minutes. Another thing, oh hello, I'm me. I don't have a go at the person because they're just doing what they're told. But we just had a visit from the Independent newspaper. You know, I was talking about the thing. After the 2.5 hours for which everything that follows from now on has to be heard to put it into context, they turn up and they're going to leave for a deadline for tomorrow's paper. And they're going to do a report on this event. I mean, bloody hell. No wonder people are turning to alternative news outlets. Okay, let's go. And to be fair to the person involved, who's just doing her job, what chance has she got, even if she wanted to, of putting this event in context, having missed the first 3.5 hours and missing probably most of what's to come after this section? Anyway, let's have a recap. This is who we are. We are infinite awareness having an experience. The idea of the conspiracy is to make us identify with the experience. Boom! Little me, I have no power. I am all limited. I am just someone who has to follow others. And to manipulate the way we decode reality to fit the ability of the few to control the many by keeping the many in a fraction of who they really are, by identifying with name, with job, with family and income bracket instead of the true nature of infinite self, and to hijack the way we decode reality through the 5 senses to impose a very different one, to give us the idea that we must follow, we have no power. Someone else must tell us what to think, what to do. And it's control of perception. Like I said earlier, if you control someone's perception, you control their actions, which come from perceptions. And that's the idea. And all these things, interestingly, all those news organizations, what are they doing? They're telling people what to think. And the other thing is that when you, especially as we go through the section after this one, all the different expressions of this conspiracy, everything from banking scams to vaccines to fake human-caused global warming, stuff in additives in food, fake terrorist attacks so that you can change society by justifying change. The idea that all this is being orchestrated by men and women in dark suits or whatever, sitting around a table, it takes on the bounds of ludicrousness. Do these exist? Of course they do. But they are the outer rim of the rabbit hole. And when you go beyond them, deeper into the manipulation, you go through them into the advisors. The people that we think are in power, that's only for public consumption. They're here today, gone tomorrow people in all the areas of institutions and politics, and another bunch will come along tomorrow, but the same force will be controlling them as well. That's the common theme, that's the cement. And you hit the advisors one step back. You go deeper in the rabbit hole, and you go into these really exclusive secret societies, which are way back out of the public domain, and yet they are fundamentally influencing and impacting on what happens in the public domain. So when you've got someone like Obama, he is announcing legislation, he's signing executive orders and death lists for bloody drone missiles in Pakistan, etc. But he ain't the one who's deciding all this. He's the one that's the point that brings it into reality through legislative change. And so behind all these apparently unconnected areas like banks and biotech cartels and NATO and the World Health Organization, World Trade Organization, the media and all this stuff at ownership level is this same force in the background. And indeed, you know, to a certain extent, this was acknowledged by the Swiss Institute of Technology in Zurich when they did this study on the connections between transnational corporations. And they found that these ones that are really red, these very, very few, have so many connections to the others that in effect that's one unit, which is what I've been saying for bloody years, that behind the apparent independence of these corporations, they're actually controlled and connected into the same group. And, you know, you've got these green lines connecting these transnational corporations, but around this group, there's so many connections, it's just one blob of green. And when you take the next step and you realize that the same network of families are actually controlling all these apparently unconnected transnational corporations, suddenly you can see that it's possible to push the world through all these different aspects of society in a common direction. So we have this thing, we call it globalization. What is globalization? It is the centralization of power in every area of our lives. When there's a few and you want to control the many, you have to centralize decision-making. The more diversity of decision-making there is, the more power obviously is diverted away from the center. The more you centralize, the fewer have control of more and more and more. So this is why we've seen this process of so-called globalization, which is what? It is centralizing power into fewer and fewer hands, so fewer and fewer people are having a bigger say and impact on more and more people. This is the idea. It's the only way you can do it. And like I think I said earlier, the more you centralize power, the more power you have at the center to centralize even quicker. That's why this process of centralization has got faster and faster. And as you can see, as we saw in the Olympics, the power of the corporations. The British public put in like 9 billion into the Olympics, and the corporations together put in about 1 billion, and yet they got everything. So much so that little people in their businesses or homes were being threatened with with the law if they just put some of the major symbols of the Olympics or words, in a display. I was on the Isle of Wight. I just went out of interest, took a few pictures when the flame came through. I want to see what happened. This little town on the Isle of Wight, East Cowes, you would never know the Olympic flame was coming through. There was nothing. Why? Because they were all terrified of being sued by the corporations and those in government representing the corporations that had hijacked the Olympics. So it doesn't matter who is the president or prime minister, because the same force is in control. What force is that? And if you look at these underground bases, they call them DUMBs, deep underground military bases, they're all over the world. The level of security clearance to go deep into these bases and know what's going on is way above anybody political leader. They haven't got a clue what's going on in here. So they get elected and they have he's a prime minister, he's got power, oh, someone else has come in. And while all that's going on, someone's running these bloody things without the people in political power, apparent power, having a clue about it. If we find who is running these things, then we're getting very close to who's actually running the direction of human society. So behind it all is a force. The question is, what is it? So this is where we enter the twilight zone. But it's a twilight zone, again, everything is a point of observation. A twilight zone to a mainstream journalist will be perfectly bloody logical to someone who's done 50 years or so, or 25 years, or how many years it is of research into something. This is an important point about perception. One of the greatest ways that humanity is controlled is by the suppression of the sense of the possible. Once you put a wall on the sense of the possible, gotcha! Because anything that comes in, say the lie, if the sense of the possible is not fluid but rigid, it will have no alternative to the lie. I'll give you an example. If the mind is so rigid about possibility that it cannot perceive the fact that you can mind manipulate someone to either go shooting people in a crazed shooting, or be in the wrong place at the wrong time to be blamed for it when someone else has actually done it, then when the government comes out, whatever it is, and gives you the version of Dunblane, or gives you a version of the Colorado shooting in the theater and the shooting in the Sikh temple in Wisconsin, then you have no alternative to the lie, because you can't perceive the possibility of anything else. But if you've got an open mind and an inquiring mind and a much wider sense of the possible, then you can look at the lie from another perspective and say, well, maybe this is what happened. So controlling the sense of the possible, because if you're doing things out here and you've got the sense of the possible here, then when people like me say, this is what's going on, that goes, you're bloody mad, that's not possible, that can't be going on. And the biggest problem is that, and it's not every one of them, by the way. I was talking to one the other day who was very kind of intelligent, involved in all this. But this, in general, is my experience after 25 years of the perception of the possible of a mainstream bloody journalist. And that's why people who speak the greater truth, and have done throughout the period of the media, have invariably been ridiculed and dismissed, because that cannot perceive that the possibility that it can be true. And control of history is also a massive part of this. George Orwell talked in 1984 about basically who controls the past controls the future, who controls the present controls the past, in the sense of, if you can give a fake version of how we got here, you are going to give people a big distorted fix on where they are. So history is a real target to distort, to give a distorted version of what's happening now. So let's go through history, and let's go in the twilight zone, but from my perspective, perfectly logical from my research. Some time ago, probably a very long time ago, this reality, the part that we're experiencing, what we call the world, the Earth, was hijacked. And it was hijacked through entities that operate outside of human sight. Now, as we talked in the first 2.5 hours, visible light, which is the only frequency range that humans can perceive in the conscious mind, is tiny. Anything that operates outside of that we can't see. But it can, if it's close enough in frequency terms, interact with this reality. And the world that is described in ancient accounts all over the world, it's a real common theme, that preceded this hijack, was in many ways similar to that portrayed in the Avatar movie. It was a world where human consciousness was much more expanded. It understood the connections between everything. It understood that at the energetic, electromagnetic level, that you could communicate with plants, you could communicate with animals, you could communicate with apparently inanimate objects, which are only inanimate on the holographic level to our perception. And there was this sense of oneness, this sense of connectiveness, this sense of understanding that we are just a point of attention within a greater whole. And it was a heart society, going on from what I said earlier. They rather interacted with reality from the heart center rather than the gut, which is where most people in our society today do. In other words, we were coming from this heart vortex area. Now, as I talked about, this is an access point through the illusion into the greater whole. And so when you're coming from a heart connection and a heart perception of society, it is dramatically different and creates a dramatically different society to the one we have now. But then came what I call the schism, a massive distortion in the information waveform construct of this reality. And as this distortion happened, there was a distortion in, as I talked about earlier again, the electromagnetic forces that hold the planets and planetary bodies in some kind of stable orbit, and a lot of these planets went walkabout. The solar system we see today is not how it was in the relatively recent past. This is a book called The Saturn Myth by a researcher called David Talbot. It's probably the best book on ancient symbolism that I've ever come across. It's absolutely first-class research. Came out some years ago now. And from his massive, detailed research over many, many years of ancient accounts and descriptions and symbols, he found all these common themes relating to the fact that what we today call Saturn was not where it is now and was not what it is now in terms of the rings and what have you, but was much, much closer to the Earth, to the point that it was in terms of, because it's not a planet, Saturn, it's a dwarf star, so is Jupiter. And it was the prime source of light as the solar system was before this great distortion, this great cataclysm. And looking from the Earth, you saw Venus, and in the middle of that you saw Mars. And here's another, mock-up of the view of this from the Earth. Therefore, Saturn, as it would, became absolutely the center of focus of Earth society before all this happened. Now, people like Immanuel Velikovsky in the 50s and 60s, he was massively ridiculed for coming out with a series of books pointing out that, in his view and his research, there was massive cataclysmic events in the solar system, and the planets and planetary bodies aren't now where they once were not that long ago. Of course, he was ridiculed, of course, he was dismissed, but he was a fantastic pioneer for not detailed truth in everything that he said. How can you do that when you're trying to uncover something that doesn't want to be uncovered? But it was a fantastic trailblazing theme that he had, which has been taken up by people like David Talbot and Wallace Thornhill. Wallace Thornhill is involved very, very strongly with the electric universe research that I talked about earlier, and he adds his physics and electronics background to David Talbot's ancient symbolism and accounts background. Saturn, which I say didn't look like that in those days, and Jupiter was certainly involved in these cataclysms. And the effect on the Earth is one of the great universal themes in every ancient culture. Of course, we have the classic coming through the Bible of the great flood and Noah and what have you, but that is just a rewrite of more ancient texts in Mesopotamia, and it's the same theme all over the world, a fantastic geological and cataclysmic events that basically brought the society that was there then to an end. That's Avatar society that I was talking about. And when you look at it, you look at some of the great earth upheavals that we've had, things like the tsunami in Japan and great earthquakes. Now, they're devastating. I mean, the tsunami was unbelievable in Japan, and also the one earlier that was massively destructive. But at least there was the ability of people unaffected to come and help. When you have a global cataclysm, like the one all these ancient accounts describe, then there ain't no one coming, because everyone's in the same situation. And if that happened today, very soon, first of all, what we call civilization will be over. Electricity, gone. Everything to do with electricity, gone. Oil, anything to do with it, gone. It would immediately become a primitive society from the perspective of today. And soon, the knowledge of the more advanced society that was destroyed would be lost, and it would only be passed over in myths and stuff like that. And of course, it has been. Endless stories about great continents, which we call Atlantis and Mu or Lemuria, in the Pacific and the Atlantic, crashing under the waves in this great cataclysm. And under the sea around the world are certainly some extraordinary buildings and cities that were once above the surface of the water. Now, as I mentioned in the first half, the base construct of this universe is waveform information. So any distortion at that level, and this is where the whole thing was created from, this massive cataclysmic event, will play through to the holographic as great distortions that we will see as great geological and weather events. And it was at this point that the solar system became eventually what it is now. And a lot of researchers into this area of the cataclysm look at the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter and say, well, their view, they may well be right, but that's the remnant of some planet or planets that operated in that area before the great cataclysm. So when it happened, the crazies moved in. This force that I'm talking about, that I say, and many of the ancient texts say, were behind the creation of this cataclysm. Not only that, because the mind also works in this waveform level, any distortion at that level will distort human perception, will distort the human mind. And we went from, when I say we, I mean humanity, went from a connected society, an open, aware, expanded consciousness society, into the one that eventually became the controlled society, and even more controlled society that we see today. And these entities were behind it. And the heart interaction also was a victim of this great cataclysmic happening. Because what happened, not least because of the distortion, but also because of the impact of these entities, we moved from being a heart-centered, heart perception society into the gut. I mean, today, when I say the gut, I mean the emotion. We interact with society today and events today through emotion overwhelmingly. More and more, what does your heart say has become, what does your gut tell you? And we're reacting. We're not thinking, we're not feeling, we're reacting emotionally. And that has massive benefits for the manipulating forces I'll come to. And so, the more that we dropped into this gut-based, emotion-reacting society, the more we got pulled out of that heart coherence I talked about earlier, which brings the heart electromagnetic field into coherence with the brain and with the other systems to create this connection that takes you, as the Heart Math Institute in America found, into this higher level of consciousness. In other words, boom, it went the other way. And like I say, the Institute of Heart Math talks about when you go from the heart vortex, the heart electromagnetic field, you go out of the bounds of time and space, the illusion, into the greater understanding of self. So this hijack more and more closed that connection down, and we became a five-sense society overwhelmingly, and therefore locked in to this tiny band of frequency we call visible light, and at the expense of the wider perception that this is just part of who we are, not the totality of it. And more, the body-mind level got disconnected from the greater consciousness level, and once that happens, then we're in real trouble. We then start to see this as the only reality, instead of realizing that this is the totality and the infinity of what we are beyond this tiny band of frequencies we call the world. Now, these entities I'm talking about are talked about and mentioned in every ancient society under different names. And these are interesting to me. This is what they're called by some Central American shaman, the flyers, just a name. We have the demons in Christianity. We have the archons, that is the name for these entities of the Gnostic belief and the Gnostic writings from like 2,000 years ago, around that period and later. And the Islamic jinn. Because the way all of these entities or phenomenon are described is precisely the same, in effect. They're different names for the same thing. And the archons, as the Gnostics called them, were said to be made from luminous fire. The jinn, from Islamic and pre-Islamic Arabia, was said to be made of smokeless fire. And when you look at what's said about it, they're talking about the same force, the same phenomenon. So what is it? The Gnostics are very interesting. Gnostic coming from a word meaning knowledge. Whenever Gnostic thinkers showed any sign of getting their point across and circulating their knowledge and their beliefs, they were slaughtered. I mean, that is just a constant. The Cathars that were slaughtered in southern France, ending up on the castle of Montségur in 1244, they were Gnostic thinkers. The people that ran the great library of Alexandria with its 500,000 scrolls of ancient knowledge which the Roman Church destroyed, they were Gnostic thinkers. And as a result of this, very little Gnostic writing has made it through what we call history. But then in 1945, a place called Nag Hammadi in Egypt, a sealed jar of Gnostic writings was found hidden. And from that has come a fantastically greater understanding of what the Gnostics were talking about. These were mystics. They went out into other levels of reality. In many ways, we call them shaman today, many of them. This is what they talk about in these writings. They talk about the Lord Archon, or what they call the Demiurge, and the Archons that serve the Demiurge and the Lord Archon, as they call him. And they relate this to the Judeo-Christian Yahweh Jehovah God. They also relate it, in effect, to what people call Satan or the devil as well. They say that these Archons created the physical universe that we see, but not the earth, the sun, or the moon. And it's interesting that those three bodies have tremendous connections, geometrically and mathematically, which none of the other planets do. Anyway, Archon means prince, ruler, authorities, and it has the connotation also of being from the beginning, because the Gnostics said that actually from the beginning of this solar system that we see and experience, they have been here because they were actually the creators of it, apart from those bodies I'm talking about. They talk about the Demiurge being a fake god that created the physical material reality that we perceive. And they talk about these entities being inorganic, like cyborgs, like robotic. And these writings are about 1,600 years old, a bit more maybe, and yet they knew that in terms of the relationship between the Earth and the rest of the solar system, the Earth was alive and organic, and the rest of the solar system was basically not alive and inorganic. How did they know that? Because they were able to get out there and were very, very knowledgeable. And that's why they were attacked by that which didn't want that knowledge circulating. This, in effect, is very much the feeling of what they describe as an Archon world, because the Archons have no creativity as humans do, and therefore their world is stark and ugly and uniform. This is another wonderful symbolic picture of an Archon world, an Archon reality. And that's because these writings say they have no, I think the direct translation is no intentionality. I put it another way, no creative imagination. And the writings from best part of 2,000 years ago make it clear that they envy humans who have this creative imagination, the ability to create. Like I say, they describe the Archons as cyborgs, a robotic race that can imitate but not innovate. They call it, in a translated word, counter-mimicry. Put simply, if you gave them a blank sheet of paper, they would know what to do with it. But you give them a sheet of paper, rather, with something on it, with something created on it, and they are able to distort it and twist it. But they can mimic and imitate, they cannot create in that sense. Interestingly, they also use the word fantasia. And in that sense, what they're saying is that these Archons, jinn, different names, but I'll use the word Archon as a consistent, have the ability to create fake realities, to distort reality, counter-mimicry, to give people the view or the feeling of a perception that seems real but isn't. Mind parasites, they possess the mind and influence the mind in a negative way, particularly in a negatively emotional way. The one word they say that can absolutely describe the Archons is deception. And also they say that one of their great means of operation, modus operandi, is to invert everything. That's what they're doing, counter-mimicry. They are inverting what is already created so it becomes something else. And it's no accident that one of the great forces that worship these Archons within human society, what we call Satanism, use inversion as part of its symbolism. The inverted cross, the inverted five-pointed star. And so I've used this quote before in talks, and from this archontic perception, it becomes even more relevant. Michael Elner, who said, "Just look at us. Everything is backwards. Everything is upside down. Doctors destroy health, lawyers destroy justice, universities destroy knowledge, governments destroy freedom, the major media destroy information, and religions destroy spirituality. Everything inverted. This is classic. Politicians, knowingly, some of them, most of them unknowingly, that are promoters and pushers of the archontic agenda, they are famous for bloody lying, inversion of truth. This is a quote from the English writer Noel Coward, who said, quite rightly, it is discouraging to think how many people are shocked by honesty and how few by deceit. Such is the level of deceit in our society. One word to describe the archontic influence: deception. So this force I talked about earlier that operates behind the crazes in politics and banking and business and media ownership and all the other stuff is this archontic force, which takes many expressions, as I'll come to. And this is absolutely, massively significant. The Gnostics talk about something called hell in relation to these archontic manipulators, and hell means, in our translation, simulation of a virtual reality. A reality that appears real to the decoder, but is not actually real. It's a fake reality. And given what I've been talking about for a few years now, the Gnostic texts describe reptilian entities in relation to being an expression of this archontic force, and 1,600 bloody years ago, they described grey entities, and they describe them as being expressions of the archons, and they say these grey entities are like an unformed baby or a fetus with grey skin and dark, unmoving eyes. They were around thousands of years ago. We think they're a modern phenomenon. No, this manipulation has been going on for a fantastic amount of what we call time. So, what can we ridicule? What's the latest thing to ridicule Icke for? Well, right, let's get a list. They must be adding to it by now. He's been talking for a while at that Wembley place. But one of the things they ridicule me for is the idea that reptilian entities are behind this manipulation of human society. And people can deny their existence if they like. I do not give a shit. They exist. This is a Spanish artist called Robert Ilimos. I spoke in Barcelona, was it 2011, something like that? And he was introduced to me because he'd had an experience which he, thought I might be able to explain. He was into none of this stuff, never heard of me, never heard of bloody reptilians or anything. But he had a partner who which is Brazilian. So he was in Brazil in 2009, I think it was. Yes, 2009. And he's out on his own, painting the landscape in his own unique kind of way. He's got his easel and stuff, and he's on his own, and he's painting away in this landscape. And he said, then this came down in front of him. Bit of a surprise, I suppose. And he said it was completely closed up apart from this window, and there were two entities in the window. And he said this thing came down and just stayed there for ages. He said, I don't know if I was taken aboard. He said, I have no recollection of it. And of course he's got his bloody easel in front of him. He starts painting it, this chap. And what he saw at the window were these reptilian-type entities just staring at him, looking at him. And these entities exist. I mean, what he has painted is also described, and indeed painted, by other people all over the world who've had the same basic experience of these entities. And I had to bloody smile that this year, the Daily Mail has been taking the piss out of me over this for ages, like all the other buggers. And they run a perfectly straight story, headlined, "Welcome to our new lizard overlord. Studies suggest alien worlds could be full of super intelligent dinosaurs." But because it's a scientist saying it, it must be bloody true. That Icke, he left school at 15, he can't be right. Oh, bloody hell. Now, what is also interesting about these Gnostic writings is that they clearly were in many ways a blueprint for what became a lot of the biblical writings, but they were distorted. A lot of things were removed that were in the Gnostic writings. And one of the things in these texts says, the Lord Archon, demiurge as they call it, come, let us create a man according to our image of God and according to our likeness, that his image may become a light for us. And of course that became a similarly biblical story, but distorted. Even the History Channel has had a series, Ancient Aliens, the series, and one of those programs in that series was about all the ancient descriptions of interbreeding between humans and non-humans to create hybrid bloodlines. And when we talk about interbreeding, because of what we talked about earlier, the nature of reality, it doesn't mean some entity has to have sex with some human, nor does it even mean, it may do, but it doesn't even mean that there has to be some kind of genetic manipulation. There probably was, but it doesn't have to be, because if you can change the information blueprint at this level, then it comes through to the holographic level as a completely genetically different entity. It's just an information change. So all these things are possible. But certainly they all over the ancient world, this is the most famous one, but all over the ancient world, there are descriptions of interbreeding between non-human entities and humans, creating hybrid bloodlines. This is Genesis. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. And this is called the genetic disk. It was found in Colombia. It is estimated to be at least 6,000 years old. And on it are depicted human sperm, human female eggs, the birth process, the whole shebang. Fetuses. They knew that far back about all this stuff. Because in ancient society, there were high levels of awareness, not least because of these entities, but also in the pre-cataclysmic societies, and that got lost when the cataclysms brought an end to that, and people went back to basically a primitive society would actually build up again. And, of course, when you talk about the so-called fall of man, it's all connected to this, the fall into a lower state of consciousness, I would suggest, then reptilian snakes seem to be involved in that. And what is also described is the genetic manipulation of the human form. Again, some people have kind of decoded this or expressed this as these entities created humans. Bollocks. No, what they did was change what already existed. This is absolutely in line with what the Gnostics talk about in terms of this archontic force. They changed what already existed, and they manipulated human genetics so we interacted with reality in a completely different way and became much more suppressed in terms of our ability to perceive reality. We no longer were the connected people of before, and we got put in these bubbles of sense of reality, which has held us in servitude ever since. If you have harmony in the waveform level, then that will play through as harmony in the holographic world of the conscious mind. If you have a massive distortion in that level, it will play through as massive distortions in the holographic world of the conscious mind. A world now of war, people dying of hunger in a world of plenty, about me, conflict on all bloody levels. All this came through from this distortion. They're all expressions of this distortion, and it allowed these entities from just outside of human perception, in frequency terms, to manipulate this reality that we experience as the world. And they are the force, this is absolutely crucial as we go along, these entities, and that which is an expression of these entities, are all worshipped in the end by all the major religions. People might like that, who follow one, but all the major religions. I'll come into that as we go along. The secret societies, which are compartmentalized, they, at the highest inner core level, know that what these secret societies are worshipping are these entities, and Satanism, in its own enclosed secrecy, openly worships these entities and sacrifices people to these entities. This is what sacrifice to the gods is all about in the ancient world. This. And behind the institutions of banking and politics, media, religion, and all of it, are these entities through particular bloodlines that I will talk about in a second, which in the end all come back to the same force. Now, you've got to see a lot of these, because if something is a force operating through all these different areas of society, ancient and modern, then the same themes are going to come through all those different things. And they do, as I'll show very clearly as we go through in this section. Common themes, here's one: worship of the reptile. It's in our face if you look at it. The oldest known, this is mainstream anthropology and stuff, the oldest known focus of religious worship is the serpent or the snake. It goes back at least 70,000 years to the Solido Hills in Botswana, where the San people, also known as the Bushmen, say that the great python with his bag of eggs came and created humanity. There's so much symbolism to do with this stuff around the world. And this is a man called the Reverend Bathurst Dean. Obviously, he was a Christian, and he wrote a book called Worship of the Serpent, came out in 1933, and basically he did a study of worship of the serpent all over the world, and why and where it went. And this was his conclusion. It appears then that no nations were so geographically remote or so religiously discordant, but that one and only one superstitious characteristic was common to all, that the most civilized and the most barbarous bowed down with the same devotion to the same engrossing deity, and that this deity either was or was represented by the same sacred serpent. It appears also that in most, if not all, the civilized countries where the serpent was worshipped, some fable or tradition which involved his history directly or indirectly alluded to the fall of man in paradise in which the serpent was concerned. What follows then, but that the most ancient account respecting the cause and nature of this seduction must be the one from which all the rest are derived, which represent the victorious serpent, victorious over man in a state of innocence, and subduing his soul in a state of sin, as he would say as a Christian, into his most abject veneration and adoration of himself. And you find reptilian entities depicted all around the world, like these are found in graves of the Ubaid people, which preceded Sumer in what is now Iraq, Mesopotamia. The Egyptians used to depict their pharaohs in the way of the cobra, with the cobra hood, the cobra belly, the cobra coming out of the third eye. The Druids used to worship a serpent god called Hu, which if you play it through, Hu-Man, it makes sense, symbolically at least. In Asia, they had the Nagas, who was said to be a people who could take either human or reptilian form. You had Kukulkan, who was the serpent-focused god of the Mayan people in Central America. Of course, you've got the dragon all over Asia. You've got folk tales galore about dragons and flying dragons. And you've got the folklore and the fairy tales of princes turning from frogs into princes and stuff like that. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the Paul VI audience hall in the bloody Vatican. There's old Ben. What the bloody hell is that? Right? It's supposed to be... It's called the resurrection. It's supposed to be Jesus being resurrected. Bloody changed since I last saw a picture. Not that they know what he looked like anyway. It didn't exist, but there you go. But so here then you have the way that the ancients in Mesopotamia and Babylon and such like, they represented the serpent, not the fish gods rather, with the scales, fish god worship. And the priests of the fish god cult, like the Dagon fish god, etc., they used to wear hats like this that looked like a fish head. And I'm saying, as I've said in my books over the years, these ancient religions came through is the Roman Church and Christianity and other things. They're just the same ancient religions using different names to hide the fact that they're the same ancient religions. So there's the fish god cult of Babylon, and there's the Roman Church. Old Ben. And there's the Archbishop of Canterbury with his fish hat. You know, marrying the royal couple. It's just the same thing coming through the ages. They hide it. I'll have a pound of cod, please, Pope. And some chips. There you go, there's your chips. It'll be... No. Oh, think of the sponsorship potential, Ben. So, this is a great friend of mine, Credo Mutwa. He's in his 90s now, from South Africa. I met him in 1998 when he called me and said, "How do you know about the Chitauri?" What the hell's a Chitauri? People, the children of the serpent. It's the Zulu ancient lore and legends of the Chitauri, reptilian entities manipulating human affairs. This is one species, because there are many of these reptilian entities, which Credo painted, because he's he's an artist and a great talented man. Interestingly, when you put that next to Robert Ilomis's painting from 2009, that's much older, in a totally different society, the similarities are compelling. And this is the necklace of the mysteries. It's been stolen now, unfortunately, but I've seen it many times before it was. Credo Mutwa had this passed down as in the shamanistic stream. It's mentioned in accounts 500 years old. He reckons it's at least 1,000. And here you have the symbols hanging from, it's not a necklace really, it goes on the shoulder, it's extremely heavy. And the shaman goes around these symbols and tells the story of African history and indeed world history. And on the front is a very non-human entity with in come and get me mode. And here is a human woman. And this, hundreds at least years of old artifact, that symbol is about the interbreeding between the non-human race and humans to create this hybrid bloodline. And there's more symbols on there, which I'll come to later. And I asked him, I said, well, it doesn't look very reptilian. And he told a story that I found around the world in different cultures, that this reptilian force, this Chitauri as they call them, said, you never depict us as we really look. So some people did, but many people didn't. They just depicted them as completely unhuman, but not like they really looked. Now, this is a big-time important thing in relation to the world that we live in today and what controls it, who controls it. Because the ancient accounts, again, talk, and I've talked to people on the inside in the modern world who've confirmed all this from their perspective, that certain bloodlines were created to specifically represent these entities outside of human society, outside of human frequency range, in the human frequency range of visible light, to be the manipulators in our world of that which is manipulating our world. Because for vibrational and atmospheric reasons, they cannot come into our world except very briefly, or in technology which gives them a manufactured atmosphere, a manufactured reality in which they can come. In other words, they need representatives that are operating with invisible light to manipulate our world. That's what these bloodlines are. And they see DNA as a software program. They know what it is. They know the body's a biological computer. And they want to keep certain information patterns within this DNA because it dictates the behavior of these hybrid bloodlines. And they want to control them as much as they control anyone else. And so, to keep this bloodline pure, in other words, to keep the software program intact, these bloodlines, through the ages, known as royal bloodlines, aristocratic bloodlines, have interbred incessantly with each other. Because if they bred outside of this particular hybrid software, it would quickly become diluted and no longer have the information patterns that dictate their behavior, which I'll come to. In fact, I'll come to it now. One of the great traits of these bloodlines is that they have deleted from them the ability for empathy. Empathy is the fail-safe mechanism of human society, or any society. If we have empathy with the consequences for others of our actions, that fundamentally dictates our actions and suppresses the extreme nature of our actions. If you have no ability to empathize with the consequences for others of your actions. There are now no limits. There is nothing you wouldn't do because there is no emotional consequence of doing it. Indeed, you can get off on it, as some of these do. And these, in the modern world, are what those bloodlines look like today. They've come through history, and now they're the ones in the positions of power in banking, business, media ownership, politics, corporate, massive corporate giants around the world in big biotech, big pharma, big food, and all the rest of it. And they are the representatives within visible light of these archontic, I will call them, because they take various forms, entities. And they are shapeshifters, or the most extreme of them can be. Not all of them that were on that picture, but the more extreme of them can be. And people say, that Icke is another one on the list. He says people can shapeshift. That's ridiculous. Well, if you're coming from your perspective of reality, that everything is solid, that is bloody ridiculous. But as I talked about in part one, this is not a solid world. It's a holographic world. The solidity is illusory, as quantum physics will confirm. And the shift in shape is not a physical solidity shift. It is a shift in the information waveform information field. So, if there's a shift in the information field at the waveform level, then it will be decoded through the genetic brain decoding system through to a holographic shift. In other words, the shift takes place in the observer's decoding system. 1 minute the person is looking human because that is decoding the human field. Then there's a shift in that field, and another field which is not human will become the dominant one. That decoding system is now decoding the second field. To the observer, there has been a physical shift from human to non-human and back again, but what there's actually been is a shift in the information fields the observer is decoding. And thus, we see people, he's not there by accident either, we see these people here with invisible light, and they look human. But if you could see beyond it, deeper into the energy field, you would see something that's anything but human. And these Gnostic writings found at Nag Hammadi talk about the fact that one of the great ways that these archontic entities manipulate human society and human perception is by being mind parasites, by what we call possessing or influencing the human mind to think, perceive, and act in certain negative ways. So, one of the key reasons that these particular bloodlines were created was because if you have genetic compatibility here in the holographic realm, then when you go back to the base construct, the vibrational realm, you have vibrational compatibility, or much greater, and therefore the ability to possess that body-mind and influence it and dictate its perceptions and behavior becomes much more powerful than the general run of the human population, in which that genetic compatibility is not as close. Of course, possession is an ancient, as long as history, theme, right up to the present day. Now, talk to a lot of visual psychics around the world. I mean, I've been on this road nearly a quarter of a century. I've had a chance to talk to a few. And they often tell me about seeing ethereal-type entities, often reptilian in form, locking into these lower two chakra points and kind of floating around. This is part of the way that they possess. And then I'm reading an article about this visual psychic, a Swiss bloke, who seems to be, very renowned at what he does. And he wasn't talking about any of this stuff. He was just talking about his life and what he experienced and things that he's experienced. And in the middle of this article, he said this, a guy called Anton Steiger. When I see people in business or politics who are particularly trapped by the material world, five senses, for example, I notice that they no longer have any light bodies at all. In many of these people, the point of light at the heart chakra, which is otherwise always present, is no longer visible to me. What do we call these people like bankers? They are heartless. Literally true on an energetic level. Instead, I see something like a layer of shiny tar around them. in which a monstrous being in the shape of a lizard can be distinguished. When such people speak on television, for example, I see a crocodile shape manifesting itself around the person like in a concave mirror. I don't see the light of their throat or forehead chakra. This is the possession, this is the mind parasite nature of these entities that the Gnostics talked about. Now, lots of people send me stuff from around the world because what I talk about. And I got sent this. I'm not saying that this is real, it might be a trick of the light. But it does give a visual feel for the way so many of these people have been described to me. With the eyes changing from a human pupil to a reptilian pupil, and then going back again. I've heard that, you know, people have given me endless accounts of full body shifts, shifts of the upper body, and more than anything, shifts of the eyes. The eyes are the window on the soul, or the window to the self beyond the world that we see. And interestingly, I've got a friend who has an associate who was doing research into, I mean, I don't agree with it, but he's doing research into iris scanning technology. And this led to him looking through a microscope into, I think it was 2,300 eyes or pairs of eyes. And what he said, he had no idea that my friend was associated with me, probably had no idea I exist. But what he said to my friend was this: of the 2,300 eyes that he scanned, around 4% appeared to be of reptilian type and appearance, and he could not understand what the hell that was all about. And if someone said, you know, what is the percentage of the human population? I'd say 4 or 5%. That is what I'm talking about. That's how few it takes to manipulate the world if you get hold of the institutions that dictate the world. So we're looking at people from a visible light point of view that look human, but beyond that are not. There you go. He doesn't have to shapeshift Murdoch, does he? I mean, bloody hell. A bit like Mick Jagger. He don't have to, does he, really? But there you go. There's one of them. He doesn't look, he looks perfectly human. Oh, there we go. There's another one. There you go. There you go. Ooh, there you go. Been to the ritual, Mom? Have you? What's going on? And the other thing is that these bloodlines, they, like I've just said, they stay inside the network. And so that when you follow them back, you tend to come across some interesting people. We've had Prince Charles in the last few months talking about the royal family's ancestral connection to Vlad the Impaler, one of the most infamous blood-drinking, satanic torturers in human history, who was a member, along with the rest of his family, of something in its simple title called the Order of the Dragon, which goes back into the ancient world, which is an order of these bloodlines. He was from Transylvania, and old Charles has got a place there. Mary of Teck, her grandmother, was connected genetically very closely down the line to his sister, and thus brought that bloodline into the royal family. There you go. They're not what we think they are. That's the point. And because we only see the visible light level, it seems fantastic. I think, you know, one of the great, well, no, I'll rephrase that. The only good thing, from my point of view, of the Diamond Jubilee celebrations was when, at the royal concert, Elton John sang Crocodile Rock to the royal family. I thought that was absolutely frickin' brilliant. And like I say, these bloodlines have no empathy, therefore they have no limits. Pepper bombing cities full of civilians, couldn't give a damn. Starving people to death, putting mercenaries into countries to cause mayhem, as in countries in the Middle and Near East and North Africa, not a problem. What a laugh. No empathy. Another thing is that a lot of people don't realize that one of the fundamentally important influences of human perception and behavior is called the R complex by scientists, or the reptilian brain. And the reptilian brain, when not balanced by other parts of the brain, gives us cold-blooded behavior and territoriality, a desire to control, an obsession with ritualistic behavior. These are so ritualistic, these bloodlines. Everything is ritual to them. And hierarchical structures of power. Aggression, might is right, winner takes all. I've just described human society as dictated by the crazies. And all this stuff in the royal family, all this royal protocol, All this ritual is all reptilian brain. And if you have a greater infusion of reptilian genetics, you're going to have a greater extreme of reptilian characteristic traits. I mean, did you see that after the royal wedding, when Madam issues another list to update who should bow and curtsy to bloody who? I mean, what a joke. The last I looked, it was the 21st century. Where are we? What's going on? If he falls anymore, he'll fall over. And we call them the British royal family. No, they're not. They're the German, Danish, Greek, Russian, anything else involved royal family. Same with all the others around bloody Europe. Same bloody family. And, oh no, they're only symbolic now and for ceremonial purposes. Bollocks. She talks about my government. Why? Because that is what it is. She talks about my parliament. It's my military, my MI5, my MI6, my courts, my church. All the people in those organisations, including the representatives of the people, have to say a pledge of allegiance, an oath of allegiance to her, not the people. It's a bloody joke. And this idea that it's symbolic, rubbish, rubbish. I mean, when you meet the Prime Minister, whoever it is, are you supposed to bow or curtsy? No, but he is to her. Where's the power here? I mean, what a joke. Look at him. I mean, do you know, I feel sad really, because these people, they go off to wars and, you know, put themselves in bloody danger. I don't agree they should, because they put other people in bloody danger at all. As well, called children and people. But, I mean, what are you... What, oh, my God. Beam me up, Scotty. It's mad down here. Get me out. I've had enough. And then there's this royal bloody household that we're paying for. Did you know that there's a gold stick and a silver stick on the royal household? At least they have metallic value. That's probably a good thing. There's a groom of the stole. There's a field officer in brigade waiting. He's always walking up and down, looking pissed off, looking at his watch. He'd be a lot better using his time keeping an eye on that groom of the stole before he nicks something else, I think. And then they've got a clerk of the closet. And even worse, they've got a deputy clerk of the closet. What do they do? Pull the chain? Is it the royal flush? What are they doing? Hello, mate, what do you do? Oh, I'm a deputy clerk of the closet. No, don't piss about. What do you do? Then there's they used to have a removing wardrobe. At least they got rid of him. Removing wardrobe. What do? I remove wardrobes, yeah. Do you ever bring them back? Oh, no, bring back wardrobe does that. I mean, oh, bloody hell. We're paying for this. The British royal family, proof that God has a sense of humour. That's my view, anyway. Now, what is the dynamic here with these bloodlines? Well, like I said, they operate with invisible light on behalf of entities that operate outside of visible light. And if you take the analogy of the scientist standing outside the tank, working inside the tank through the gloves with material that's too dangerous to work with, you take the tank to be our reality, the scientists to be these entities, and the gloves to be these bloodlines that allow them to manipulate within this reality. That's the basic dynamic of why they exist and what they're doing. This is Neil Haig's depiction here of the theme. And thus, these entities have their own agenda. And it's not the human agenda for what's best for humans, it's what's best for the agenda of control of humans. And if you take the Trojan horse analogy and you put that on, then you've pretty much got what it is. It's infiltration of human society while appearing not to be infiltrating because everyone looks human, but only with invisible light. Now, here's the journey of these bloodlines. You can pick it up at some point through history. It goes way back. Let's pick it up here. These societies, these more advanced societies, Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, China, etc., they started to appear as the first more advanced societies after the cataclysm. What history does is pick up the cradle of civilization in places like Sumer and what have you. That wasn't the cradle of civilization. These societies were when human society had reached a certain point again after recovering from the great cataclysmic events that destroyed the previous society. much more advanced. In this area of the world, Sumer, which is now, of course, Iraq, became Babylon, why there's so much Babylon symbolism in human society today. Egypt, a lot of the bloodlines came from here, but they were seeded all over the world, and they talked about entities interbreeding with humans and creating royal bloodlines and what have you in various tablets found in Iraq, under Iraq in the last century or so. And these bloodlines moved out into northern Europe. They became the founders of Rome, and they interbred with other bloodlines in Europe, and they became the European royal families and aristocracy. And eventually, through the great British Empire, the French Empire, great only in size, by the way, in my view, and other European empires, they sent these bloodlines all over the world in the great colonial frenzy of taking the planet over. But there's two types of control. One has a finite life, one has an infinite life until it's exposed. The one that has a finite life is when you, like fascism, communism, apartheid, that which is subject to the control can see the controllers. Because eventually, it might take some time, there will be a rebellion against that. The greatest form of control is control you can't see, where they give you a vote every 4 or 5 years, and yet behind the scenes, the same people are in power behind the scenes all the time, no matter who's officially in power in politics. And that's what they did in the colonial system. They apparently withdrew back into their countries and gave independence to the former colonies like the United States and Canada and etc. around the world. But what they did was left out in those countries the bloodline under different names and the secret society network through which they manipulate the bloodline and its agents into power, and they've gone on covertly controlling those countries ever since. And what they've created is a secret society and bloodline version of a transnational corporation. What happens with a transnational corporation? Take McDonald's, please. Take McDonald's, if you will, as far as you can. But take McDonald's as an example. They have a headquarters in America, and in each country they have subsidiaries. And the subsidiaries carry out the diktats of the headquarters. And thus, if you go into a McDonald's in Russia or Australia or South Africa or wherever, you go into basically the same McDonald's. What they've done with the Bloodline Global Network is they have a headquarters. Funnily enough, America's very, very influential, but the headquarters is in Europe. It's in places like the City of London, Rome, Brussels, Berlin, etc., Paris. And from the center, they have subsidiaries in the different countries. These are subsidiary networks of bloodlines under different names and the secret society network within that country. And that network's brief or job is to impose in their sphere of influence, their country, what is centrally dictated from the headquarters. Thus, as I've traveled around the world, I've seen the same things being introduced in different countries around the same time, often justified by the same excuses. And it even goes further, because the national network has subsidiaries in the towns, cities and communities. And thus, from the headquarters, they can manipulate down into a local community, if they wish, through this network. And they've created this structure in which they have not just infiltrated, but created the organizations that run and control the direction of the world. I get into some of them. But what the vast, overwhelming majority of researchers into this conspiracy do not see, or do not want to go there, is the fact that there comes a point where this human network goes up into or out into other dimensions of reality, and the dictating force is not human. And common themes. The number of times you see around the world depictions in different societies of half-human, half-reptile entities. This is obviously in Asia. And the depiction of the interaction between reptilian entities and humans, and part human, part something else. The gargoyles on the churches built by these secret societies, like the Knights Templar, and on the castles and mansions of the elite bloodlines. They are symbolically these entities. So many of the coats of arms of these bloodlines carry reptilian themes. The whole logo of the City of London, or Babylondon as I call it, because it's one of the great central focuses of control, not only through finance either, is a reptilian holding the red cross and the white background of the Knights Templar, one of the major secret societies in this network. One of the key points in London, for this conspiracy anyway, where the City of London meets Temple, or Temple Bar, or the Temple region, which is the legal profession and courts, is this flying reptile on a pedestal right in the middle of the road. They put these things everywhere. Now, there's another common theme, this is all over the world, of reptilian-type entities eating humans. There's so many of them, it's unbelievable. This is Central American, as the previous one was. Here's some more, and often they'll put a crown on the top, because this is the royal bloodline. This is where the divine right to rule comes from, or the idea of it. It's the belief that you have the right to rule because of your genetic descendants from these gods, the divine right to rule. There again, a similar one. Here's other ones, and logos and coats of arms and what have you. And there's Alfa Romeo, the same, and of course the red cross and the white background of the Knights Templar. You see this reptilian theme coming up a lot in entertainment, because these bloodlines and their networks control Hollywood, and they control the entertainment industry in general. This is an advert, a Nike advert, where this American footballer was depicted as reptilian, and the theme of it was, because of that, he was better than anybody else. And at the end of the Thriller video, when Michael Jackson turned round, they were reptilian eyes. They could have been lots of different eyes, but they were reptilian. And this happens because of what I said earlier. All these different things are worshipping the same basic force, and thus this symbolism of this force appears in all these different areas, not just these, also banking and politics and stuff. Now, a lot of these bloodlines are Satanist. In fact, the major ones are all Satanists. And by that I mean they are into human sacrifice, human blood drinking, and all that other stuff, sacrifice of children. And it's been going on way back. And people have no problem with the fact that it was going, oh yeah, those ancients used to do that, and the Aztecs and all that stuff. But they can't expand that perception of the possible that it's still going on. It is massively going on. The fact is it was openly going on then it became unacceptable to the population in general, and it's gone on secretly ever since. And what I've talked to a lot of Satanists, former Satanists, and I guess former Satanists, who've told me common themes about what goes on in these rituals. And you know, these entities are feeding off human energy. And one of the things that they do is when they're sacrificing somebody, the people with invisible light, the Satanists and the bloodlines, they'll drink the blood, because when the terror reaches a certain point in the ritual, a certain adrenaline goes in the blood, which gives these people a high. I mean, sick is not the word. But on another level, an energetic level, the entities are feeding off the energy coming off of terror and fear of the sacrifice. And the other thing that they tell me happens in these rituals is they create an energetic environment, like a stepping stone energy environment, where these entities can come through and manifest, not for long, but for a while. Common themes. Now, this is David Berkowitz. He went to jail for the Son of Sam serial killings in New York. And after he was jailed, he said, he corresponded with a Christian minister, and he said, yeah, I did it, but I did it as part of a satanic coven, a satanic cult that arranged it all for me, and I was just the guy who did it. And he said at one point in his correspondence, Satanists are peculiar people. They aren't ignorant peasants or semi-literate natives. Rather, their ranks are filled with doctors, lawyers, businessmen, and basically highly responsible citizens. They are not a careless group or are apt to make mistakes, but they are secretive and bonded together by a common need and desire to mete out havoc on society. It was Aleister Crowley who said, I want blasphemy, murder, rape, revolution, anything bad. What does that do? It pulls that energy that they feed off, but it also pulls people into low vibrational states of awareness. And the two major colors of Satanism, for frequency reasons, are black. Black is the absence of light and absorbs light in all frequencies, and red, which is the lowest, longest frequency color. And there you see red and black dominating royal protocol, along with gold, which is another color they use, Satanists, in this ritual that goes on. And I saw this. I had to go back to the original BBC coverage and watch the video to make sure this wasn't a Photoshop job, and it wasn't. This is at the royal wedding with William, and there's a satanic symbol on the back of this bloody clergyman meeting the Queen, a reverse pentagram. I mean, it's bloody ridiculous, but it's not when you realize that the religions are just public expressions of a much deeper and more horrific inner core. I mean, look at Christianity. Its very focus of attention is someone being tortured. What are you doing? A focus on that. And that, for reasons I'll come to, has an effect on people and the wider reality. And you have the Eucharist in the Roman Church. And what are they doing? They're eating the flesh and drinking the blood. That's just a publicly acceptable version of what goes on the inside, literally. I mean, what is it when you reduce your deity to the level of a biscuit? I mean, is it me? I mean, if you're going to do that, I'll at least make it a bloody hobnob. That's what I say. Because they're good for dipping. There you go, he's getting into the spirit of it now, look. You know it makes sense. So, this is the key to understand so much. Also, politics, banking, media ownership and stuff, in the end, worships that. This is a quote from a Swiss banker in the Russian magazine Novy Den in 2011. These people are corrupt, talking of the bankers. Sick in their minds, so sick they're full of vices, and those vices are kept under wraps on their orders. Many are into Satanism. When you go into some banks, you see these Satanistic symbols, like in the Rothschild Bank in Zurich. These people are controlled by blackmail because of the weaknesses they have. They have to follow orders or they will be exposed, they will be destroyed, even killed. This pervades society. What do you see from the banking industry? Total lack of empathy with the victims of their actions. And so, when I've, over the years, investigated and followed through major people involved in pushing the direction of the world, I have found three absolutely repeating themes with them. One, secret societies. Two, Satanism. Three, very topical at the moment, paedophilia. And they connect together in reasons I'll come to. Now, this is Bohemian Grove in Northern California, where the high and mighty elite in politics, banking and business and all the rest of it in America and wider afield go to this summer camp at Bohemian Grove in Northern California, and they worship under a 40-foot stone owl, symbolic of an ancient deity called Moloch, and they do sacrifices and stuff in smaller areas in this great area of Bohemian Grove, 2,700 acres of redwood forest, and all these people like the Bushes and the Clinton and the Rockefellers and all this Kissinger and all these people go along, and people come from abroad as well. And we're seeing Satanism more and more pushed and infiltrated into human society to become more and more acceptable. This Lady Bloody Gaga, crikey, her mother must have been psychic, pushing the old, Satanism, blood stuff. And, I'm not saying, Annie Lennox is into all this stuff, but what I'm saying is that the ceremonies of at the Olympics, the opening and closing ceremonies and stuff, was, if you know what you're looking for, was incredibly satanic in its symbolism, some of which I'll get to. Then you've got this Twilight series. Let's make vampires kind of sexy now. Then you have the Harry Potter thing. I mean, one of the Harry Potter books was called The Half-Blood Prince. Spot on, that's what it's about. And Slytherin House and all this stuff. And all this esoteric occult stuff going into the young mind on a massive level. This is all done on purpose. And what are we coming up to it now? Halloween, when I was a kid, just passed you by. Now it's this great festival where they're bringing kids into it. Oh, it's Halloween, trick and treat, all that stuff. And they're making it a kind of mini bloody Christmas. And it's pulling people in. If people only realized that at this time, particularly, and at Beltane across May the 1st, staggering numbers of children on this planet are being sacrificed by these people and others around the world. That's the real meaning of Halloween and Beltane, not trick or treat. And this whole energy stuff very much connects into Satanism. Because, as I mentioned, these entities outside of human sight, they feed off human energy. It's one of their power sources. But it's a particular human energy. It's a very simple frequency physics situation. If you are within a certain frequency band yourself, you are only going to absorb energy within that frequency band. Anything outside that frequency band is going to go through you like radio stations go through radio stations. Thus, you need to generate energy within a frequency band that you can absorb. What is the frequency band, in human terms, of these entities? Low vibrational human emotion around the basic state of fear. And so they're generating human fear, anxiety, frustration, anger, hatred, all of it, because it's generating the energy that they absorb, their life force in so many ways. In the Matrix, they had the machines symbolically feeding off human energy. That's what these entities do. And thus, if you go back to the Dr. Emoto stuff with the crystals in the water, the crystals with words of love written on the side of the water before they were frozen are beautiful, geometrical, beautiful to the eye. That energy is unabsorbable by these entities. It's on a frequency they simply cannot sync with because of their state of being. This is what they want. They want this energy. And thus they have created and structured human society to become a factory, an engine room, a generator of this energy. A war is a banquet to these people because of all the energy that's created by those doing it, those receiving it, and the impacts on lives as a result of it. And look at the way the human society is devastated in terms of its balance, its harmony, its joy, by reasons for low vibrational, distorted emotional responses. And this is a key reason why humans were manipulated from a heart society to a emotional gut reaction society. Because there, nothing served for dinner, darlings. Here, much as you like. And people think that human energy is not important. There are sensors around the world that are picking up changes in the Earth's energy field. This is what happened on 9/11 as a result of humanity's response to what it was witnessing. And that is the power that collective humanity has on the human energy field. If you can manipulate humans into a negative response, understandably, to things like 9/11, you massively impact on the vibrational energetic state of the Earth's energy field, and it's the energy sea that we are living in all the time. If you want to get to all the fish at the same time, what do? You get to the sea, and then you get all the fish. And the energy sea that we are living in all the time is what they're targeting all the time. And so when we react to their heartless corruption and oppression in this way, going to get into this seriously in the last part today, then we are actually giving them what they want. Because we are reacting in ways that are generating more of the energy on which they feed. This is a Native American, basic American concept story. That in each of us there are two wolves they talk about. One wolf is anger, envy, sorrow, regret, greed, arrogance, self-pity, guilt, resentment, inferiority, lies, false pride, superiority, and ego. The other wolf is joy, peace, love, hope, serenity, humility, kindness, benevolence, empathy, generosity, truth, compassion, and faith. Which wolf wins? The Native Americans say the one you feed the most. Now, I'm not saying humans are perfect and do not have the capacity for that. But what the Gnostics talk about in their writings is that what the archontic force is doing is taking minor error and it is distorting it and expanding it into massive violations of these emotions and massive expansions and extremes of these emotions. So, this is what they are trying to generate with their mind parasite modus operandi, etc., in humans, because that's their life force. They are energetic vultures. The Matrix had this concept with Morpheus and the battery. The Matrix is a computer-generated dream world built to keep us under control in order to change a human being into this. Symbolically, that is absolutely the case. And George Carlin said this interestingly. Did you ever stop to think about all the people we kill? They're always the people who tell us to live together in harmony and try to love one another. Gandhi, Lincoln, John Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy, Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, John Lennon. They all said, try to live peacefully together. Bam, right in the head. Apparently we're not ready for that. Oh, we're ready for it. But that which is manipulating us does not want us to have it. There was an Australian document came to light a few years ago. I printed it in full in a book called Human Race, Get Off Your Knees, which appears to come from quite a high-level Australian Satanist who wrote this before he died. And it was not a confession so much as this is what's going on, this is how it is. And he talked about many things, but he also talked about the fact that what Satanism does is it constantly targets the Earth's energy field at specific points to repeatedly do rituals there which lower the vibration of the Earth's energy field. Again, the sea that we're interacting with to push us down into the same low vibrational state. This is what he said in the document. Most people do not realize that Satanism is a ritually based practice and that this repetition has, over time, left strong impressions upon the morphic field, the energy field, the sea that I talk about. Now, this is massively, massively important. It's going to take us into some really weird and wonderful places. The language of symbolism. Why are these symbols, recurring symbols that I'm going to go through, why are they all around us? Well, I'm going to get to the point of why, and it's very deep in the rabbit hole that we go in here. But what are symbols? This is why it's so vital to understand at least the basics of the nature of reality to understand the conspiracy. Confucius said, signs and symbols rule the world, not words nor laws, nor... So why? This is why. A symbol is, again, a symbol in the holographic world. Bring it down to its basic state. It is a vibrational information field. A symbol communicates information to the brain through the eyes in the same way as the ear communicates audible visual words and sound to the brain as an information field. The difference is that when you hear something, at least you're aware of its existence. It is conscious. When a symbol talks to us through the eyes to the brain, it is subliminal. Therefore, symbols are planting information fields and vibrational states into the human subconscious, which then come through to influence conscious perception and conscious behavior. Also, if a symbol represents something, whatever it is, if you focus your attention on that symbol, you are making an energetic connection with what that symbol represents, because what it represents and the symbol, as I'll come to, will be the same frequency field. And thus, symbolism is one of the greatest ways that we are mentally and emotionally manipulated and encoded and perceptionally manipulated. There's a great saying, it's true: energy flows where attention goes. Somebody said to me, other people have had this experience, they said they were in a restaurant, sitting at the table, and they said, I felt like two eyes were sticking in me back. And he said, I turned around, and there's this person at this other table behind them staring at them. Now, of course, they weren't feeling two eyes sticking in their back. What they were feeling energetically, which eventually filtered through to the holographic level of feeling, was the attention of the person staring at them. Energy flows where attention goes. So thus, if you can hijack someone's attention, collectively or individually, you are hijacking their energy and their life force. Energy flows where attention goes. Now, in the Olympics, I heard British athlete after British athlete during the London Olympics that was successful, saying that they got this amazing energetic surge from the crowd. This is why people doing sport among their own supporters have a great advantage, because as these athletes were competing in the London Games, overwhelmingly watched by British people, the focus of attention, willing them to win, was making an energetic connection to these people and thus energizing them. Energy flows where attention goes, but it goes the other way. And if you get a crowd of people focusing on symbols of the conspiracy and symbols representing these entities without us knowing, then that crowd, whether it's the Queen or whatever, are making an energetic attention connection to those entities. Thus, their energy can be trawled. A crowd can have fantastic energy. You go to a football match, with a great excitement. And what do people say? Honestly, mate, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It was amazing. What was that? Electromagnetic energy generated by the crowd. That's what these people absorb. Same with the Vatican, with these great crowds that focus on the bloody Pope and the ritual and the symbols. Same with the symbol-infested bloody entertainment industry these days, with people like Madonna. And when you get people like focusing on a religious symbol, look at the bloody energy that would create and be able to be trawled. And when you get and focus like 5 days a week, I'm not having to go at one religion. I mean, they're all the same to me, and I respect people's right to believe what they want to believe, but I have my right to believe what I want to believe as well. That's the deal. And when you're focusing your attention like that, energy flows where attention goes. And thus, you have these secret societies that are also involved in energy trawling. And that brings me to this, which also goes into this, for reasons I'll come to. That Satanist in Australia talked about the abuse of children and what have you. And what is happening, and the reason for it, is that these entities operating outside of human sight, we'll call them archontic, they feed off human energy, yes, but there's a particular energy they want more than anything else, and that's the energy of children before puberty. We see puberty here as a hormonal change. You go back to the base construct, and it is a vibrational change which holographically expresses itself as hormonal change. These entities want that energy before the energy change happens. Therefore, they want the energy of pre-pubescent children. And how do they get it? They, through genetic reasons, because there's a lot of genetic pedophilia, but also through energy, what am I saying sorry to you? You exist. You're part of all that is this. Of course I'll say sorry to you. Sorry, mate. You're all right. I'm sure you'll see things from another angle eventually. But anyway, what I was saying, yes, they also energetically stimulate the desire for sex with children. Because what they're doing with the paedophilia is they're using the paedophile as the conduit to draw off the life force of the child. And that's why you find, as my research has shown over the years, a far higher ratio of paedophilia to these so-called elite levels in Satanism than you find in the general population. This is what a Central American shaman called Don Juan Matus said in a book by Carlos Castaneda some years ago. Sorcerers see infant human beings as strange luminous balls of energy, covered from the top to the bottom with a glowing coat, something like a coat of plastic adjusted tightly around a cocoon of energy. The glowing coat of awareness is what the predators consume, and when a human reached adulthood, all that is left in that fringe of awareness is a narrow fringe that goes from the ground to the top of the toes. That fringe permits mankind to keep on living, but only barely. So like I say, they're using the paedophile as the conduit to draw off the child's life force. That's what paedophilia is about, and that's why it's so prevalent, and that's why it's so incredibly prevalent in the institutional bloodline levels of society. And this Australian Satanist said, politicians, massive Satanism in politics around the world, politicians are introduced by a carefully graded set of criteria and situations that enable them to accept that their victims will be our little secret. Young children sexually abused, molested rather, and physically abused by politicians worldwide are quickly used as sacrifices. In Australia, the bodies are hardly ever discovered, for Australia is still a wilderness. In the other parts of the world, they control the crematoria and the great burial grounds around the world as well. And so I was not in the least bit surprised about him, because I was told about him in the late 1990s that he was into massive paedophilia and necrophilia, sex with dead bodies, which has just come out this week through a guy who talked about it on the radio. And the reason that Jimmy Savile, this entertainer who died in 2011, the reason he got away with it was because he was a procurer of children for the rich and famous. And he was very, very close to the British royal family. In fact, in his own words, he was introduced to the royal family by Lord Louis Mountbatten, who some researchers have connected to paedophilia in places like the King Cora Children's Home in Belfast. Edward Heath, the Prime Minister 70-74, who took us into the what is now the European Union, I named him as not just a paedophile, but a Satanist and serial child killer 7 years before he died. And he did nothing about it, because it's true. This guy, Thomas Hamilton, the killer of the children in Dunblane in 1996, he was a procurer of children for the rich and famous. That's why he was protected for so long. And that's why, in the official inquiry into what he did, some of the documents were put under lock and key, never to be seen, it was said, for 100 bloody years. Even a former head of Freemasons in Scotland, Lord Burton, said the Dunblane inquiry was a cover-up, and that he was bullied when he tried to question it. And this very week, 2 days ago, an MP raised in the House of Commons a question about paedophilia rings out of number 10. I've been naming this guy, the President of the United States, Father George Bush, as a paedophile and child killer since the 1990s. Said it in radio, said it on the BBC, didn't make the podcast, mind, but I've been saying it for years. It almost came out in this story in 1989, but then was put on hold and suppressed. And of course, the Roman Church, which is an expression of these bloodlines going way back, Church of Babylon relocated, is infamous for paedophilia. This is the reason why. That's why you see naked children all over the Vatican when you go around. And what are demons doing in a sporting event ceremony around kids in hospital beds? Can you explain that to me? I thought that was bloody weird. What is the child catcher in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang bloody doing in a sporting event opening ceremony? I tell you, it was alive with symbolism, that was. And I've been saying for years that these bloodlines drink the blood of children to rejuvenate themselves, and that's one major reason why they live so long. Queen Mother, 102. Prince Philip in his 90s. David Rockefeller, 97. Henry Kissinger, almost in his 90s. They live for so long. One reason is they get different treatment to us, but this is another. And this came out only the other day, that they've now found the amazing discovery, shaman in the ancient world have known it for thousands of years, that transfusions of young blood appear to rejuvenate the elderly. That's why they live for so long. Common themes. The eye. I'm going to whip through these now because we've still got a lot to get through in this section because of the way that this information fits together. The eye, the all-seeing eye, the single eye or the pyramid of an eye is a major symbol of these bloodlines going way back, and that's why it appears everywhere in all these institutions. The eye of Ra or Horus. It was on the hand on the necklace of the mysteries of Credo Muchwa in the Zulu world. This was found in 1984 in Ecuador by miners, I think, digging for gold. There's the eye. There's 13 levels, and this is thousands of years old. And when you put it under ultraviolet light, it even glows luminous from the eye. Where is it today? There it is, on the dollar bill in the reverse of the Great Seal of the United States, and there are 13 levels. This is the constant recurring themes that I'm talking about, because the same force is behind all these apparently different organizations and institutions. There it is in Freemasonry. There it is with the pyramid as the logo of MI5. There it is in the building, basically, of MI6. In the Olympic ceremony, or one of them, you had the building of the pyramid, and then the almost homage bloody worship of it immediately afterwards. This is a Roman Catholic bloody church. Look at it. Because, why? The same thing. In the Olympics, you had the pyramid bloody floodlights, and also the eyes in the mascots. And somebody put this together, and put that and that and that together, and said, you know, what's going on? Well, what's going on is the same force controls all these apparently different institutions, and thus they use the same symbols. They control the entertainment industry, and thus that's not a bloody diamond, that's a bloody pyramid. Jay-Z. There you are, Madonna, she comes up a lot. Angelina Jolie, there's Lady Gaga, the eye of CBS. This is Gravity Falls. It's a Disney animated bloody program. There he is. There he is. There he is. What's this doing in an animated program? Because they put their symbols in front of us. The other thing you find is the number of pictures of celebrities where they have a hand over an eye. I'm not saying they all know. I mean, the photographer might say, oh, it'd be a good picture, put your hand over your eye. But the number of them emphasizing one eye is unbelievable. These are just a few. I mean, what is it with that? Another common theme, fire. The archons and the jinn were said to be from luminous fire and made of smokeless fire. One of the great symbols of these bloodlines is the phoenix, the firebird. And the light that Freemasons talk about is not the light that other people talk about. One of the great symbols of the bloodlines and the network is the lighted torch or the flame. And thus, at the closing ceremony of the Olympics in London, you had the massive emphasis on the phoenix because of the symbolism it represented. This is Manly P. Hall, a Freemasonic historian. I think he got to the 32nd degree of Freemasonry, in a book called Secret of All Ages, in which he's saying the eagle is actually just a publicly acceptable phoenix. European mysticism was not dead at the time of the United States of America was founded. The hand of the mysteries controlled in the establishment of the new government for the signature of the mysteries may still be seen on the Great Seal of the United States of America. Careful analysis of the seal discloses a massive occult and Masonic symbols, chief among them the so-called American eagle. The American eagle upon the Great Seal is but a conventionalized phoenix. And so many stories you read about demonic entities manifesting in rituals talk about them manifesting through fire. And fire is just a frequency. That's all it is. This is from a BBC documentary. This guy lights this newspaper simply from energy through his hands. It's just a frequency. And the frequency on other dimensions might not be the same as the one here. And in terms of fire and focus, with the Olympic flame going around all over Britain, the focus on that flame on an electromagnetic level is giving energy to that energy field till it becomes a massive energy field. This flame going around is not an Olympic tradition. It was brought in by the Nazis in 1936. And so that focus would have created a massive energy field on the electromagnetic level. And it was brought to the opening ceremony. And fire ritual relates to the god Baal, Molech, the one they worship in Bohemian Grove, Nimrod, Babylon, and the Roman god Saturn is going to become very, very important shortly. And the Satanic ritual calendar has a particular day of July the 27th, the date of the Olympics of opening ceremony in London. July 20th, 26th, abduction, ceremonial preparation, and holding of a sacrificial victim for grand climax. July 27th, grand climax, a day for sacrificing female adults and children. It was a massive, for whatever reason, massive satanic day when that happened. And 1 billion people were focused on this, and that is what happened on 9/11. That focus would have allowed massive absorption of energy as a result of the focus. Another common theme, this is the one now. This is going to take us into some real weird and wonderful places. Saturn is the key in so many ways to what is happening with all its moons. Just a reminder, Saturn may appear to be what it is in the holographic world, but actually, again, it's an information field. It is a consciousness. Everything is aware. Everything has a consciousness. So these planets and suns, they have consciousness. They have awareness. They are entities in their own right. And interestingly, this is an accepted ancient symbol of the sun. And people think, understandably, that it's a symbol of the sun that we know today. But is that symbol more likely to be the sun we know today or the sun we once knew? Saturn. Saturn is the key to understanding so much. It was known as the old sun. It is known in occult as the old sun, the dark sun, and the dark lord, the Lord of the Rings. And the massive penny dropped for me. Whoa, the kaleidoscope moved when I started to realize that at least so many, if not all, the ancient sun gods were not gods of the sun we know today, but of the Saturn sun that was focused on before, because it was in a different position. Saturn has long been symbolized as an eye. There's the eye in Freemasonry. There's the eye of Sauron in the Lord of the Rings, the reptilian eye, the symbol of the negative force. And what happened in the massive and brilliant work of David Talbot in the Saturn myth is that at some point there was an enormous ejection of debris in an explosion out of Saturn. And it formed like a luminous crescent because it reflected light at certain points of the day. And this, as the Earth moved on its axis, when viewed from the Earth, this appeared to move around Saturn. And at different points, there are different symbolism for different points. But this was the one that really was the focus of Saturn symbolism, because this was when that luminous crescent was at its most luminous during the day. And so you find this symbol over and over in the ancient world. And this is a common recurring theme of Saturn. And this, the crescent symbolically, and the disk of the Saturn sun, the dwarf star. And so from this came the horned god, the horned goddess. There is Madonna in her Super Bowl performance at half-time, which was so Saturn in its symbolism, it was laughable, including the fiery eye. And in the movie version of The Lord of the Rings, you had the crescent holding the eye of Sauron. In Arabia, or you look at that as the symbol of Islam, the star, the sun, and the crescent. And the Arabian god Sin was symbolized as a crescent. Here you go. And I would suggest, from David Talbot's point of view, and I think he's right, that this represents the crescent of Saturn. This is the guy who started a satanic Saturn organization or secret society out of Germany called the Brotherhood of Saturn. And there's that symbol of the sun, look, with a dot. That's Saturn, not the sun that we have today, and the horned god. Molech, who is symbolized at Bohemian Grove as the owl, is also symbolized as the bull, and there's the horns with Saturn in the middle. And so you have the bull gods of Mesopotamia. And the winged goddesses in that state, this was often symbolized as the goddess with her holding the god, her arms around the god, or her wings around the god. And there is another version of that with the god Saturn and the crescent. And there it is on the Great Seal of the United States, exactly the same symbolism. There it is in the Air Force Special Operations Command. There it is in the symbol of the House of Windsor. There it is in the United Nations with the target on the world, very appropriately. There it is in the eagle of Rome. Here it is in Freemasonry. The flying disc of Egypt and other places is Saturn. And thus you have the Rosicrucian order, which connects into this network, using that flying disc symbolism. And so many of these logos carry the same symbolism. And in her Super Bowl performance, Madonna had the flying disc of Saturn. This is another ancient Saturn symbol because at some points, apparently, it seemed to give off 4 very distinct lights, which became known as the 4 corners, or the 4 rivers, or the 4 ways. And so you find it, because of these bloodlines connecting into all these institutions, you find it in the Roman Church, you find it on the mace in the Houses of Parliament, you find it on the crown, you found it in the Celtic cross, and you find it in one of the major secret societies in the network, the House of Malta. It's known as the Maltese cross. It was also symbolized, this Saturn symbol and crescent, as the flying god in his flying boat. This is Horus in his heavenly boat. This is why it's used in the boats used in Freemasonry. This is a Freemasonic building on the Isle of Wight, funnily enough. And that is massive. I'm not saying Annie Lennox knew it was, just let's do this, it'd be a good idea. But that was massively Saturn symbolism when you watched it play out. Then you've got this symbol of the horned god. Again, Saturn, Satan, as it also became known, which is you find with so many politicians. And Pat Robertson, this so-called Christian evangelist, yeah, okay. And talking of horns and horned gods, in astrology, Saturn is connected to Capricorn, and so one of the Saturn symbols is the goat. This again is the great Freemasonic historian Manly P. Hall, who said Pan, the goat god, was a composite creature, the upper part, with the exception of his horns, being human, and the lower part in the form of a goat. The god himself is a symbol of Saturn, because this planet is enthroned in Capricorn, whose emblem is a goat. That is what that is. Baphomet, worshipped by Satanists. It's a symbol of Saturn. And I'm going somewhere with this, because I'm going why they're focused on Saturn. So, you have Baphomet. You have Beyonce, the wife of Jay-Z, with this big Baphomet ring, which is performing. You have Baphomet-dressed Lady Gaga, Baphomet-dressed Madonna, and you have Baroness Philippine de Rothschild from the wineries in France with a massive Baphomet necklace. And this is from the front cover of the Saturn myth, with the symbolism described of these lights that went off from Saturn at certain points, with the 4 main ones there. And there it is symbolized on one of these ancient tablets. And in St. Peter's Square, that is a mirror of the way that Saturn symbol looks. And there it is on the thing that he has his biscuit in, there, when he's doing his stuff. Now, this is inside the Mother Lodge of Freemasonry in Great Queen Street. Great Queen was the name of the Babylonian goddess, in London. Because, this will become significant in part 3, this crescent holding the sphere also became symbolized as twin pillars. And so you have Saturn, there's the crescent, being held up by the twin pillars. This is in one of the Freemasonic centers of the world in London. Numerologically, digitally, Saturn is number 8, and this has led to symbolism of Saturn in terms of the spider. Thus you have, in Madonna's Super Bowl performance, the winged disc symbolized with a spider in the center. Now this is fascinating. This is called the magic square of Saturn. And it's also, not by coincidence, the magic square of Freemasonry. And it's magic because of this reason. If you go that way, that way, that way, that way, or that way, or that way, all the numbers in the 3 blocks in line add up to 15. And in numerology, you keep adding numbers until they become a single number. And so 15, in numerological terms, is 6. So 666, 666 in all directions. And the black and white squares, for reasons I'll have to go into in detail in a book, because, you know, there's so much to get through today, also relates to Saturn. And so you have them in Freemasonic temples, black and white squares, and you have them in the major cathedrals, like Westminster Abbey and stuff, because of this connection I'm talking about. Now, this is called the sigil of Saturn. And they get this symbol by drawing in the magic square of Saturn from 1 to 2, and then to 3, from 4 to 5 to 6, etc. That's how they get it. Now you turn that straight up, and that's what that is. It's the sigil of Saturn. And this is a major symbol of Saturn going way back, the 6-pointed star. It just so happens to be the very symbol from which we get the name Rothschild, one of the major families in this network. Because they used to be called Bauer. They lived in Frankfurt in Germany. But they had this red 6-pointed star hexagram on the front of their house, and they changed their name to from Bauer to Red Shield in German, Rothschild, red sign or red shield. Rothschild. So they're named after this very symbol. And it was they that created Israel, not on behalf of Jewish people, on behalf of their bloody agenda that treats Jewish people with as much disdain as any of the rest of us. And so you have their symbol on the flag of Israel. They use the 6-pointed star so much in law enforcement. This is on a public building in Toronto, right in the center of the 6-pointed star. There's the horned god. There's the sheriff and a medal. There is the 6-pointed star representing Saturn on an ancient, clay depiction. And there it is on Credo Mutwa's 500 to 1,000-year-old Zulu hand symbol. If you do that on the dollar bill, you get the 6-pointed star, and those letters make an anagram of Mason, interestingly. Inside the Great Mother Lodge of Freemasonry in Great Queen Street, London, there is the Twin Towers, symbolic of the crescent, and there is Saturn again, the 6-pointed star. Now, of course, the Roman Church and Christianity, that is anti-Freemasonry and anti-secret societies because they're naughty, but it's on his bloody fish hat, look, right? They're everywhere because the same force is in control. Here you go, I have a bit more Madonna. There you go. And on the Great Seal of the United States, those 13 stars make up a 6-pointed star, not by accident. And therefore, again, we keep coming back to this, all these different areas of society are in the end focused on one thing. Satanism is Saturnism. This is Fritz Springmeier, a long-time researcher into this and symbolism, etc., and Satanism. Saturn is an important key to understanding the long heritage this conspiracy has back to antiquity. The city of Rome was originally known as the Saturnia, or City of Saturn. The Roman Catholic Church retains much of Saturn worship in its ritual. Saturn also relates to Lucifer. In various occult dictionaries, Saturn is associated with evil. And this is the remains of the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And just next to this is this place called Capitoline Hill now, but before that called Mons Saturnus, the Hill of Saturn. And this is a very symbolically important place to the bloodlines. And this whole thing about the skull and bones, Capitoline Hill comes from caput, meaning dead, because they're supposed to have found a human skull there, and they call it caput, Capitoline Hill. That's why we say kaput when something's dead. And you have the theme in Christianity of Golgotha and Calvary, the place of the skull, hill of the skull. And Capitoline Hill became Capitol Hill when the bloodlines moved in on America. Now, the North Pole, the northern pole of Saturn, is a permanent storm which takes the form of a hexagon. And this has been found by the Cassini spacecraft, and I think the Voyager one before that in the early 80s. And the hexagon also is an expression of the hexagram, or of the six-pointed star. Because all these different symbols that I'm going to talk about now are different expressions of the same frequency state. So you look at this crop circle from England this year, and it is a hexagon. But a hexagon is a flattened out cube. So when you look at it from another angle, it's a cube. Well, it just so happens that an ancient symbol of Saturn is the cube, especially the black cube. And I would suggest that's what they are. The Kaaba, the focus of worship in Islam, Kaaba means cube. The tefillin, the cube on the head in Judaism. And when people go to worship around the Kaaba, they're told to pray in concentric circles. Remind you of anything? And they're told to walk around it, and their energy can be trawled. And if you focus on something that represents Saturn, Saturn is where the energy goes. In Judaism, they have Solomon's temple. Every syllable of Solomon means the sun. And the Holy of Holies in the so-called Solomon's temple was supposed to be a cube. They talk in Revelation about the New Jerusalem in cube terms. There's these massive cubes that they use. This is outside the one of the banks near Wall Street, near where the protests are. And you see these black cubes and cubes like used by Apple and stuff. Saturn symbolism. In Doctor Who, they had this recent one where the Earth was invaded by black cubes. Star Trek, you had the Borg, who were these cyborg-like, exactly as the are described by the Gnostics of the Archons, and they used to move around in these cubes. If you geometrically represent the cross, then it is a flattened out cube. When you look at the depictions of these people, not Lady Gaga, but others, these religious leaders with the halo, well, that comes from Saturn as well, that halo when that luminous crescent was in that position. Astrologically, that's the symbol of Saturn. And what they symbolized this as was the sickle and the hammer. And when the Rothschilds created the Soviet Union, provable fact if you look at the evidence, they used the symbol of Saturn as the symbol of the Soviet Union. There's that symbol on this guy from the Brotherhood of Saturn. The Jesuits are a major secret society in this global network, and there's the symbol of Saturn in their symbolism very bloody clearly. The snake on the cross also relates to this in some ways. Now, this is going to take us forward here, because the god of Saturn of the Greeks was called Kronos. And Kronos was, because he was the god Saturn, the sickle, the scythe, was represented as holding the scythe, and also he was depicted as the god of time. And he had the beard, the white beard. And he became Old Father Time. That's Kronos, that's the god of Saturn. He also became the Grim Reaper, because Saturn is the planet, I say, son of death. And Kronos became crown, a symbol of the bloodlines. Kali, a goddess related to Saturn, it was called the Black One, and the goddess of time, depicted with a protruding tongue. There's Madonna again. I mean, she must have the bloody book she works through, this one. The god El, the Hebrew god El, was their god of Saturn. So El and Elohim are demiurge and archons, I would suggest. So we have archangels, Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, Raphael, another name for Jesus, Emmanuel. We have the Gospels, Chapel, elders, elevated to the priesthood, elections, where pawns are elected to serve the elite. We have Isis, Ra, El, all names relating to Saturn. Saturn, Kronos, Satan, Black Sun, Dark Lord, they're all the same thing, the expression of this force. And here you have Moloch, who they worship at Bohemian Grove, and he is a god of Saturn, this recurring theme. They also represent Moloch as a bull, as I said earlier, and so you have that as the symbol of Wall Street. And the golden calf in the Bible is Moloch, Saturn. The Greeks talked about Saturn used to eat his own children. And here's the colours of Satanism and the colours of Saturn, black and red, same as the royal protocol. The robes of the judge, the robes of the clergy, the square hats of the universities, the hammer that the judge uses, it's all Saturn symbolism. You see Saturn profusely used in symbolism of the corporate world. And this, this earth, wind and fire, they got the bloody set. There's the eye, there's the six-pointed star, there's the step pyramid, there's the winged disc, and there's bloody Saturn. And then, therefore, you look at religions and secret societies and Satanism, they're worshipping Saturn. Then you look astrologically, in other words, energetically. Banking is astrologically ruled by Saturn. Politics and institutions of state at all levels, astrologically ruled by Saturn. Corporations, astrologically ruled by Saturn. Law and court system, astrologically ruled by Saturn. Science, astrologically ruled by Saturn. Saturn worship, Satan worship. And it's interesting that you have the god of Saturn, Kronos, with the beard, and all these bloody religions, they have bloody beards. And then you have God depicted as a man with a white beard on a cloud or on a throne. And there's God, Charlton Heston type God. That's Yahweh depicted with a beard and stuff. And then we have Santa with the white beard. Santa, anagram of Satan from Saturnalia. Saturnalia was a festival in Rome where they worshipped the god Saturn. And they gave, it was in the same period to the run-up to our Christmas, and they gave gifts, they decorated trees, and they hung sprigs of bloody holly. So that is Saturn symbolism, a man with a white beard. This is Ancient of Days, a painting by William Blake from, I think, 1794 or something like that. Ancient of Days is an old name for God. And he's depicting God. He was a very deep esoteric thinker and great knowledge, William Blake. And he's depicting God with the white beard. That's Saturn, Kronos. On the GE building in the Rockefeller Center in New York, there's Kronos again. Now, the Freemasons, they call their God the great architect of the universe. The demiurge was known by the Gnostics as the great architect of the universe, which brings us to the white-bearded architect of the Matrix, and the Matrix movie series. So where is this leading us? Well, again, this needs to go, if we're going to go anywhere with this, because I'm going into fantastic areas here, but this is where the information has taken me very, very clearly. And the hardest thing to see is what is in front of your eyes, as this man rightly said. The Gnostics talked about the fact that the archons make something appear to happen that does not actually happen. They can induce a virtual reality experience. The Islamic people and pre-Islamic people talk about the jinn manipulating humans by creating illusions. I was in New York in 2010, and someone took me to the subway station for Ground Zero. And when I saw it, it was like, whoa, it hit me big time. There was, first of all, there's eyes all along the platforms, but there is this massive depiction of the world on the floor, and then there's an eye, and going out from this eye are these broadcast transmissions. And that hit me so powerfully. And Neil Haig was with me, and we kind of looked at each other and said, that's Saturn, isn't it? And remember, physicists have said only this last few days, they may have evidence the universe is a computer simulation. Well, I say that it's a virtual reality, which has been hacked into, and that hack is the reality that we're experiencing, the fake reality. And that hack, I say, comes from Saturn. Because I'm saying that these rings are actually a massive broadcast transmission system which is broadcasting a fake reality within the frequency range that we are decoding, and therefore we are picking up that fake reality. When the Cassini spacecraft arrived at Saturn in 2004, found many things that was unexplainable. You know, things like the hexagon North Pole storm and stuff like that. But they also found extraordinarily powerful sound coming from Saturn. This is part of what they recorded. Nice, man. And I got sent this by a sound engineer, works in sound engineering for a living, and it's one of the rings of Saturn, and he said, I see that every day. That's bloody sound. They're sound waves. And this is in cymatics, this is a six-pointed star. And of course we have the hexagon going round and round and round at Saturn's North Pole. This is a standing wave created by sound, rings. This is at the south pole of Saturn, and it's a permanent ice storm. This is a standing wave created by sound. And these are symbols created by sound, like cymatics. And a certain frequency created this perfect six-pointed star with the hexagon in the middle and the hexagon there. Therefore, the sound creates the frequency, creates the symbol, and in the same way, the symbol represents the sound and the frequency. The symbols are just holographic representations of vibrational waveform states. I would suggest in these symbols cases, representatives of the sound frequency coming off Saturn. Same with all these symbols and numerological manipulations. The sound and the symbol are different expressions of the same thing. Thus, if we, in the holographic realm, are constantly bombarded with these symbols, it is on an energetic level feeding us the frequency field of what they represent. And Saturn, when described pre-cataclysmic, didn't have rings. So where'd they come from? Well, maybe it had rings, but it weren't rings we could see. We can see them now. Well, this guy, Norman Bergeron, has a long, he's in his 90s now, I think. He has a long, long history in space research, technological research, going way back. And his life changed when he started studying the pictures that came back from the Voyager 1 and 2 space expeditions to Saturn. They arrived in 1980 and 81. Because when he studied them, he realized there was something very strange about Saturn's rings. And he said this in his book, The Ring Makers of Saturn. Several years ago, a number of folks in the astronomy and physics world began theorizing that these rings had to be much younger than the universe, perhaps only about 100 million years old. But one pair of pictures shows a change in 5 minutes. An impression is conveyed that the latest reported measurements purport to be the true ones, when in reality all might quite nearly be correct at the time of observation. General reluctance to accept variable ring system geometry occurs because of apparent failure to identify a physical mechanism suitable for producing recurrent change. In other words, classic mainstream science, if we can't explain it, we'll kid ourselves it doesn't exist. And he also found these in the pictures coming back from Voyager, and the Cassini ones found them too. And he calls them electromagnetic vehicles, and they are massive. Some of them several times bigger than the Earth. But again, we need to move our sense of perception. In terms of size representation, this is the Earth against the size of Saturn. They're not talking the same perception of big in terms of outside of the Earth. And here are some of the other pictures of these electromagnetic vehicles picked up by these NASA craft. Why aren't they all in the papers being talked about? You'd think, what the hell is this? No, nothing. Thanks to Berggren, we've seen their existence. This is the Hubble telescope that's picked one of them up. Look at the size of the bloody thing. And here's a few Cassini spacecraft pictures, still pictures put together. What the hell is that? Exactly what Berggren was describing from Voyager. And this is the other thing. He found pictures of stuff spewing out of these electromagnetic vehicles into the rings of Saturn and bloody making them, or extending them. And what is said to be in the rings of Saturn, I guess thus that's why we can see them, is like ice and stuff. I think, and I would suggest, that eventually they will realize that there is a crystal substance being put into those rings that has a dramatic impact on their ability to transmit information. In 2009, NASA released this picture, which is a ring around Saturn, which is from 3.7 million miles out to 7.4 million, and that ring could encompass 1 billion Earths. I suggest that there are rings that we can see, but there are sound rings that we can't see that are coming out across, and we're picking them up. They make something appear to happen that does not actually happen. They can induce a virtual reality experience. The Saturn matrix, as I call it, is a frequency band which we are decoding as a fake reality. And I suggest, my view, we will find that the edge of that frequency band is what we call the speed of light. And beyond it, you go out of the matrix. And when all the genetic tinkering that the ancients talked about went on, the human form was being manipulated to be tuned in to receive and transmit within the frequency band of this Saturn broadcast, and pulling people from a heart state beyond the matrix into an emotional point of interaction massively in the matrix was a major way of tuning us into this fake reality. We talk about people who don't think for themselves as being in the box. Maybe we ought to say that they're in the cube. And they want to shut the heart down, and they have to so many people, because it takes us beyond the bounds of time and space, beyond the matrix, because I suggest that what we call time as we decode it is in this matrix transmission. I'll whip through this quickly because I've talked about this in my books at great length, and I've talked about this at Under London Talks. But I say the moon is a construct, or a part construct. This is a book called Who Built the Moon by Christopher Knight and Alan Butler. It's absolutely brilliant in the way that it puts the case for the moon not being real in terms of a natural body. But interestingly, what they find in that book is the mathematics and geometry between the sun, the moon, and the earth are fantastic in terms of their synchronicity, and it does not apply in any way to the rest of the solar system. And the Gnostic writings found in Nag Hammadi in 1945, 1,600 years old or more, say that this is a separate system operating within the Archon system of the inorganic universe. They say in the book, the authors, the maths involved in the Earth, Moon, Sun system is nothing less than staggering, and that the moon has been put there with the accuracy of the proverbial Swiss watchmaker. So when viewed from the Earth, it's the size of the sun at an eclipse. The BBC did a program, Do We Really Need the Moon? And it said the moon is now in a perfect position to sustain life on Earth in its effect on the Earth, but it's just a coincidence. I think not. We only see the near side of the moon. We don't see the far side of the moon. And the authors say in that book, the moon is bigger than it should be, apparently older than it should be, much lighter in mass than it should be. It occupies an unlikely orbit and is so extraordinary that all existing explanations for its presence are fraught with difficulties, and none of them could be considered remotely watertight. The mainstream theory is that the Earth was hit by a Mars-type planet when it was forming, and a chunk came off and became the moon, called the whack theory. That didn't pan out, so they came up with a double whack theory, where it was hit by the planet, it went away and gave it another smack, and then it became the moon. Now, of course, it doesn't pan out because it's nonsense. They don't know. Why don't they just say it's not a bad thing we don't know? There's lots of things we don't know. The best explanation for the moon is observational error. The moon doesn't exist, said this scientist at the Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics. It's easier to explain the non-existence of the moon than its existence, blah, blah, blah. It goes on and on. And you know, I'll go through this because I don't want to run over too much time. I'll just mention a few things about the moon. These two scientists from the Soviet Academy of Sciences wrote a detailed article in 1970 headed, "Is the Moon the Creation of an Alien Intelligence?" And they explained in scientific terms why the moon cannot be a natural body, and in doing so explained all the anomalies that, if it is a natural body, cannot be explained. This guy, Sergeant Wolf, talked at the National Press Club a few years ago and told of his experiences on the inside at NASA, where he saw things like alien bases on the moon and stuff like that. And there's all these towers and strange phenomenon, like this blue light called blue gem or blue dome that they can't explain on the moon. And these artifacts on the moon that clearly are not natural. Look at that one. What the bloody hell is that? They can't explain them, they don't talk about them. These are pictures of what are claimed to be statues on the moon. There's so much we don't know. In symbolic terms, maybe in a bit more than that, the moon is a bit like the Death Star of this big-time insider, George Lucas, in the sense that it's actually some kind of technological construct. And it's my view, as I've said before in previous books, that what the moon is doing, in its present use anyway, is taking this Saturn broadcast and acting as an amplifier to fire it at the Earth, so we get it in massively increased power and therefore effect. It's acting a bit like a dish transmitting information which we're picking up and decoding into a fake reality. Now, 9 months after I'd written that in a book called The Human Race Get Off Your Knees, someone sent me an email from Brazil, I think it was, a lady, and said, "Have you read this book, Earth, by Barbara Marciniak? Because I've just read your book and I think you'd find it interesting." And she sent me some page numbers. Barbara Marciniak is what they call a channel. And lots of channels are not channels. They just think they are. But, you know, if you get a genuine one, then you can get out there and bring information out from other dimensions into this one. You can get some profound information that way. And she's done a lot of great stuff, Barbara Marciniak. I've met her a few times. Anyway, I hadn't read Earth. I'd read the first book that she wrote, but not Earth. Anyway, I sent for it. I went through the page numbers, and I'm like, whoa, this is 9 months after I've said this stuff in Human Race Get Off Your Knees. And this was a channeled book, and this is what was in the book. 1996, I think this came out. The moon is a very powerful electromagnetic computer. The energy from the moon has been beaming electromagnetic frequencies onto the Earth for eons now to maintain the two-stranded DNA. The moon is a satellite that was constructed It was anchored outside Earth's atmosphere as a mediating and monitoring device, a supercomputer or eye in the sky. Earth must be owned by those who dwell there. However, it is not. You have outside gods, creator energies, who prevent you as a species from having free reign with your kundalini. That's the energy of awakening, in effect. The influence of the moon as a main satellite computer affects all of the Earth. The moon's programs have for eons been of great limitation towards human beings. There are repetitive cycles that the moon creates to which you respond. The tales about the full moon and insanity, madness and heightened bleeding are all quite true. You know that television influences you a great deal. The moon is the same way. And astrologically, just as a very quick aside, when that great rearrangement happened, of course, astrologically, everything changed as well in terms of the influence of the astrological energies upon the human perception, because suddenly all these bodies are in different positions to where they were before. So the Saturn-Moon matrix, as I call it, I say anyway, is generating a frequency band, a fake reality, which we are decoding to be what seems to be a real reality, and the genetic manipulation has tuned us into it and created this cycle of round and round the garden. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming, as the guy said in the video. And Neil Haig has this concept of moonopoly, or Saturn moonopoly. And it goes like this. You get up in the morning and you have your breakfast and then you go to work. And then you have your lunch, sandwich normally, and then I go to work, and then I go home, and then I have my tea, and then I watch a bit of telly, and then I go to bed. Then I get up and I go to work, and then I have my lunch, sandwich normal. And I mean, look at us. We are infinite consciousness, infinite awareness. All there is, has been, and ever can be. Is that all we are capable of? No. But we are locked into these cycles to which we respond. No response. See it as you couldn't see it before. An end to work by, consume, die. That's what that is. And this matrix creates a firewall that holds us from seeing further into the energy field and holds us in this tiny frequency band we call visible light. What they've done is taken the universal energy field, the universal construct, and they have hijacked, hacked into it, and they're feeding a fake reality to us from within that construct. And therefore it's gold! Oh, my life's in a terrible state. I'm just making adjustments to my life. Oh, life's great. And they're all fricking illusions. We're like in this wall. You know those scientists that have been suggesting in the last few days that the universe might be a computer simulation? They actually said, like a prisoner in a pitch-black cell, we may never be able to see the walls of our prison. Why? Because they are vibrational walls, and I suggest that they are the speed of light. Which is not the fastest speed. Sorry, Einstein, mate. It's pedestrian. We're talking all possibility, darling. And so when we look into the night sky, are we seeing what's real or are we seeing a projection? I talked to him, I think it was my last book or the one before that. I had a profound experience as a little boy when I was first taken to the London Planetarium, when I looked and saw the night sky on the roof of the planetarium, and it looked so bloody real. And it hit me, and it's never left me, that actually when I look at the night sky, that ain't actually what I'm looking at. Firewall. All that we see or seem is just a dream within a bigger dream. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in the landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look at the skies and see. Is it a sky? Or is it a projection? And so, when we come to the Matrix, and this scene in the Matrix, I call it the Saturn Moon Matrix, maybe connected to other things we don't know yet. This is so real, and so the world we live in. If you add two words. The Saturn Moon Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us, even now in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window, or you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. What truth? That you are a slave, Neil. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch, a prison for your mind. Archon world. We live in an Archon world. I'm going to bring this down now before we have a break. I'll bring this down into the world that we live in now. This guy, a great cosmologist, who knew far more than he was saying or was allowed to say, Carl Sagan, he wrote a book, The Dragons of Eden, in which he talked about the fundamental importance of understanding the reptilian impact of reptilian genetics on human behavior. Because the reptilian brain fundamentally affects human behavior. And I suggest that before the genetic tinkering, either that wasn't there or was nothing like as powerful as it is now. And I came across these books after I was a long way down the line. I came across these books by Carlos Castaneda, in which he was quoting a Central American shaman called Don Juan Matus. And when I read some of the stuff in these books that this shaman had said, it was like, whoa, we talk about confirmation. He talks about the archons and the jinn in exactly the same terms, but he calls them the flyers. But they're the same entities. And this is what he said about them in the books. We have a predator that came from the depths of the cosmos and took over the rule of our lives. Human beings are its prisoners. The predator is our lord and master. It is rendered us docile, helpless. If we want to protest, it suppresses our protest. If we want to act independently, it demands we don't do so. Indeed, we are held prisoner. They took over us because we are food to them, energy. And they squeeze us mercilessly because we are their sustenance. Just as we rear chickens in coops, the predators rear us in human coops, human eros. Therefore, their food is always available to them. The Matrix is a computer-generated dream world built to keep us under control in order to change a human being into this. Think, Matter said for a moment, and tell me how you would explain the contradictions between the intelligence of man the engineer and the stupidity of his systems of belief, or the stupidity of his contradictory behavior. Sorcerers believe that the predators have given us our systems of beliefs, yes, our ideas of good and evil, our social mores. They are the ones who have set up our dreams of success or failure. They have given us covetousness, greed, and cowardice. It is the predator who makes us complacent, routinary, and egomaniacal, feeding the wolf. In order to keep us obedient and meek and weak, the predators have engaged themselves in a stupendous maneuver. Stupendous, of course, from the point of view of a fighting strategist, a horrendous maneuver from the point of those who suffer it. They gave us their mind. The predator's mind is baroque, contradictory, morose, filled with the fear of being discovered any minute now. They gave us their mind, and that, I suggest, is how they've done it. And they also, more than gave us our mind, they gave us their frequency via junk or non-coding DNA. We are at last, hallelujah, brother and sister, having mainstream scientists seeing the blatant, beyond belief, obvious that 98% of DNA, which they have called junk because they didn't know what it did and said it had no function, actually does, stands back in amazement, have a function. And in that 98% of DNA, non-coding DNA, are programs, behavior programs, perception programs, emotional programs that if we are not beyond mind-body conscious, we lock into and they become us. People in that state, I suggest, it is very possible, and I say highly likely, they can go through an entire human lifetime and not have an original thought or emotional response that isn't coming from the program. This is Boston University and Harvard Medical School research. They examined 37 DNA sequences containing at least 50,000 base pairs and one with 2.2 million base pairs. Lead researcher Eugene Stanley, non-coding DNA sequences do contain a structured language fundamentally unlike the coding in genes. We therefore need to consider the possibility that the junk DNA may carry some kind of message. Yes, it does, many. And one of them is the human control system, when we're pulled into body-mind. Russian DNA research. It appears that the languages we were looking for are in fact hidden in the 98% junk DNA contained in our own genetic apparatus. The basic principle of these languages is similar to the language of holographic images based on the principles of laser radiations of the genetic structures which operate together as a quasi-intelligent system. And this recent announcement by this institute at the Harvard Medical School, all data that humanity creates in a year can be stored on 4 grams of DNA. That's how much information we have in the human structure. And therefore, if you can put emotional programs, emotional response programs into the genetic structure, and then created a society designed to constantly trigger those programs, then you can have a massive, constantly recurring tidal wave of low vibrational emotional energy. And when you, to feed off, and when you go beyond the body, like with Jill Bolte Taylor earlier, or these near-death experiences, what is the common theme when they go beyond the body? I felt calm, at peace, I just was. There was no thought pattern and no human emotion. Because so much of it is coming from the body. It's a program. And when you go into the heart and you go beyond time and space, you stop reacting in the sense of the program, and you stop delivering the food, the sustenance of that which is behind it. I did not judge and did not feel I was judged. I loved being in that painless state of existence. And if you want to feed off human energy, low vibrational, if you've got these programs within the human genetic structure generating that energy, well, you're home and bloody dry. This is the mind that we've been connected to. Why do rules have power over our minds? It's all about rules, because it's all about control. And this part of the brain, the reptilian brain, where we get cold-blooded behavior, territoriality, desire to control, right is might, and all that stuff, might is right, that is massively part of the reaction system, because the reptilian brain is about survival. It's about constantly scanning the environment for threats to survival, not just physical survival, but survival financially, survival of the job, survival of the relationship. Be afraid, be very afraid, because the big bad monster's coming as soon as we've invented him. This is why we're constantly given reasons to be frightened, because that locks us into the reptilian brain and therefore into this collective mind. And Don Juan Matter said, I know that even now, though you never have suffered hunger, you have food anxiety, which is none other than the anxiety of the predator who fears that at any moment now its maneuver is going to be uncovered and food is going to be denied. Through the mind, which after all is their mind, the predators inject into the lives of human beings whatever is convenient for them, and they ensure in this manner a degree of security to act as a buffer against their fear. Sorcerers of ancient Mexico reasoned that man must have been a complete being at one point, with stupendous insights, feats of awareness that are mythological legends nowadays. Absolutely. And then everything seems to disappear, and we have now a sedated man. What I'm saying is that what we have against us is not a simple predator. It is very smart and organized. It follows a methodical system to render us useless. Man, the magical being that he is destined to be, yes, and she, is no longer magical. He's an average piece of meat. There are no more dreams for man than the dreams of an animal who is being raised to be a piece of meat, trite, conventional, imbecilic. Control of perception. And if you look at the Avatar movie, it is so symbolic, because you had the Heart Society, and it was taken over. This connected society of greater awareness was taken over by this left brain, merciless, heartless invasion by, symbolically, Earth troops with their technology and all that stuff. And you even had the symbolism of these invaders infiltrating the blue people society by operating inside an outer shell of blue people so that they didn't know that they were being infiltrated. Now, are we as a human race, there are 7 billion of us now and more, the number of people in full knowledge who are behind this are tiny, tiny. And they can only do it by dividing and ruling us. Are we going to stand up, come together and face this, or look the other bloody way and go on walking into a level of enslavement that would make George Orwell bloody wince? As Martin Luther King said, a man can't ride your back unless it's bent. Freedom is the sure possession of those alone who have the courage to defend it. Okay, I'll be back in 40 minutes, got so much to get through, at which point I'm going to go into the world we live in today and why it is so crazy. Thank you very much. Thank you.
This break will last for 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, part 3 will now begin, so please put your hands together and welcome back to the stage, Gareth Icke!
Take it back. Every single word you said in fact, it's only worth as much as how you act. All those words be substance that you lack. Because I want to, not fighting on because I ought to. I'm standing up because I want to, not fighting on because I ought to. Love without meaning, love without meaning, love without meaning. Oh no, it's love without Took me several years to pour it out, not to tear it up to find my soul. Pull the cover deep across my mouth, 'cause I want to. I'm fighting on because I ought to. I'm standing on because I want to. I'm fighting on because I ought to. It's love without meaning. It's love without meaning. It's love without meaning. Oh no, it's love without meaning. Don't you think you've heard enough of love? Don't you think you've heard enough love? And don't you think you've heard enough in love? And don't you think you've heard enough in love? In love? In love? 'Cause I want to. I'm fighting on because I ought to. I'm standing on because I want to. I'm fighting on because I ought to. It's love without meaning. Whoa! It's love without meaning. It's love without meaning. Oh no, it's love without meaning.
Hey, fantastic. Oh, my screen's coming back. Passing before my eyes. What I'm going to do now is bring this all down into everyday life, because now we're coming to that part which is where we interact with this thing on a daily basis. And is that changing? That's not changing on me thing. Is there a reason for that? Oh, my thing's not changing. Can I have a technical man? It's changing on here. I have a great thing with I have a great thing with technology. I love technology. I got a friend. He rang me. He said he's found a way of he's going to fly to the sun. And I said, what are you doing? You can't fly to the sun because your spaceship will melt. He says, no. I said, I found a way out of that. He says, I'm going at night. Can I have a technical man come and talk to me, because this is not technically moving on? Thank you. Thanks for dressing up for us. That's very kind of you. Hey, actually, this will take me, because we're chasing this non-existent time. I'll just take this opportunity to say thank you to the very tiny number of people who've actually made this possible. Sean, who's produced it, Linda, my rock all these years, who has looked after all the essential elements of it. Jamie and his Open Vision Productions, who's been massively helpful. Shall I try it? No, it's not working. Is there something wrong with that? Is there something wrong with my clicker? It has been said there's something wrong with my clicker, I tell you. And Simon is pressing all the buttons out the back, and it's been amazing. We decided to come here about last February, and crikey, it seemed an amazing project then, but it's kind of happened. Can I get you a cup of tea? Hey! Round of applause. Oh, sorry, it's just gone back. No, I just recap before we get on. The hijack, the construct which comes down, this is where we're coming now into this part of it, as it operates within human society, and how all these different areas, here we go, politics, banking, secret societies, big pharma, pharmaceuticals, all actually being controlled or focusing on that central force and imprisoning us, enslaving us mentally, emotionally in this tiny frequency band. And that's the thing. They have to get us to believe we have no power. Now, this is an interesting area because this is a certain, what you might call, timeline or sequence line. And if you're outside of that sequence line, you can see further down it. You can see things coming. And also, if you have a projected agenda and you can access these secret societies that know the projected agenda, then you can write prophetic novels about the future that turn out, with hindsight, to be incredibly accurate, because they're not novels. You knew what the plan was. And like I said ages ago today, if you know the plan and nothing intervenes to stop the plan, you can predict the future. And so they can if you lock into this timeline, this sequence line, through inner secret societies, you know what's coming. And one of those secret societies is the Fabian Society, which has based in London, of course, and it has the logo of the wolf in sheep's clothing. I mean, giving it away or what? And interestingly, a year ago, Tony Blair, he's Fabian. If there's ever a half-truth in a Blair speech, it's a typing error. And people have said to me over the years give me some books that would tell us what this plan is and where it wants to go. Well, here's two. 1984, George Orwell, that's the police state and all that stuff, perpetual war part of it. Then there's Aldous Huxley, that's 1932, that's 1948. Brave New World, that's all the drug and genetic and mind manipulation part of it. And it just so happens that George Orwell, Eric Blair, went to Eton College, and his tutor in French at one point was Aldous Huxley, who introduced him to the Fabian Society, and that's where they got their information about the projected agenda. And he wrote to almost to his death to trying to expose it. And some people say, and they may well be right, that 1984 is code because 1984 was the 100th anniversary of the Fabian Society. So when you can get access to this projected agenda, you become an instant prophet. And there was a man in 1969 called Dr. Richard Day, and he was a Rockefeller insider. The Rockefeller family, massively part of this. And he worked for Planned Parenthood and all this stuff, which is a Rockefeller organization. And so he had the inside projection. And he, for some bizarre reason, no one seems to know why, he spoke to these pediatricians in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 1969, and he said, put your pens down, don't make any notes, turn off any recording equipment, because I'm going to tell you how the world's going to change. And he proceeded to tell them what was going to happen in the world. And one of the pediatricians did take notes and then typed them up later, and then before he died in 2004, he did some series of interviews saying what Dr. Richard Day had said that night in 1969. Okay, this is what he said, just some of it. And when we look at this, and the one or two things that will follow, anyone that thinks this is not a coordinated agenda for humanity, well, crikey, have a look at it. This is what Dr. Richard Day said, 1969. Technology used for reproduction without sex. Families to diminish importance. Euthanasia and the demise pill. Limiting access to affordable medical care makes eliminating the elderly easier. New difficult to diagnose and untreatable diseases. Suppressing cancer cures as a means of population control. Education as a tool for accelerating the onset of puberty and evolution. Reconstructing education as a tool of indoctrination. More time in schools, but pupils wouldn't learn anything. Controlling who has access to information. Schools as the hub of the community, in other words, taking over from parents in terms of power. Changing laws to promote moral and social chaos. The encouragement of drug abuse to create a jungle atmosphere in cities and towns. Promote alcohol abuse. Restrictions on travel, the need for more jails, no more psychological or physical security, crime used to manage society, curtailment of US industrial preeminence, shifting populations and economies, tearing out the social roots, sports as a tool of social engineering and change, sex and violence inculcated through entertainment, implanted ID cards, microchips, food control, weather control, knowing how people respond, making them do what you want, falsified scientific research, see human-caused global warming, Use of terrorism, surveillance, implants, and televisions that watch you, the arrival of the totalitarian global system. Then there was the Frankfurt School that came out of that city in Germany in the 20s and 30s and then went to America. And this was their wish list all that time ago. The creation of racism offences, continual change to create confusion, the teaching of sex to children, huge immigration to destroy national identity, the promotion of excessive drinking, emptying the churches, undermining anything that is socially cohesive, legal system with bias against victims of crime, dependency on the state or state benefits, control or dumbing down of the media, encouraging the breakdown of the family. Now, this was a document dated 1979 that came to light in the 1980s called Quiet Weapons for Quiet Wars, and it was a manual from inside government agencies explaining how you collectively social engineer and manipulate the population. And this is some of the things that it said. Media. Keep the adult public attention diverted away from the real social issues and captivated by matters of no real importance. Media? What? Schools. Keep the young public ignorant of real mathematics, real economics, real law, and real history. Entertainment. Keep the public entertainment below a 6th grade level. Work. Keep the public busy, busy, busy with no time to think back on the farm with the other animals. It also said, keep the public ignorant and you have less public organisation. Create preoccupations and you lower defences. Attack the family unit, what a recurring theme that is in all of them, and you control the education of the young. Give out less cash and more credit and you trigger more self-indulgence and social engineering data. Encourage social conformity and you make programming easier. Minimise protests about tax and you maximise the input of personal economic data while minimising enforcement problems. Stabilise consent and you stabilise control. Tighten control of variables, like individuality I've said here, and you have greater predictability. Maximise control and you minimise resistance to control. Collapse the currency and you destroy faith in a country and each other, all of which are happening. Control of perception, that's what social engineering is. And this, again, is the paddle stores, because I'm going to put together a series of dots here relating absolutely to the society and the world we're living in today, to show that it's all coordinated and all these things actually are happening at one unit with one force behind them. As they say, the truth will set you free, but first it will piss you off. And that's the part when you start learning what the world's like. So, here's some coordinates. How do they do it? How do they do it? How do a few manipulate billions of people? Well, they create pyramidal structures like Russian dolls, one doll inside a bigger doll inside a bigger doll. They're pyramids inside pyramids inside pyramids. So a bank is a pyramid, and it goes into a bigger pyramid until there's the pyramid of the whole banking system, and at the top of that, the same people control it. Same with the transnational corporations, etc. And knowledge is held in the hands of the few at the peak of the pyramid, or the inner core of the spider's web, whatever you want to use, and the public are kept in ignorance of that, massively in terms of that, the nature of reality itself. These people, presidents, prime ministers, heads of the World Bank and NATO, they're just here today, gone tomorrow, front men and women who are there to impose, through legislation, the will of the few in the shadows. And like I say, there's this compartmentalized pyramidal structure where in the end, all these different, apparently at this level of society, unconnected areas, in the end, go up to the same network of families that are manipulating them, and thus that is what is behind the institutions of human control and the direction of human society. And we are holding the whole thing together because they are there, and we, silly sods, are holding the whole structure together. And if we walk away, it collapses. Our enslavement is dependent on our cooperation. We withdraw it, House of Cards comes down. This is a key area within that construct of organisations that is very influential. The Round Table Secret Society started in Britain. The first head of it was Cecil Rhodes, who was the front man for the House of Rothschild. They created the Royal Institute of International Affairs in London in 1920. Watch the think tanks. That's one of the massive ways that they manipulate. Council on Foreign Relations came in 1921 in America, still massively influential in American foreign policy. Then the United Nations came, and the Bilderberg Group in 1954, a Trilateral Commission in 1973, and the Club of Rome. I'll come to that eventually in this section, because that was specifically created to use the environment as a means to justify human enslavement and changes in human society. And that symbolizes how it all comes together in the end under one force, one roof. And they have what I call the blueprint. It's something I find everywhere. Whether it's national, international, or local, the same blueprint occurs of secret societies and groupings and networks manipulating their sphere of influence in the way that I described earlier. And because of the way it works, it's actually holographic. Every part of this global network is a smaller version of the whole. So when you come down into something like the Isle of Wight, which is like a few miles by a few miles, it is structured to dictate what happens on the Isle of Wight in exactly the same basic form as the greater hologram, which is dictating the direction of world society. And these people who are put forward in our democratic free society for us to choose from to lead us, they're spewed out by these same people, these same forces, these same networks. So whether Romney wins this coming election or Obama wins it, bloody irrelevant. There's areas where Obama will be worse, there's areas where Romney will be worse, but they're controlled by the same force. And these presidents of Democrats and Republicans, just like, Labour and Conservative, these are just labels for masks on the same bloody face. And this is a great symbolic image of the way it works. I'm giving the American example. I could be talking about anywhere. In America, they have the Republican Party. The previous one in power, apparent power, was Bush, George Bush. And behind him, quite acknowledged in the mainstream media, were a network of people known as the neocons or neoconservatives. And these are people like Wolfowitz and Pearl and the Bush family as a whole, and Cheney and Rumsfeld and John Bolton and all these people. And they controlled the Bush administration and the direction that it took. Then along came Obama, and they have, in the Democratic Party, what I call the democons. These are the Clintons, these are Zbigniew Brzezinski. I put Kissinger in it this time because he's an advisor to Obama, but he's usually over there. George Soros, the financier, he's in there. But the whole point is that at the next stage, after these groupings around that control the parties, the next stage is the same force controlling both of them. So it doesn't matter who gets in, because that's in anyway. This is the way it works. But that's hidden, so we think we're free because we have a vote. This is lovely, the illusion of free choice. Left, right, slaughterhouse, which one do you fancy? And so we're looking at this election now between a mask on the face and another mask on the face. They still think we're different. Well, we're increasingly sussing it, darling. This wonderful front page of Private Eye with Blair and Cameron, world's first face transplant, a success. I mean, it just captured the whole bloody thing. I mean, look at it. Obama was going to be different from Bush. He's Bush on bloody steroids. I mean, it's ridiculous. This is a great one, too. Here we go. Oh, I'm going to vote Democrat next time. Oh, I'm going to vote Republican next time. What are we seeing now? Oh, the opinion polls for Labour, they're above Conservative. Oh, we go Conservative or Labour. Doesn't matter! Same forces in control. These people are just pawns. They're moved around the pot by a force that we don't see. So when people say George Bush was big brother, he's not even little sister. Same with Obama. No. They're just here today, gone tomorrow people for a force that people don't know exists. Change the face, change the mask, but the face is still the same. And so we see this going on here. Oh, look, in the news, it says, and we don't see the one force that's manipulating apparently opposing sides in the public arena. As the cards are moved around and we are led to believe they're all random events, like heck they are. And it's all being done, let us not forget, by bloodlines and networks with the deletion of empathy. Thus, anything goes in what they do. Now, what they want is a structure something like this, for a simple reason. If there's a few and you want to control the many, you have to centralize decision-making. Like I said earlier, the more diversity there is, the less power the centre has. And so we've seen this incessant centralisation of power in all areas of our lives, in media ownership, in political parties, in government with the European Union, etc., globalisation. And they want, under a world government, which is they're already talking about, and this World Central Bank they're already talking about, a single currency, electronic. There'd be no cash, for which there are fundamental implications for freedom. You go into a store now, or a garage or whatever, and you hand over electronic money, and they say, sorry, it won't accept your card. You still have the opportunity to pay cash, although it's going out of circulation so fast. Once it's gone out of circulation, and there's only that electronic money, and they want one single electronic currency eventually, then that's deciding if you purchase what you purchase and if you can purchase at all. And of course, dissidents of the system will very quickly go off the Christmas card list of the computer. Under that, they want, or microchip population too, or they want a world army, which would impose the will of the world government. Now, we've got so far in this, I've been using this graphic now since way back in the 1990s, and we've reached the point now where we have a de facto world government. We call it the UN Security Council, or the G8, or whatever the G they're coming up with next, because what those few countries do is they decide that this country's behaviour is not acceptable, and therefore they're going to do something about it. And what do? They send in the de facto world army, called NATO, or the American or British military, to do what the few say must happen in these other countries. And what we're seeing is merely the de facto version of what they want to be enshrined in law. A world government. Anyone in the world that doesn't accept the will of the world government, in goes the world army to sort them out. And then they want these regions and stuff under that, the European Union, the American Union, the Pacific Union, African Union. They probably want a few more as well. And coordinates, methods of manipulation. How do they push this centralization and this transformation of the world on? Well, this is something, a term I came up with, again, way back, problem, reaction, solution. It's a powerful way of changing society by manipulating public perception. 9/11, a classic. Ordo ab chaos is a Latin motto for the 33rd degree of Freemasonry. It means order out of chaos. It's problem, reaction, solution. Very simple. You want to change society in a way that you know will not be acceptable to the majority, and you get a lot of resistance. So you don't do it openly. Stage one, you create a problem. It could be a fake terrorist attack, it could be a war, it could be a government crash, an economic crash. You then tell the public through an unquestioning media the version of that problem you want them to believe. It's a lie, but you want them to believe it. So you have the manufactured problem. You now want the public at this point to have the reaction of fear, of outrage, and say, what are they going to do about it? At that point, those who've created the problem and glean that public reaction then openly offer solutions to the problems they have themselves created. And those solutions are changes in society which advance the agenda of global control. I have just described 9/11 to a bloody T. It was an inside job with major government agencies and military input, not just in America either, to create a massive problem to which solutions could be proposed. What have these solutions be? A war on terror, which has dramatically deleted basic freedoms all over the world, not least in this country, America, and elsewhere. And it has justified, not really, but it's been used to justify fantastic increases in surveillance and control, all based on a bloody lie. This is Zbigniew Brzezinski. He's a big, long-time mentor of Barack Obama. He's in the demo cons, quite a major one. And when you read his books, he's telling you what's coming, because like George Orwell and Aldous Huxley, he bloody knows, because he has access to it. And he wrote this book, The Grand Chessboard, in 1997, in which he said, moreover, as America becomes an increasingly multicultural society, it may find it more difficult to fashion a consensus on foreign policy issues, except in the circumstance of a truly massive and widely perceived direct external threat. So they create one. Al-Qaeda, and Osama bin Laden, who was actually on the CIA payroll for years with the war against the Russians in Afghanistan. And so we have jet fuel, yeah, that's a good one. And we have these buildings which were of the same design as the Twin Towers and burned more fiercely and with far more heat and never even threatened to come down. And this is just one area. I mean, the 9/11, not one strand of the official story fits with another. If that's true, that can't be true. If that's true, that can't be true. And here's just a little clip, little video, emphasizing one part of this, and that's the Twin Towers and the official story that they came down because of plain fuel. Let's have a look at this.
What do falling buildings look like? What do demolitions look like? We are seeing typical implosions, characterized by gutting a building's base and then pulling it into itself. Computer-controlled sequencing fires the explosives in a rapid wave. Notice the jets of shooting concrete, the flashes, the pops, the caving of the buildings as they fall into their footprint, the tremendous billowing clouds of dust. Now let's look at the collapse of the Twin Towers. We are seeing explosions rather than implosions, a first in demolition history. A sequenced rumble becomes a roar as debris is thrown outward. The damage is not contained. Even the windows are blown from neighborhood buildings. What kind of energy enabled this? Would fire hurl metal and concrete sideways into the air? Here, a 600,000-pound chunk of steel, twice the weight of a Boeing airliner, was flung 400 feet, wedging itself deep into 3 World Financial Center on Vesey Street. A female photographer taking pictures of Ground Zero wondered why so many steel beams were jutting from neighborhood buildings. What shot pieces of the towers all the way across the street? In April 2006, New Yorkers were distressed to learn that bone fragments, human remains from 9/11, had been found on the roof of the nearby Deutsche Bank building.
How in God's name did those fragments get there?
It surprised me that there was still bone fragments or human remains that had not been discovered.
How is it possible that after 5 years they're finally looking on the rooftops of the Deutsche building? I mean, that's crazy.
And bone fragments less than a centimeter long. How could they be so small? So much to be explained. Why did the South Tower fall first when it was the second tower to be hit? Watch the top of Tower 2 leaning outward, about to topple. Then suddenly, it disintegrates in midair. What causes this giant slab of steel and concrete to turn into dust before our eyes? Watch both buildings collapsing straight down, directly into the path of most resistance, which is all the floors and all the mass of the building itself.
And yet, despite that, the towers fell the towers fell in free fall speed. In other words, all the resistance was being removed before that coming down above it hit it. There's some kind of massive energy direction weapon involved in that, I'm sure, because there's so much technology outside the public arena that we don't know about. And thus, again, sense of possibility. If we don't know about it, we're not going to think, well, it could have been used, to do that. So you have to always have this understanding that whatever is the cutting edge of technology in the public arena is nothing like the cutting edge in the secret projects that they're using. And this is, this whole Twin Towers thing. I mentioned earlier about the Twin Towers were kind of symbolic of this Saturn thing with the planet and the crescent. Well, the Twin Towers, obviously there's the Twin Towers again in the Mother Lodge of Freemasonry, and there's the Twin Towers that were said to be outside Solomon's Temple. I think Solomon's Temple was probably Saturn in some way, symbology of something like that rather than a temple. But anyway, this is David Rockefeller, massively involved in this over his 97 bloody years. He's obviously had a lot of bloody life force. And he was the man responsible for building them, or having them built. And this is how far the projection goes. When he had those built, he would have known what the end was going to be, or was planned to be. That's how far it's projected. And here you have the Twin Towers again in Freemasonry, the Republic of Dominica, and this is in Israel, the Twin Towers and the Eye and the pyramid. And there's the Twin Towers at Mecca, with it next to the Kaaba. Here you have the Twin Towers in Lord of the Rings. And, esoterically, in the tarot card for the tower, it relates to change, eruption, upheaval, exposure, cataclysm, blindsided, sudden shift, fire, lightning, and falling. And these people are using this esoteric level of knowledge all the time. Another interesting thing, I'm not saying all these were on purpose, there are coincidences happen, but there's so many of these things that were indications of the Twin Towers coming down or being attacked long before they were. This is on The Simpsons, 9/11. This is the invasion has begun. There's the Twin Towers again. This is another attack on the Twin Towers. This is a kind of a board game called Illuminati, where they have the Twin Towers as part of it. There's the Twin Towers attacked again and again. And look at that, there's a plane in that one, in this kind of comic book thing. Then this is Sega Saturn. They like me, they let me use their music. Long story. This is the Saturn air balloon that was actually flying around the Twin Towers around the time that they were attacked. And here in the Illuminati game again is the attack on the Pentagon and all the rest of it, which also was part of 9/11. And this was a big red flag. The Lone Gunman was a spin-off of the X-Files. And in March 2001, months before 9/11, they had an episode of The Lone Gunman in which an aircraft was hijacked in terms of its flying system and its computer system from the ground, overrode the input from the pilot, so they're sitting there, they can't fly the plane because it's not responding to them because it's being flown from the ground, which is what I suggest happened on 9/11. And they fly it towards the Twin Towers, and they're going to smash it in the Twin Towers. This is in March 2001. And in the story, some good intelligence people hacked into the system, got control back from the pilots, and they pulled it up and just missed crashing into the towers. But they knew it was coming. Lots of people knew it was coming. This is Aaron Russo. He's an award-winning film producer. And he was a friend for a while of Nick Rockefeller, until Nick Rockefeller invited him to join the Council on Foreign Relations, one of these elite insider groups. And when he was asking him to join, which he refused to do, this is 11 months before 9/11, Aaron Russo eventually went public on this. Russo said that Rockefeller told him 11 months before 9/11 there would be an event that would lead to the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq, to take over the oil fields and establish a base in the Middle East. Russo would see soldiers looking in caves in Afghanistan and Pakistan for Osama bin Laden. There would be an endless war on terror where there's no real enemy. The whole thing would be a giant hoax People have to be ruled, he said, and the population reduced by at least half. Plans for mass microchipping of the serfs, as he called them, was also part of the agenda, he said. And here, Saturn symbolism or what, is the memorial to the victims of 9/11. I mean, that's taking the piss, that is. And so the official story of 9/11 has just left the room. But from that has come all this justification for the transformation of human society. Okay, common themes again. While 9/11 was going on, there were exercises in the same 9/11 skies and others around America, with scenarios going on, exercises that involved similar hijacking of planes. Indeed, one scenario was a plane hitting a building. And I've seen the logs and read the logs of NORAD, the official response system in North America to hijacks and stuff. And these exercises completely scrambled the reaction system. Not only that, the exercises seconded planes that would normally protect the skies over the eastern seaboard, and they took them out to exercises in other places. It scrambled the system. And these NORAD people, when the reports of 9/11 planes came in, said, is this real or is this exercise? And that's the idea. There was a form of exercise going on in London at the time of the 7/7 bombings in 2005, which was based on bombs going off at the same stations that actually they went off at. In 2004, there was a NATO anti-terrorism exercise in Madrid that went on almost up to the Madrid train bombings going off, which were all these things blamed on the wrong people. Then there was the Oslo situation, where there was a police bomb exercise going on in the same place up to 20 to 30 minutes before the real one went off. They'll be going off simultaneously eventually. And then all these lone nutters that are involved in these things. Why? Why are they lone nutters? Because you look at these people like James Holmes, a guy who's got the rap for the Colorado movie theater shooting. When witnesses in the theater said there were firing coming from at least two directions, so it wasn't only him, if it was him at all. Look at his eyes, no one home there. And so what have they done to this kid? Because there's mind-controlling people to do it, and there's mind-controlling people to be in the wrong place at the wrong time while others do it and take the rap for it. This guy, Wade Page, the guy who killed himself, they say, after the shootings in Wisconsin at the Sikh temple. Witnesses in the temple said there were multiple gunmen. But the reason they hold it at one lone nutter, all these going back, is that the definition of a conspiracy is an agreement between two or more persons to engage jointly in an unlawful or criminal act. If they can hold it to one person, they stop any suggestion or further investigation officially of a conspiracy. So, like I say, if you do not have a perception that is movable, then you only have the lie to go on, and thus most people believe the lie. Now, there's other common themes, like what they leave behind. You had these Muslim bomber, 9/11 people, hijackers, so we're told, and they left Qurans everywhere, these people. I thought it was a holy book. They left them in hire cars and hotels and everything. I mean, what are these people? The Islamic equivalent to the Gideons? Well, who are these people? And then they left flight manuals in their cars. You mean they're having the last look before flying a bloody wide-bodied jet? I mean, what? It's like, hey, let's just have a look. What's that knob do again? What? And of course, box cutters. I love that story. They said they'd found a building in Afghanistan just after 9/11 when they invaded, and Bin Laden had said to be there, and they found box cutters. Well, that's a lot of good in Afghanistan. It happened in New York, you pillock. I mean, but what is it? It's give them an image. Don't give them detail. You know they won't, most of them won't, it won't stick anyway. Just give them an image. Oh, you see, they did found box castles, Ethel, so it was them Arabs. And I watched a BBC newsreader tell me a few days after 9/11 that the FBI had a press conference and announced that they found a passport from one of the hijackers in Vestry Street near Ground Zero. A paper passport. I think there's more to know here. I'm not a physics major, but you know, feel it in me water. I mean, you know, whoa, God, dear me. But people believe it. People believe it. Repetition is one of the greatest forms of mind control and perception control. Keep telling them the same thing over and over again, it becomes the accepted truth. But if you can control the governments, you control the agencies that do it, you control the reporting of it, you control the investigation of it, you control the countries involved in it, you can put these things on and cover them up, no problem. And then what you do, problem, reaction, solution, is you then change the nature of society to solve the problem that didn't actually bloody exist, so you created it. This is Hitler announcing the creation of the Gestapo in Germany. An evil exists that threatens every man, woman and child of this great nation. We must take steps to ensure our domestic security and protect our homeland. Exactly. Could have been George Bush or any of them after 9/11. Problem, reaction, solution. Second World War. Same bloodlines were behind Soviet communism, Britain, America, etc. They were behind Nazi fascism. They brought them together in the Second World War. Massive global problem, and came massive global solutions. The world changed dramatically after World War I on purpose. It changed dramatically after World War II, and the dramatic bit, overwhelmingly, was the great centralization of power that it brought about. This guy, Werner von Braun, who was in Nazi Germany at the time of the war, was with many Nazis. Scientists and mind controllers and geneticists were brought to America and South America after the war to work for the CIA and stuff. And he was the major force behind the propulsion systems of the Apollo missions and stuff. And when he knew he was dying, he had an assistant, Dr. Carol Rossin, aerospace executive, who became his personal assistant in the last years of his life. And she went public after he died and said that von Braun had told her this, that there were going to be a series of fake enemies or dangers that were going to be used to change society. One was the threat from the Russians. Well, that was going on at the time. Then was going to come terrorism. Then was going to come third world crazes, what are now called nations of concern. Then was going to be asteroids. And finally, there was going to be a fake alien threat. And remember, Carol, the last card is the alien card. We are going to have to build space-based weapons against aliens, and all of it is a lie. And you know, I've got this from other sources too. When they start talking about we're facing an alien invasion, we have to come together, all resources to fight the bollocks it's going to be, and we should treat it as such. Now, there's another form of problem, reaction, solution, which I call no problem, reaction, solution. This is not a real problem, even a manufactured one. It is a lie which is designed to give the perception of a problem to justify changes in society. Weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, classic. And the global warming hoax, human-caused global warming, is another one. And in and of it, you know, in its own way, the second death of Osama bin Laden was another no-problem reaction solution. Yes, they're going to star him in a new movie. You only die twice, you know. Anyway, these are the Navy SEALs that shot bin Laden. Which is no more fantastic than the official story. This is the compound where he stayed in Kandahar. It's not really a compound, it's a house, but compound sounds more scary, you see. And these are the walking sticks which the man the CIA said they called the pacer used to use when he walked round the garden of the compound. And they said, we thought it might be bin Laden, but we weren't sure because we couldn't identify him. Hello? You can take my number plate from space. I mean, what? This is Osama bin Laden being taken away to be buried at sea. The mainstream media have looked at it and they say they think it's genuine. This is the official CIA report on the bin Laden shooting. This is a newspaper report in Egypt in 2001 reporting the burial and death of bin Laden. Musharraf, the president of Pakistan, said he was pretty sure that bin Laden was dead. And Benazir Bhutto, from the Prime Minister of Pakistan, she said the same, that he was dead. And there's a guy called Steve Bajenic who's been in America, connected to many Republican administrations, who's gone public since the second death of bin Laden, saying he died in 2001 of Marfan syndrome, which is a disease of the connective tissue, which can have massive problems with heart and other organs. And he also definitely, according to mainstream media reports, had big kidney problems, problems to the point where he had dialysis. And when they found him in the shot him in the compound, they told me, I'm listening for mention of a dialysis unit in the compound, because it was that bad, apparently, and eventually it came on the basis that they haven't found one. So it's a bloody miracle, man, in there for 5 years. I mean, you know, amazing. And so you said, okay, they said this is bin Laden, but it was actually a Photoshop job. But then you said, okay, show us the body. Oh, can't show you the body, because we had to bury him at sea, according to a Muslim custom. Well, it's a bugger if you live in the Sahara Desert, mate, isn't it? And then, now you say, okay, it's bollocks, but let's move on. Show us the pictures of the body. Oh, no, it's much too horrible. We can't show you that. Well, you show us horrible pictures of everyone else. Why are they showing us the pictures? There are none. Got it, yes. And then, this is great, because we had this again, milk the image, not the detail, milk the image. Oh, they watched bin Laden being shot. Then it comes out there was no live footage of the shooting. Not this, because there was no shooting, but even officially, there was no live footage of the shooting. These were supposed to be watching the live footage of the shooting. I mean, what's she worried about? A crack in the bloody wall? I mean, what's going on? I'm ever so worried about that crack in the wall. It's moving while I'm looking at it. I mean, but people who don't connect the dots and take it further, they believe the lie and then forget they've believed the lie. They then announce, they found this footage, this is bin Laden. Well, no, it's not. It's a bloke with a beard with an hat on. And bin Laden was bloody massively left-handed, and this guy's changing the channels with his right hand. On that basis, by the way, he's changing channels one after the other, and ODE's on it. And what are the chances of that? And have you flicked as many channels of that anywhere in the world and not hit a bloody advert? No, but he only hit himself. It's ludicrous. Just repeat the lie and people will believe it. Then they said, we found this new footage. No, you bloody haven't. This is footage released in 2011. This is footage released in 2007. Well, we can't release it again because they'll notice. Well, put a blue background on it, mate. Put a blue, they'll never guess. Put a blue background. And this is new footage. And this is footage released in 2002. It's not new at all. This was bin Laden in 2004. This was him in 2007. It's a good job he died for a second time, or the FBI would be putting out an all stations alert for a little boy with a beard and a bloody baby buggy, wouldn't they? Getting bloody younger. You've got to watch this stuff, you know, because computer graphics and computer manipulation of movies and sound and voice and everything, they can make someone say anything when they're bloody long dead. And you see this in the movies. You've got a blue screen and suddenly you've got a very credible background of something, which is just a bloody studio. And these bloody videos that came, oh, another bin Laden video. Hey, we've got an election coming up. Can you get another bin Laden video going? Yeah, let's call that Rita Katz at that site. Search for international terrorist entities. I spell it with an H myself, but this is someone connected to Mossad. Her father was massively involved with Israel, and she was releasing these bloody videos, and we're supposed to take them frickin' seriously. And then they pull the compound down. Well, it's a perfectly good house, but they pull it down. And did you notice a lot of Navy SEALs from the same group that were supposed to have been involved then die in a helicopter crash not long after? And there's some guy now written a book, or says he is, under a pseudonym, about the shooting of bin Laden. Crikey, that's got to be a laugh. But people believe it, you see. And so when they announced bin Laden had died for a second time, they all come to the White House to congregate. USA, USA. Hey, excuse me, the president's just said the tooth fairy's real. Tooth fairy, tooth fairy. And a few people can't control the world. It's a piece of cake. And along with problem, reaction, solution and no problem, reaction, solution, there's the totalitarian tiptoe. This means that you're at A, you know you're going to Z, but you don't tell anyone else you're going to Z because they'll see something's going on. So you go towards Z as quickly as you can, from A to C, maybe to, F or whatever, as quick as you can, but not so quick as you alert too many people to the pattern. Fascism, you really think it was this obvious. Well, it's becoming this obvious, but up to this point, it's been this totalitarian tiptoe. And I've just described the European Union. I love the European Union. I think it's great. I think it's an abomination. And we are going further and further into a fascist dictatorship, communist dictatorship, however you want to talk about it, in Europe. This is Jean Monnet, the so-called founding father of what became the EU, and a Rothschild frontman, in a letter to a friend one day after I was born, 60 years ago. And he said, Europe's nations should be guided towards the superstate without their people understanding what is happening. This can be accomplished by successive steps, each disguised as having an economic purpose, but which will eventually and irreversibly lead to federation. And now we're having Jose Manuel Barroso coming out in the last few weeks calling for a federation of states with absolute loyalty to Brussels to sort out the problems that these buggers have on purpose created. Problem, reaction, solution. So we had this always bad, big bad communist war, always terrible, and the Cold War. And so then, because they wanted to encompass those countries into NATO and the European Union, along comes Gorbachev, smiley, happy, feely, the Berlin Wall comes down, and bingo, we have another version of the Soviet Union, but because people have a vote in pathetic European elections for a parliament that has no power, we're told it's not a communist or fascist state, it's actually a democratic entity. And they signed the Treaty of Rome that created what became the European Union on Mons Saturnis, Capitoline Hill. It has very great symbolic significance for them. So, also, totalitarian tiptoe is globalization. Globalization is simply the incessant centralization of power in every area of our lives. Thus, it is the agenda I've been talking about all these years unfolding before our eyes. And what they do is they abuse both sides of this globalization. They abuse the people who are making this stuff under starvation wages and horrific conditions, and then they charge as much as they can get away with in the West to make as much money as they can from selling it to the richer world. And the idea of globalization and bringing down so-called trade barriers is to create a situation where every part of the world is dependent upon some other part of the world and don't have the ability to be self-sustaining. Because once you lose the ability to be self-sustaining, you're now at the mercy of forces and changes you have no power over. That's the idea. And this network is behind globalization, the European Union, the whole bloody thing of centralization of power. Okay, global warming. Well, people have said that the whole global warming scam is about carbon taxation and all that stuff. If only. This is far more significant than even most conspiracy researchers that look at the global warming are kind of realizing. This is a justification of the most extraordinary transformation of human society from any vestige of freedom to pure, undiluted, totalitarian fascism. This is why, no matter what the scientific evidence, they will not look at it. They are pushing on with this agenda no matter what comes out, because it is vital. It is vital to everything in so many ways that they're trying to create, and I'm going to explain why. This is Al Gore. One of the things I've learned over this quarter of a century, if Al Gore's involved, it's a scam. End of story, by the way. Anyone who is vice president to Bill Clinton, well, say no bloody more. And it's eco-fascism because they need you to believe in global warming in order to control you. That's absolutely right, for this reason that I'm going to explain. We had the Earth concerts, usual bloody suspects pushing it, and this global warming survival reptilian brain handbook was written for the Earth concerts by David de Rothschild. He cares about the world. He's lovely. This is a graph of greenhouse gases. If you believe the bollocks and the propaganda, this has to be carbon dioxide. Has to be. But it's not. It's water vapor and clouds. This is CO2, and only the little sliver of green is caused by humans, the rest is natural. And by the way, without carbon dioxide, we wouldn't have the world that we live in. Yes, let's take something we need and demonize it. Yes, that's a good archontic inversion, isn't it? Yes, that's right. It's just come out in 2012 that from the end of the warming period, 1997 to 2012, there's been no warming, basically. So that's why they're calling it climate change. They can't call it global warming because people say, well, it ain't warming, mate. This is research by physicists at CERN in Geneva, which was banned for a while, but then it got out in the media and they released it. And this is the findings that have shown that there is a near perfect correlation between climate change, global warming, and the penetration of cosmic rays into the Earth's atmosphere throughout history. You don't mean that warming could have something to do with the sun, could you? Notice the sun never gets a mention. Well, forget about the sun. No, it's carbon dioxide. Bloody ridiculous. There you go. What they've done is they took one cycle of solar activity, locked into it, called it global warming catastrophe, and have just, refused to go back on it. This is a guy who was one of the global warmists in the global warmist cult. He's had the guts to come out and speak the truth. A guy called David Evans, full-time and part-time consultant for 11 years to the Australian Greenhouse Office, now the Department of Climate Change. He said the debate about global warming had reached crazy proportions. I am a scientist who was on the carbon gravy train, understands the evidence, was once an alarmist, but am now a skeptic. He said the whole idea that carbon dioxide is the main cause of the recent warming was based on a guess that was proved false by empirical evidence during the 1990s, but the gravy train was too big, with too many jobs, industries, trading profits, political careers, and here we go. And the possibility of world government and total control riding on the outcome. Evans said that the governments and their tame climate scientists now outrageously maintain the fiction that carbon dioxide is a dangerous pollutant, rather than admit they are wrong, even when the evidence is overwhelming. They can't admit they're wrong. They can't admit they're wrong for reasons I'm coming to, because their whole house of cards will come down. That is how important this is. And then I read a Reuters report. Missing global heat may hide in deep oceans. It's hiding now. The mystery of Earth's missing heat may have been solved. It could lurk deep in oceans, temporarily masking the climate warming effects of greenhouse gas emissions, researchers reported on Sunday. Whoa! Climate scientists have long wondered where this so-called missing heat was going. How about it wasn't bloody there? especially over the last decade when greenhouse emissions kept increasing but world air temperatures did not rise correspondingly. It's hiding now. He's going looking for it, look. He's looking for the warming. Quick, 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 someone's coming. Act as if you're cold. Brr, brr. Oh, no, no, it's cold there. There's no warming hiding. Now, Club of Rome, mentioned it earlier. This was specifically set up to use the environment, and there are environmental concerns we should be dealing with, but they're being put aside for this bloody global warming bloody nonsense, to use the environment to justify this transformation of society I'm talking about. This is Aurelio Pecci, one of the founders of the Club of Rome, quoted in the First Global Revolution, 1991, a publication of the group. In searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine and the like would fit the bill. And so we have these outrageous films with children blowing up because they don't agree with global warming. What a bloody outrage. And then we had this, I love this, we had this big alarmist thing came out recently. Oh, look at Greenland, it's the biggest surface melt, it's unprecedented in Greenland. Same press release. Melting events of this type occur about once every 150 years on average, with the last one happening in 1889. What happened to unprecedented? And by the way, what happened to the one before that one? What caused it? Turbocharged handcarts? And then NASA came out later and said actually there was a massive cyclone that was responsible for most of it. And then you look at the other end, the Antarctic, and it's a record ice cover in 2012. And yet we've got the cult, and he's in the carbon credits and bloody gravy train. This is lady, the Prime Minister of Australia, Julia Gillard. She said, oh, no carbon tax under my government. Came in carbon tax. And it's devastating the Australian bloody economy. And I'd say to Greens, and I'd say to environmentalists, get your bloody arse in gear and realise what's real and what is manipulated. Because at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, you who have bought this bloody thing, you are demanding the building of your own prison. Now that's fine, but you're demanding the building of mine and my children's as well. On the basis of a bloody blatant lie. Here you go. Follow the Bono. That's a great thing. They say follow the money. I say follow the Bono. He's his mate. There's a few others. Look, you know, follow the Bono. They're all there. Now, there was a film came out earlier this year called Hunger Games. And this encapsulated in so many ways the society where the global warming bollocks is supposed to take us through justification. Of course, if you look at the symbol of the film, it's the phoenix, the firebird. For those who haven't seen it, it was a world sometime in the future of enormous, total control, where different sectors were fenced off and people were not allowed to go in most of the land of the country. And they were controlled from something called the Capitol, which was an elite that was served by all the poor people and hungry people around the country. They had games every year where two young people were picked from each sector who had to fight on live television, and the one who won was the one that stayed alive after all the others were killed. The idea was to kill all the others and win the game. As Dr. Richard Day said in 1969, violence, pornography and obscenity in the media and movies will be increased to desensitize people to violence and porn and make them feel life is short, precarious and brutish. And the Hunger Games was a classic, but it was more than that. It was a symbol of the society that we're heading towards so fast. This was one of the elite in the Capitol, the equivalent of what people call the 1%, although, as I say, the real control is in far fewer than that. And we have a version of the Hunger Games, and it's called Agenda 21 Sustainable Development, and it is being orchestrated outside or through the United Nations, and it is a stalking horse, a Trojan horse for world fascism, as I'm going to go through and explain. Agenda 21 was agreed at the 1992 Earth Summit in Brazil, which was headed by this guy, Maurice Strong, one of the gang big time, a mate of Al Gore. And he said, Maurice Strong, this billionaire oil man, etc., he said, isn't the only hope for the planet that the industrialized civilization's collapse? Isn't it our responsibility to bring this about? What they are trying to do and planning to do is use saving the environment, which these buggers are destroying, to justify deindustrialization and the end of democracy and democratic, which is another thing I could talk about. Democracy and freedom, interchangeable? Don't think so. Anyway, this is the wish list in documents for Agenda 21 operating through the United Nations. An end to national sovereignty, all justified by saving the world, by the way. An end to national sovereignty. State planning and management of all land resources, ecosystems, deserts, forests, mountains, oceans and fresh water. Agriculture, rural development, biotechnology, and ensuring equity equals slavery. The state is to define the role of business and financial resources. Abolition of private property is not sustainable, they say. Here we go again. How many times has this come up? Restructuring the family unit. Children to be raised by the state. People told, this is what Aldous Huxley said in Brave New World, people told what their job will be. Major restrictions on movement. Creation of human settlement zones. I'll get to them in a minute. Mass resettlement as people are forced to vacate land where they live, for reasons I'm coming to. Dumbing down education, achieved a long time ago. Mass global depopulation in pursuit of all of the above. And what they're doing to hide it is they're setting Agenda 21 organizations up in all local communities, all over the world, America, Britain, all over the place. And they're giving the impression that each of these is basically an independent local community initiative, when it's all being orchestrated through this organization, through the United Nations, called Local Governments for Sustainability. So when I came across all this stuff, I thought I'll have a look at the Isle of Wight, a few miles by a few miles, and I found that the Isle of Wight had joined Agenda 21 in November 2000. And it says on the Agenda 21 Isle of Wight website that it was developed and written in partnership with the people of the Isle of Wight and reflects their vision for the future of the island. Ever since I saw that, I have been asking everyone I meet on the Isle of Wight, have you ever heard of Agenda 21? No, mate, no, mate, no, mate. Nobody's heard of it. And yet, it was the people. This is going on all over the world. And they openly talk in some of these organizations connected to it about the post-democratic, post-industrial world, which is basically symbolized in so many movies recently that are putting this stuff in. Now, Zbigniew Brzezinski, big mentor of Barack Obama, one of the demo cons, he was the national security advisor to Jimmy Carter, and he wrote in another of his prophetic books, because he knows what's coming, called America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970. The Technotronic Era involves the gradual appearance of a more controlled society. Such a society would be dominated by an elite unrestrained by traditional values. Soon it will be possible to assert almost continuous surveillance over every citizen and maintain up-to-date, complete files containing even the most personal information about the citizen. These files will be subject to instantaneous retrieval by the authorities. 1970 he wrote that. Now, we've had a technocracy, which is defined as government by technicians, specifically management of society by technical experts, including bankers, by the way, that includes. And look at what we've now got in Italy. We have, in one of the biggest economies and major countries of Europe, we have a government with not one elected official in it, headed by this guy, Mario Monti. And we had a situation in Greece where we had this guy, Lucas Papademos, as a banker, leader of the country, never seen a ballot box in his life. This organization that I mentioned, I know, these bloodlines are bloody good lookers, ain't they? Hey? I blame the inbreeding myself. This is Brzezinski, comes from the planet Zog. And this is David Rockefeller. Now, they co-founded the Trilateral Commission, one of those organizations in that Bilderberg Council on Foreign Relations network with the Club of Rome that I've shown. And it just so happens that Mario Monti, before he became unelected leader of Italy, was the European head of the Trilateral Commission, and Lucas Papademos was a member of it. This is the first step to justifying problems, not least financial, to take away even the right of people to choose their own government, rubbish as most of them are anyway, but at least we've got a right to, at least in theory, choose it. But no choice at all. Bringing the technocrats in. This is absolutely in line with Agenda 21. And these bloody politicians in Westminster and all around the world, Capitol Hill, are all kind of, you know, especially at Capitol Hill, bought and bloody paid for. They've got to realise that they're in the bloody sights of this whole operation too, because they are due to no longer exist, but to be replaced by technocrats eventually. And they want a world of regions, because if you're going to have total control of people in the Orwellian police state way that they want, this is why things like the Hunger Games, they have sectors which are fenced off from the other sectors, is you need to do it right into the local level if you want total control. And this is why you're seeing this movement of the police state going into communities at a lower and lower level. So one area of this structure that they want is breaking countries up into regions. And this is one of the maps for how they intend to break up European Union, into regions. And what they have planned is that regions of one country are connected into regions in another, therefore destroying national sovereignty and national unity, because they want an end to sovereignty. They want an end to all of it. They just want technocrats, bureaucrats, and uniform impositions of the decisions made by those people, and no democratic things at all. Now, this is something called America 2050. This is all connected into the agenda for Agenda 21, and they have broken up America into a series of mega regions in which they will have mega cities, what they call human settlement zones, which I'll get to. And part of this Agenda 21 is for an enormous cull of the global population. And I'm not kidding when I say cull. I'm talking coming down to 1 billion or 500 million in a world now of more than 7 billion. In 1979, these appeared in Georgia. They're called America's Stonehenge, the Georgia Guidestones, they call them. No one can put their finger on where they came from, who was behind them, and all the rest of it. They're aligned, astrologically aligned, and there's writing of them, written in stone and all that stuff, in different modern languages and some ancient languages, I think including Babylonian. And they call for the population of humanity to be maintained under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. A draft copy of the United Nations Global Biodiversity Assessment calls for the world population to be reduced to some 1 billion, and Nick Rockefeller told Aaron Russo when that conversation took place that the population was going to be reduced by at least half. Whichever it is, there are massive reductions in population. And this guy, Gates, and his missus, through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, are absolutely bloody obsessed, Bono's mates, with what they call population reduction. This is the image, the eye again, of this international hygiene meeting or event in Germany. And people don't realise that Hitler's race purity program was orchestrated from America and Britain, not least through the Rockefeller family, who paid for a whole floor of a German university to be occupied by Ernst Ruding and his team Ernst Rudin was Hitler's race purity expert. And the Rockefellers, who were big time into eugenics and all this stuff, they sent eugenics experts to Germany to help and promote and give them information, backing and expertise in the program. The way that they plan to cull the population is cumulatively and in some ways directly. The cumulative is through vaccinations, through genetically modified food. Americans are awash with genetically modified food through genetically modified corn and stuff, and the impact on American health is cata-bloody-strophic. Why wouldn't it be? Fluoride and stuff in the water, hunger, also manufactured disease, and radiation. And also, what did Dr. Richard Day say in 1969? Euthanasia and the demise pill. Limiting access to affordable medical care makes eliminating the elderly easier. We now have this Liverpool care pathway where doctors are deciding, often without even consulting the family, who is going to have their withdrawal of food, of fluids and of drugs so that they die very quickly. It's not the care pathway, it's the death pathway. We also have this situation in America with the death panels deciding who gets treatment and who doesn't among the bloody elderly. It's euthanasia. That's what it bloody is. And here, in terms of reducing the population, how about this? First of all, sperm counts in many parts of the world are plummeting. Why? They want to reduce the population, plummeting. And here's one. The third generation of rats fed genetically modified food becomes sterile. And there's a company, a biotech company, a small one in California called Epicite, and they came up with something called the Epicite gene. You know, long ago today, when we started, and I was talking about crazes, well, crazes, okay, crazes. What they did was isolate the gene that makes people sterile. It is a gene which, if it becomes part of your genetic structure, attacks sperm. It attacks sperm if you are male and kills them, so you are sterile. And any sperm entering the female that has that genetic part of its structure, then attacks the sperm and kills it, so they're sterile. Now, why would you create that? Well, okay, I don't know. But what did they then do, Epicite? They genetically engineered that gene into frigging corn. And then we go the next step. Monsanto and DuPont set up a joint venture to take over the Epicite gene and commercialize it. And if anyone thinks that, you know, this is an exaggeration involving reduction in population, this is a map of America under the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, the Wildlands Project, and it is America that they want to see under Agenda 21. If you can't read the words, I'll tell you this. The red bits are for little to no human use. The yellow bits are for highly regulated use. The only bits for normal use are these bits here and there that are in green. And they have to therefore clear the land to bring this about. And that's what they are doing, which explains so much that is going on that people don't say, why are they doing this? I'll tell you why they're doing this. Agenda 21, get them off the land. There's now a rural, White House Rural Council, which has all the government agencies, including the Department of Defense, to help rural communities. No, it is to rid rural communities of people under Agenda 21 and under eco-fascism. One of the things they're doing is creating more and more and more environmental regulations to make it impossible for small farmers and small growers and small landowners to survive in the rural communities. And therefore, they're destroying the rural communities to get them off the land. They're sending in these SWAT teams, bloody Keystone bloody cops, to treat decent people trying to grow organic and raw milk, produce raw milk. They're treating them appallingly, brutally, horrifically. And they are designed to get people off the land. Monsanto, no food shall be grown that we don't own. And more regulations to get people in a situation where it's impossible to continue. And who moves in? The corporations to take over the land. More and more we're seeing, so many stories on my website recently, more and more people are having their community gardens destroyed because they're told it's not in the zonal regulations, even though people are hungry and are getting the food for nothing. They're being banned from growing food in their front garden and all the other stuff at a time of great economic challenge. And this is what Dr. Richard Day said in 1969. Growing food will be banned by saying it isn't safe, and the state corporations will control all food production. The supply and distribution of food will be monitored so that no one can give food to a fugitive of the system. And they're also doing it by changing the regulations to stop people growing food at home. So all these things are coming together so that only the Food Inc., big food, will control the food chain. And who gets food? Those that conform to the system. And they're doing it in other ways. When in 2011 they had those floods in the Missouri and Mississippi rivers, the US Army Corps of Engineers announced that they had to blow the levees, I think it was on the Missouri, to save the people further down the river. So they blew the levees, and this is what happened to the land of small farmers all around that region, destroyed. 3 weeks later, letters arrive from the government offering to buy the land through the US Corps of Engineers, or Army of Engineers. The Army Corps of Engineers, whatever they call it. And the other thing they're doing is taking out freeway exits to rural communities, which used to be very helpful economically. And what they're doing instead is putting these corporation kind of food centres in the middle of bloody nowhere, which helps basically no one. And these communities, these rural communities, are dying. And people are leaving, and they're taking the bloody land over. They are taking out dams so that people can't farm anymore. They are destroying or closing rural roads. Or they are, on a massive scale, taking the tarmac from roads and leaving them as gravel, making it more and more difficult for people to live in rural communities. It's all being done on purpose. And this bloke, you know, when he came in, Cameron, never mentioned it in the election, and then suddenly announces he wants to sell off all the forests of Britain, all the state forests. That's Agenda 21. Now, because the people responded, he had to take a step back. But he'll still go on trying to do it, if not en masse, then in little bits. And this big society, it's just Agenda 21. And what's happening in this country? Small farmers are going out of business on a fantastic bloody scale. Getting them off the land, that's the bloody idea. And where do they want to put them in? Human settlement zones. They want this kind of in by 2050, 2060. And it's the world of the Hunger Games. They want, this is in their bloody documents, they want to pack people together in high-rise, basically prison cell-sized living space. So all the people, those that they don't want to cull, are in one place, and they've cleared the land of everything else, straight off the pages of Hunger Games, that is. This is Michael Bloomberg, Mayor of New York, massive insider in all this and frontman, and he has just announced in the last few months the first phase of Agenda 21, he doesn't call it that, of course, building, of 165,000 units in New York, right? Absolutely, the specification and the way that they are going to be built and arranged is classic Agenda 21. And the space that these apartments will cover for each person or family is between these two yellow lines. They are 10 feet by 30 bloody feet. Classic Agenda 21. Building regulations are being changed in places like California to stop, to reduce the amount of land that is used to build buildings. And by 2020, this directive of the European Union says that all new building must use nearly zero energy by 2020. And that means massive changes in the structure and nature of human society and living space. And this is the Archon world of these Archon bloodlines that I talked about. No creativity. Humans have creativity. They have to use human creativity. They don't have it. And here, look at that. Here are some of the bloody houses that they're talking about for people under Agenda 21. You know, talk about bloody uninspired. And then one of the things that was emphasized in the Hunger Games was the high-speed train that took the competitors from the sectors to the capital for this, you know, kill-to-the-death bloody games. And high-speed train networks are all part of Agenda 21. They want that to be the main source because they want an end of people and cars and stuff like that, except then. But they want high-speed trains to be the prime source of, or form of transport. And interestingly, you know, here's the regions that they want under Agenda 21 in America, everyone else off the land in all these other places. And, you know, once the plane arrived, American trains just disappeared. Amtrak, they just, you know, basically hardly anyone used them. It was all aircraft. Well, suddenly, out of nowhere, Obama announced a massive building program, phased building program for high-speed train networks in America. And when you look at where he wants to build them, it's like placing them over a map of the Agenda 21 regions of America. And then, of course, out of nowhere, Cameron announced this year the biggest railway building program since Victorian times with high-speed stuff. And these high-speed networks are happening all over Europe. And I tell you this, I know this for a fact, that at least some, probably many, of the people apparently working for European train companies orchestrating this high-speed network they're building don't work for the train companies, they work for bloody NATO, that is doing the orchestrating. Get them off the land. Well, get them off the land through weather manipulation. We're seeing this big time now. This is HAARP, the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project in Alaska, now connected to many other similar things around the world. In short, it bounces radio waves of high power off the ionosphere in the higher atmosphere, bounces them back to Earth, and can do many, many things, including create earthquakes and piece of cake manipulate the weather. One of the telltale signs of an earthquake created artificially appears to be these colored lights that appear in the sky, or colored images in the sky, which precede an earthquake. And this guy, Professor Kosuke Haki, expert in GPS signals, he said in the mainstream media, 1 hour before an earthquake in Japan and the one in Chile in 2002, there were more electrons coming through the ionosphere. This is a very strange phenomenon. Well, not if you're dealing with technology that not only bounces radio waves off the ionosphere, but often punches holes in the ionosphere when it's doing it. And even in the even in the patent that was applied for by a guy called Bernard Eastland for the original HAARP technology mentions this man, Nikola Tesla. He was, in truth, the scientific genius of the 20th century, and he'd probably be the scientific genius of the 21st if he was still here. What he had done is cross the bloody line. which mainstream science will not do because of all the implications for the agenda if it does. That line is to cross the line into understanding, a greater understanding of what reality is and how you can use it to create all the warmth and power you need without, once the technology is there, without cost. And part of that is accessing the electrical level of the universe, where I've been talking about, and turning it into usable warmth and power. And what did he say? If you wish to understand the universe, think of energy, frequency, and vibration. He was making weather effects. His neighbors were complaining to the police. He was creating lightning above his home in New York. He created mini bloody earthquakes with thousands of windows crashing when the technology, went more than he thought, and like kind of crazy bloody comedy film, he couldn't turn the bloody thing off and all the bloody windows were going. And he also understood how to create free energy. Like I say, accessing the natural power and sources of power in the universe and turning it into usable power and warmth without cost and without, if you like, carbon dioxide. Now, the same bloody people that are saying we must do all this to save the world from carbon dioxide are the same people that have been suppressing this technology for bloody decade after decade after decade. Now, in terms of weather manipulation, Dr. Richard Day, the 1969 man, he actually worked on weapon manipulation in the US military during World War II. And the BBC recently did a radio documentary in which they exposed that the Great Flood at Lynmouth in 1952, when they had 250 times the rainfall, and it created this massive wave of water that came through the village, killing 35 people, was actually done by the RAF. They called it Operation Cumulus, also Operation Witch Doctor. And it was manipulated on purpose as an experiment on weather manipulation. It's been going on that long and earlier. Here is a US Air Force document, 1996. It describes the artificial creation of floods, hurricanes, droughts and earthquakes, and continues. Weather modification will become a part of domestic and international security and could be done unilaterally. It could have offensive and defensive applications and even be used for deterrence purposes. The ability to generate precipitation, fog, storms on Earth, to modify space weather, and the production of artificial weather all are part of an integrated set of military technologies. Now, of course, most people will now be bloody aware, my God, were we bombarded this year or what? With chemtrails, not contrails, which disappear, condensation trails, chemtrails that don't disappear if they come out the back of these bloody aircraft. They stay around and they come out and eventually drop to the earth, and they have strontium, they have aluminium, they have barium. It's acidifying water, it's acidifying the land, and it is causing tremendous impacts on human health. Cumulatively, again, the coal. But it's doing something else. In the HARP patents and specifications, etc., in the description of a researcher describing and summarizing what it said this: dispersed metallic particles such as aluminium, barium and strontium, the main chemical ingredients of chemtrails, or ingredients of chemtrails, may increase the atmosphere's conductivity and therefore enhance HARP's weather modification performance. So it's doing that as well. So where am I going with this? Well, I'm going here. Dr. Richard Day, 1969, the weather will be modified and used as a weapon of war to create drought or famine. A weapon of war against who? In Agenda 21 terms, a weapon of war against the small farmers, landowners and growers of the world, not least in America. We have had in America this massive drought this year, which has devastated small independent farmers and growers. Of course, the big bloody corporations can cope with it, got unlimited bloody funds when they're part of the agenda. And so, also, in 2011 and other times, we've had these extraordinary forests of tornadoes. It was about 300 in a period of 3 days at one point. I think it was 2011. And that, of course, is devastating rural communities and what have you. Creating tornadoes with HAARP technology, child's bloody play. And what have we had in this country? Devastating weather and floods, which again has had a massive impact upon small farmers and growers. And you know, there was a report for the European Parliament, a European Parliament committee in the 1990s, about HAARP, which was actually quite good because it was saying, hold on a minute, we don't like this. And one of the things it was saying is that HAARP technology had the ability to manipulate the jet stream and change weather patterns. Well, when you look at the meteorological explanation for the great deluge in Britain this summer, they say extraordinary things happened to the jet stream. And instead of going away and taking, dropping some and going off into Europe, it basically started doing this, which is why we got the bloody lot. And when the farmers and growers collapse, in come the big agribusiness people, the network, to take over the land for cents on the dollar. Also, we're having this devastating impact upon the bee population around the world. Monsanto, another word for bloody evil. And the other part of this is to create food shortages. Food shortages because it's not there, because of the production, and food shortages that people simply cannot afford it because it's so bloody expensive. And control if they eat, and their hearts and minds will follow. This is all part of the control system that they're bringing on. Get them off the land. 3, financially, get them off the land. They can't afford to stay there anymore. There you go. There you go. This is the. This is where we're at. Hunger Games. Agenda 21 or what? 3.5 million homeless, 18.5 million vacant homes in the United States. There you go. Oh, you're poor. What a joke. Woman in £1 million hat makes speech about austerity. Praying for starving children while sitting on a golden throne. This is the dynamic between people, politicians, and banks. These answer to the same masters, thus they change legislation to suit them and screw them. This is how it works through this system. This is why the governments are not doing what's right for people, economically or any other way. They're doing it for that which they represent. Politics, banking, and all their other stuff. One global unit. As this guy, I won't say it again, but this guy was talking about all the Satanists in banking. And this guy said, the system is broken, it was built this way. Of course it was. Let's get this right. I go to a bank, and you lend me money that doesn't exist, and then I pay you interest on it, plus the bloody principal, right? Let me get my head round that. But that's what's happening. They've created a system, because of the dynamic of the politicians representing the banks. Legislation has been passed that allows banks to lend at least 10 times what they have on deposit, fractional reserve lending. So every time we borrow $50,000 from a bank, or putting $50,000 into a bank, let's put it the other way, they can now lend 10 times that, which doesn't exist, to other people that come and want a loan. It's interesting when you follow this around the banking system. One loan. I go for a loan. Can you lend me £50,000? Yes, I can. Why were you going to lend it me? I'm going to type £50,000 into your account. Where's it coming from? Oh, just type it in. That's no problem. So, okay, now you've got £50,000, right? Which we have created out of nothing. Fresh air. Okay, so you get it. In theory, these figures on your screen. You see a car you like. You go over here. And you say, I'll pay for the car. You give him 10 grand or 5 grand for the car, whatever. He then takes that money and he puts it in his bank. Now this bank can lend 10 times that which has come from this, which was created out of bugger all in the first place. And when you follow this through the banking system, the amount of money that can be created from a single loan that was out of nowhere in the first place is absolutely bloody fantastic. These people, if they were charged with criminal activity, they would have to reincarnate many times to finish the bloody sentence. But it's worse than that, because who creates money? Governments create money. No, they don't. Overwhelmingly, private banks create money by issuing non-existent money called credit. Thus, this is how the economic cycle goes. Banks issue lots of credit. A boom is created. In the boom, people feel more confident because they've got lots of orders in their business and they've got jobs look safe. They borrow more money. Companies borrow money for more plant and machinery. People borrow money to go have a bigger house, a bigger car, or a bigger holiday, or whatever. What happens in a boom is people tend to get more and more into debt, credit card and all that stuff. And then at the optimum point, the fishing line has gone out there, now they're pulling it in. They create a crisis or a reason to take money out of circulation, not make as many loans. What do they call it in 2008? A credit crunch. Nice one. And then suddenly there's not this same amount of money in circulation, even non-existent stuff, to create the economic activity that was created before. So suddenly people can't buy as many things, people don't sell as many things, and therefore businesses start to shed workers or go out of business. People can't pay their mortgages, so they lose their homes. And the banks that have created this situation by lending money that doesn't exist plus interest then get all that wealth that does exist as they call in loans of collateral. And this is how, over centuries, fishing line out, fishing line back, they have hijacked the real wealth of the bloody world, and the Rothschilds are massively behind this in the banking system. This is Nathan Rothschild, the man who was responsible for building up the Rothschild empire in Britain. I care not what puppet is placed upon the throne of England to rule the empire on which the sun never sets. The man who controls Britain's money supply controls the British Empire, and I control the British money supply. And if you have one single currency, whoever controls that money supply controls the bloody world. That's the idea. And if you control the banks, and you control the central banks, and you control the reporting of the financial industry, you stitch the whole bloody thing up. In 2008, when the crash happened, I said that 3 things would happen. First of all, there was the crash of 2008 that had happened. Then that said there's a problem. 2, governments throw fantastic amounts of borrowed money, credit at the perpetrators, the banks, until the financial barrels are empty. We're there. And then at some point, they want to crash the economy again on a massive scale to create the situation where there is a complete transformation of the financial system in the way that they want to create it, and it will be based on a world central bank, they're already talking about it, which would dictate all global finance. What are they doing in the European Union? Stepping stones, totalitarian tiptoe. They're saying as a result of the financial crisis in Europe, which these have created, we must have centralized control of all the banking in Europe. And then you look at the people who are coming forward to solve the problem. When we had the crash in 2008, the Bush Treasury Secretary was Hank Paulson, who'd come a few years earlier from Goldman Sachs, where he was Chief Executive Officer. The new head of the European Central Bank is Mario Draghi. Mario Draghi is a former employee of Goldman Sachs. The guy currently unelected and running Italy, Mario Monti, is a former executive of Goldman Sachs. And former executive of Goldman Sachs is like saying former agent of the bloody CIA. They never are. So all this money was hosed at the banking system, and in that way, a banking crisis became a government crisis, because now the money's come from the government to the banks, and the governments are then making it a people crisis. And we said, what just happened? I thought it was a banking crisis. Now they're taking everything away. Austerity programs. Agenda 21. That's what it's all about. And see, what they want is a single currency. That's what they want. So the euro was never an end in itself. It was always a stepping stone to the single currency. All the euro is a stalking horse which has been used to delete the multi-currencies of Europe. It's deleted the guilder, it's deleted the mark, it's deleted the lira. But it's not an end in itself. It's a way of deleting all those independent currencies. And they want, eventually, the euro, it might be tomorrow, but they want the euro to disappear so the world currency can come forward. And people like George Soros, one of the demo cons and a Rothschild frontman, he and the Vatican has called for world central bank and a world government and all the rest of it. The IMF, which is just another agency of the bloodlines, is now taking over control of countries like Ireland and others on the basis of this economic crash which has been manipulated. And again, no heart, no empathy, consequences for people, consequences for families, consequences for children. They couldn't give a shit because they have no empathy. And what we are seeing all over Europe is this gathering economic situation because it's manipulated for a specific end. Britain is now £1 trillion in debt. And the more and more debt people or countries get into, the more and more control they give away to others. America has just passed $16 trillion in debt. In truth, it's bloody bankrupt. And it's being done systematically. I've been saying this for years. America is being used to destroy America, economically and militarily. Any country that cared about the people in a massive economic crisis would not be spending trillions on the bloody military and wars in different parts of the world. But it ain't the American military. It's the cabal's military being used to orchestrate the campaign of acquisition for the cabal. Therefore, they're just using America's economy to bloody pay for it. And the idea of destroying America is if you have superpowers that have the economic and military might to say no to your world government, you do not have a world dictatorship. So destroying superpowers is absolutely crucial to this world dictatorship that they want to bring in and are in the process of bringing in. And then there's these bloody credit ratings agencies, Moody's, Standard & Poor's and Fitch. They were the buggers that gave AAA ratings to total shite that actually helped massively to cause the crash of 2008. Now, they're credit rating countries and bringing mayhem. And the media are saying, oh, there's trouble at mill for Portugal. The credit ratings agencies are downgrading. They're bloody owned by the same people that own the banks, for goodness sake. It's all a scam. And this is the Hunger Games world, the Agenda 21 world that's unfolding. And you know, it's great that people are challenging this thing with the protests and stuff, but it needs to go more than that, and they need to get streetwise. Because in the end, this world government structure of fascist control, it's not bothered about what the form of control is, it just wants the control. So it's quite happy for independent banks and biotechs and energy companies to be brought together under so-called government control, under like Orwell's ministries. So they'd have a World Ministry of Oil, a World Ministry of Biotech. The World Health Organization, created by the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, by the way, would become the World Health Ministry, controlling all pharmaceutical stuff and health and what have you, what passes for health for these people. And therefore, we've got to be streetwise, that if we see this happening, we don't say, yeah, get the banks and all that stuff, because we'll be cheering for the next stage of control, which is even more than it is now. We've got to get streetwise. Another thing, just a quick aside, there is a massive, massive problem in the background of gold that ain't bloody gold, that's actually gold-covered tungsten, which is counted as gold, and when that bloody comes home to roost, that's a massive impact on the economy as well. And talking about, you know, the economy and debt, this is what this is about. Debt is control. So let's get young people up to their neck in debt, massive debt, which they then spend the rest of their lives paying off. Just to be bloody programmed with a systems version of events. This is a great list. This is what you learn from school. Truth comes from authority. Intelligence is the ability to remember and repeat. Accurate memory and repetition are rewarded. Non-compliance is punished. Conform intellectually and socially. This guy, H.L. Mencken, said, "The aim of public education is not to spread enlightenment at all. It is simply to reduce as many individuals as possible to the same self-level, to breed a standard citizenry, to put down dissent and originality." And there was a study at the William and Mary College in Virginia where they studied the personality changes as people went through school. And they found this, a massive decline in creativity as children have become less emotionally expressive, less energetic, less talkative and verbally expressive, less humorous, less imaginative, less unconventional, less lively and passionate, less perceptive, less apt to connect seemingly irrelevant things, dots, less synthesizing and less likely to see things from a different angle. That's what they found happens as people go further and further into system. And now they want to take this system and they want to make the kids pay for it with debt for much of the rest of their lives, right? Now, here's my suggestion, here's my question. What do you want to bloody do it for? What do you want to do it for? Why do you want to go through this system and have them tell you what you must think about every bloody thing? And if you don't tell the exam paper what it's told you to believe, then you won't pass. Why is it the done thing that you go through school, kitty kitty, and then you then have to go to university? Oh, yes, you go to university. That's what you have to do. Oh, you've got a chance to go to university and you're not taking it. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, I'm not speaking to you anymore. And I'm your father. And all this bollocks. Right? Well, and I see these protests of young people and students in London and stuff over the ever-increasing fees that are being charged to get ever-increasing debt for control over young people at the earliest possible stage in their lives. And I see them do their protests and all that stuff, and that's great. And then they go back to bloody college and university. The only way it's going to change is if they refuse to bloody go. Don't take part in the system. Now, and then they say, well, I won't get a good job if I don't go to university. I know university students are packing shelves in supermarkets. Surely you have the creative ability to create a life without going through this friggin' sausage machine. Come on, we can do this. We don't need the bloody system. Perception control. This is a major thing that's going on. They're creating an electromagnetic sub-reality to talk to us within the frequency of human brainwave and electromagnetic activity. And this is what these are about. First of all, America, Britain, anyone else listening, we need a massive no-compliance rebellion against these frickin' things. Watch the word smart. Big red alert. Smart is the buzzword of Agenda 21. It talks about smart meters, smart grids, smart cities, human settlement zones, smart growth, smart drugs, smart frickin' arse. That's when he's talking about smart Agenda 21. And what is this bloody old thing? This is in their own bloody documents, not bloody, sitting in a darkened room working this out, bloody telling you. This is a plan to create eventually a global smart grid. And what the smart meters are, as part of the smart grid, they create, in effect, a electromagnetic internet, wireless internet, in your home. Very, very bad for health, especially the young. And also, it's about not only picking up information from your home and delivering that information to a central source, but also bringing information into your home within the human brainwave and electromagnetic frequencies to speak to you subconsciously and deliver you with the perceptions that they want. Let's look at this. This is CIA Director David Petraeus in a speech he made, or a talk he talked about the Internet of Things. This is what he said. Items of interest will be located, identified, monitored and remotely controlled through technologies such as radio frequency identification, microchips, sensor networks, tiny embedded servers and energy harvesters, all connected to the next generation of internet using abundant, low-cost and high-power computing that would transform the art of spying and allow people to be monitored and automatically without planting bugs or direct infiltration. He said that this involved new technologies which added processors and web connections to previously home appliances, like fridges, ovens, lighting systems. Remember that for a second. This is known as the Internet of Things. Petraeus has confirmed that people would be watched through televisions. These are Orwell's screens. So the idea of the smart meters is to create this energetic environment, this information environment, which is delivering information about you to the authorities and delivering information from the authorities at the subconscious level to speak to you. The smart grid is watching you. And the idea then is to connect these grids in different countries into a global grid. They talk about it in their documents. And, on just the health dangers alone, especially to children, this is the American Academy of Environmental Medicine. The board of AAEM opposes the installation of smart meters in homes and schools based on scientific assessment of the current medical literature, which raises credible questions about genetic and cellular effects, hormonal effects, male fertility, yes, blood-brain barrier damage, and increased risk of certain types of cancers from RF or ELF levels similar to those emitted from smart meters. The board finds it unacceptable from a public health standpoint to implement this technology until these serious medical concerns are resolved. We consider a moratorium of installation of wireless smart meters to be an issue of the highest importance. Ignored because why? It's the agenda for Agenda 21. This lady thought she'd go green. She doesn't have to quite yet, but they wanted to very shortly in America, with these green anything but bulbs. Which are now being imposed upon us in Europe, of course, and other places around the world. And she thought she'd buy some of these things, these bulbs that got mercury in them. And she put one in her daughter's bedroom. And it broke. So she called Home Depot and asked them what she should do. And they said, well, you better call the state authorities and they'll tell you. And they told her she had to employ this private company to come and clean up her daughter's bedroom of this contamination from mercury. And it cost her $2,000 for one light bulb. And if you look at the British health advice and regulations for these things when they break, it's do everything but evacuate your bloody home. It is ludicrous. These mercury bulbs are going to go and are going onto you know, open bloody rubbish sites and tips, and they're going to break, of course they are, and the mercury's going to get in the groundwater supplies and all that stuff. And we're talking billions and billions that are used around the world. And the other thing about this, you know what that is? That is a transmitter of information. That's what that is, and I'll tell you what I mean. Red flag when any authority doesn't say, we encourage you to use these, but says, no, no, you are going to use these because we're going to ban the bloody alternative. That's what they've done with these bulbs. And when they do that, it's the agenda. And when it's the agenda, it is more than what seems to be the case, and it's always about human control and often increasingly destroying human health. The woodpecker signal came about, I think it was in the 1970s, came to light, and it was a signal that the Soviet Union was broadcasting into America, and they called it the woodpecker signal because it was going rat-a-tat-tat, like a woodpecker. And what it was doing was delivering subliminal information into America to affect the perceptions of Americans. And these two guys, Dr. Robert Beck, an expert in nuclear engineering, and Dr. Michael Pessinger of the Laurentian University in Canada, an expert in extremely low-frequency radiation. They made a study of the potential of electromagnetic mind control. This is what the smart meters are, electromagnetic mind control. Dr. Beck told a Psychotronics Association conference in 1979, that long ago, that human subjects exposed to certain ELF field patterns reported sensations of uneasiness, depression, and foreboding. He said that he had measured the Russian woodpecker signal and found that it was acting like gangbusters right in the window of human psychoactivity. Exactly. Get in there by going on the same frequency the bloody brain works on. Now, here's the point. He said the signal was, the woodpecker signal was permeating power grids in the United States. It was being picked up by power lines, re-radiated, and it was coming into homes on the light circuits. Now that was doing that in a light circuit electrical system that was not purpose-built for the job. The smart meters and the smart grids are purpose-built deliverers of subliminal information into every home and business that is involved in them. If we don't say no to this, then might as well put our bloody hands out and get the shackles on. Come on, enough! And all the things these bloody lights do to people, they're not even any bloody good. You got a hotel with them in, I never put them on. Which, when you bloody do, you can't read anything. They're rubbish, because that's not what they're there to do. And this radiation agenda, look at that. That's 15-minute rather, phone call on these bloody things. What do they put phone calls on one of the most lethal parts of the electromagnetic spectrum? It's bloody lunacy. But it's not if you know what they're trying to do. So what we see with all these transmitters and stuff is they're creating a sub-reality, an electromagnetic field, information field, to feed us information and another level of the fake reality. This is what's happening. And what it's doing is locking into the electromagnetic field, because that's what it is, electromagnetic phenomena, and it's coming through to affect the holographic level, because if you distort the electromagnetic field, you distort the holographic level in terms of health. And this guy, Michael Pessinger, again, a neuroscientist at the Laurentian University in Canada, said this, absolutely right. For the first time in our evolutionary history, we have generated an entire secondary virtual, densely complex environment, an electromagnetic soup that essentially overlaps the human nervous system. Exactly. This is what we're looking at. This is the paddle stores in Shit Creek we're looking at here. Finding out what's bloody happening so we can do something about it. The radiation agenda, I've been looking at this for bloody years, ticking off the sources of radiation as they just compound on top of each other. One of the things that the European Parliament report said about HAARP is that it was punching holes in the ionosphere and allowing cosmic radiation in that shouldn't be getting in. You've then got the smart meters, you've got the electricity grids, you've got the phones, you've got the Wi-Fi, and then you've got all the bloody spent uranium that's coming in the weapons, in all these bloody wars they're dropping, these bombs they're dropping around the world, and you're getting all these genetic effects, horrible genetic effects in the next generation because of the distortion of the DNA, yes, distortion of the genetic structure. And then you've got Fukushima. I'm not going to go into this now, but it's in my last book, Remember Who You Are. I have no way Fukushima was a bloody accident. No way. And look at it. Ever since, it's been pouring ridiculous amounts of radiation into the atmosphere. And maybe there's another reason for that. Because you know what people say who research this but only get as far as the 5 sense level? They say, but why would these people poison their own atmosphere? Well, the people, the entities behind this are not like us, and they want control of the planet. They cannot come here for long because there are vibrational and atmospheric reasons why they can't stay, and that's why they need the bloodlines as middlemen and women. What if, a big what if, I say, that they're trying to change the atmosphere? And they have these bombs all over the world, these nuclear bombs called nuclear power stations. And I talked to a lady in the 1990s at length, a lady called Dr. Kitty Little. She was an Oxford Don, getting on in years at the time, and she had been massively involved in the nuclear industry, government level and stuff, various institutions. And she told me at the time, she said, you know, the Rothschilds were absolutely the people that brought in nuclear power. They were the ones that made it happen. And if the Rothschilds do it, there is an agenda for human control or human negative effects, because that's all they bloody do. So what about if they're changing the atmosphere? And another thing they say, people say, is why would they destroy their own planet? Well, this planet's different to the ones that they operate on. These bloodlines are the ones that are destroying the frickin' planet. These are the corporations destroying rainforests. People like Monsanto are destroying massively species diversity, so we're becoming a monoculture. The planet is being killed by these people. The organic planet is being killed by the inorganic. Monsanto wants to replace all natural crops and seed varieties worldwide with genetically modified species. They are creating the GMO superweeds, which are creating mayhem. This is the Archon world, what the corporations are doing to the rainforests. And the bloody Greens ought to turn their bloody heads at this part of the agenda and not be diverted away from this bollocks which is being orchestrated by the people doing this. It's interesting that they talk about the Grim Reaper in terms of genetically modified food. The Grim Reaper, yeah, Saturn. There's Monsanto. What they do, this guy Michael Taylor is a Monsanto executive, and then he moves to a government agency that's supposed to be policing Monsanto. And then he moves back to Monsanto, and now he moves back to government that's supposed to be policing Monsanto. And now this guy, this crook, is in charge, in effect, of the entire United States food policy. And he's a front man for Monsanto. There you go, GMO. What is it doing? It's genetically modifying us. And if you go to davidicke.com and the Medical Health Archive and look up Genetic Roulette, it's a documentary about the effect of GM on human genetics. It is absolutely a must-watch. So, perception control, Agenda 21. Giving us all this crap is not only poisoning us, although that's part of the cull, cumulative poisoning, but it's also destabilizing. Again, you know, we see all this shite here, but actually it's distorted information. It's distorting the way the human form decodes reality and interacts with reality, so that we are more and more creating a distorted reality, not seeing things in clarity. It's like a computer that's malfunctioning. And they're putting fluoride in the water. Why would they bloody do that? It's part of the agenda, that's why. This is fluoride, an ingredient in Prozac, sarin nerve gas, rat cockroach poisons, and pesticides, anesthetic, hypnotic, and psychiatric drugs, and it doesn't stop tooth decay. This is from the website of one of the companies that sells fluoride for water fluoridation. This is what it says about fluoride on its own website. There's many other examples of this with other companies that do it. Fluoride is used in the manufacture of effervescing steel and the smelting and refining of light metals. It is also used in fluoridation of drinking water as a wood preservative, an adhesive preservative, an insecticide, a protective coating for metals, a pickle for steels and other metals, a flux for soldering and welding, as well as a flux and pacifier for ceramic, glass and porcelain enamel. They're putting it in the bloody water. They're putting it in the toothpaste. That's what it's doing with fluorosis. But why would any sane people who care about humanity be putting the bloody waste products from the aluminium industry into drinking water and toothpaste? They would be doing it if they had an agenda for the mental, emotional and physical suppression of humanity. That's why they would do it. And some research is pointing to the fact that fluoride, when it's connected with the aluminium in chemtrails, creates something called aluminium fluoride, which has been connected to mass sedation and dementia. And this guy, Dr. Dean Burke, 34 years at the National Cancer Institute in America, said in point of fact, fluoride causes more human cancer death and it causes it faster than any other chemical. Think coal agenda. And it calcifies the pineal gland, which takes us into other levels of reality. And now they're openly talking about putting lithium in the drinking water, which will make us happy and love our servitude, exactly as Aldous Huxley talked about in Brave New World. And this is how they're doing it, because Big Pharma connects into the same bloody force as the secret societies, Satanism, and the political structure. Thus, they all work as one unit. And it's the same with the World Health Organization and the pharmaceutical cartel. They all work as one, and therefore they come together to say it's great to poison the immune system of babies and very small children while the immune system is still forming, because then the immune system will never ever be as effective through their lives as it would have been left to its own devices. And this guy, Bill Gates, watch him like a bloody hawk with field glasses on. This guy is involved in everything in terms of funding through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. That is the agenda. Funding vaccinations around the bloody developing world on a massive scale. Funding things and promoting climate change being real. Putting sulfur in the bloody atmosphere to manipulate on behalf of saving the bloody planet. We need saving from Bill sodding Gates, in my view. And he's obsessed with population control, and now he's getting in with Monsanto and bloody Bono and these people, put bloody genetically modified food with his vaccines in places like Africa, because we have to have genetically modified food because then we can feed the world. No, we can't. We will starve the world because it destroys the soil, it destroys the crops, and it destroys genetic diversity. They are unbelievably, in terms of scale, drugging the young of the world, finding more and more reasons to give them drugs. Attention deficit disorder. I've got an answer to that. Give them something interesting to do, or let them express their own uniqueness. No, give them a drug. I had attention deficit disorder when I was at school. It was called being bloody stiff by what they were trying to tell me. I had a cure for it, daydreaming out the window, no drug necessary. And all this is in Brave New World. It's all a long plan. All these guys, oh, there you go, bloody mad. And this is the other agenda. They want to kind of drug people and poison people, but there are other people with a mind of their own that actually can see this and are trying to avoid it with organic food and with alternative methods of healing, with alternative supplements that the food no longer gives us. And the authorities like the EU and the Food and Drug Administration in America and all these bloody crooks, they're all front agencies for the biotech and pharmaceutical cartel, and they are destroying the opposition, and they're doing something more. They're destroying any alternative to the corporate system because they want everybody in there, no exceptions. And you know, the last time I saw a doctor, I passed him in the bloody street. All right, how you doing? And walked on. And you know, I go to a guy called Mike Lambert at the Shen Clinic on the Isle of Wight. Freaking genius when it comes to healing. And you know, I feel bloody great, me. Absolutely great. And I don't take their sodding drugs. Anybody wants to have a word with a bloody healing genius, Shen Clinic, Isle of Wight, right. Thoroughly recommended. Now, the Fabian Society was actually named after a Roman general called Fabius, and his claim to fame was never having battles with the enemy that could prove decisive either way. His method of taking over was to weaken and weaken and weaken the enemy over a period of time, and then when they were so weak to resist, then move in. That is precisely what the system is doing. It's making us weaker and weaker, well, people that go with it at the moment, weaker and weaker by the food we eat, the water we drink, by the electromagnetic fields that we come into, by economic suppression and manipulation. All these things are being done to weaken and weaken and weaken the target population, Fabius style, so eventually they think they can just walk in when we're too weak to resist. That's the bloody idea. Physical control. I'll get through this pretty quick. Physical control, okay, major aspect of physical control. Take over the countries. This is not a map, it's a wish list. It's a wish list of countries in North Africa, the Middle East and the Near East, which they are picking off one after the other. Libya, now they're into Syria, they're starting trouble in Lebanon, they're in Iraq, they're in Afghanistan, of course they want Iran. And what they're doing is they're finding different excuses to pick off different countries, because they have to find different excuses, or people might think that there's a pattern here. This is what Libya looked like in 2007. This is what the same street looks like in 2011. This is Libya. Hey, you are free. And this is what happens when you pepper bomb cities to protect civilians from violence. What happened? I got no brief for bloody Gaddafi and all that stuff, but that's not the point. What happened was that they've got this system where they want to target someone. So what they do is they fund and train rebels covertly, and they bloody arm them. And then they get the rebels to start shooting at government targets. Political response, media response. Then the governments start shooting back at the rebels. Political response, they're shooting and killing their own people. Media response, the same. Oh, we've got to send people in, humanitarian. And in come the de facto bloody world army, NATO, dropping bombs everywhere. And now they're doing the same in bloody Syria. It's not a Syrian civil war, it's a mercenary bloody war. That's what that is. You know, NATO bloody weapons here in the boxes for them. And this neocon organization, the Project for the New American Century, it was behind the Bush administration, And in 2000, September 2000, before the Bush administration came in, it produced a document which called for the incoming Bush administration and America to fight, quote, multiple theaters of war in places like Libya and Syria and all these countries. But it said in the document, in September 2000, but this process of transformation, this takeover of country after country, was likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor. 1 year to the month after that document was published, 9 months after the same people came to power in the Bush administration, the United States had what Bush called our Pearl Harbor, and as a result, they justified the targeting of all the countries that were in that document. This is a man called General Wesley Clark, and he said this in a television interview. This is not God's gift of peace either. He led the NATO attacks in the former Yugoslavia, but he said in a television interview in 2007 that immediately after 9/11, he was told that a coup was being plotted by Dick Cheney, Vice President then, Don Rumsfeld, Defense Secretary, Paul Wolfowitz, Defense Secretary Deputy, and what he called a half a dozen other collaborators from the Project for the New American Century that included an invasion of Iraq. 6 weeks later, he said, he was back with the guy, and he saw the same officer, and he said, "Why haven't we attacked Iraq? Are we still going to attack Iraq?" And this officer said to him, this is again, after 9/11, 6 weeks, "Sir, it's worse than that." The officer pulled up a piece of paper off his desk and said, "I just got this memo from the Secretary of Defense's office. It says we're going to attack and destroy the governments in 7 countries in 5 years. We're going to start with Iraq, and then we're going to move to Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Iran." And Clark said the aim of the plot was they wanted us to destabilize the Middle East, turn it upside down, and make it under our control. And that is the agenda that's been followed, and all these excuses to pick off country over country are just that, bloody excuses. And, of course, one of the things they want is to get to the China and Russian border. They want a third world war with China and Russia. It's been in their documents for ages. And so what we're seeing are these people going through the Middle East using different excuses to pick off their target countries. Oh, America stands for freedom. We want to protect Brazilians. We only care about peace. Only kidding, only kidding. She's Hillary speaking. No, I just love it. Oh, yes, I love it. Syria next, kill them. Oh, I love it. There you are, that's bloody NATO. There you go, I like that. So we look at Iran. We look at Iran, and this is how many wars they have instigated or fought since the Second World War. Actually, that's how many they've instigated for about 200 bloody years. This is how many the USA has fought, with Britain in tag most of the bloody time since the Second World War. These are American bases around Iran. Who's threatening who, one wonders? Iranians are just the same as you and me. People that just want to get on with their lives and their families and all the rest of it. But let's demonize them. Let's demonize them and let's bomb them. Why? We have no heart. We love death. These bloody pillocks doing all this stuff. Violent extremists. Yeah, look in the bloody mirror. Look at them. Talk about inversion. The bloody terrorists fighting terrorism. I love it. War is peace. Slavery is freedom. Ignorance is strength. What is that? Archontic inversion. It's all a bloody movie that we're coming through, and it's all leading up to World War III. I'm not going to go into this in bloody detail because of time, but Rothschild Zionism, which is actually not about Jewish people, it's about a secret society created and instigated and controlled by the Rothschilds, that the Jewish people are just used as the bloody front to cover the real thing about Rothschild Zionism, which is a bloody secret society and part of the cabal. But the Rothschilds, you know, named after Saturn and all this stuff, they built the Knesset, they built the Supreme Court building, and what they do is that anyone that challenges the Rothschilds and Rothschild Zionism and its agenda, they are called anti-Semitic and all this stuff. As this lady says, anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and even bloody Orthodox Jewish rabbis are saying the bloody same. You don't have to be a Jewish to be a Zionist. That's what Joe Biden said. Absolutely you don't. Most bloody great, you know, Zionists in America are Christian bloody Zionists, believe in bloody Armageddon. And you get Orthodox Jews that absolutely oppose Zionism. You know, another Jew against Zionism. I'm Jewish and I want Israel to stop killing Palestinians. Jews against the occupation. These are wonderful Jewish young people that refuse. These are wonderful Jewish young people who refuse to serve in the military and do this to Palestinian bloody kids. That's what we need. How many people know that this is going on between Jewish people and Ahmadinejad? Eh? How many people know this is going on? This is the dynamic between a country of 300+ million and one of less than 8 million. Why? Because the Rothschilds are the controllers of Israel and they're controllers of the USA, and they're different hands on the same bloody body. And it's all this money that's handed by America to Israel. It ain't going to the rank and file Israelis. This is 400,000 people on the streets of Israel last year because of their economic situation. 2 people at least have set fire to themselves in bloody protest. And what we bloody need so much is for the people of Israel who are being suppressed by their bloody hierarchy come together in common cause with Palestinians and Americans and British and Australians and Africans who are being suppressed by their hierarchy. And realise that all those hierarchies are the same frickin' hierarchy. Let's come together. It's their worst bloody nightmare. This is why America and Israel work as one unit. They're both controlled by the same bloody lot. This is why he won't say a word, or any other president, when this mayhem and slaughter is going on. What's happening in Palestine is frickin' genocide. No other word for it. Genocide, the systematic and widespread extermination or attempted extermination of an entire national, racial, religious or ethnic group. This is Rothschild Zionism, this is Rothschild Zionism, so is bloody this. All the time, Palestinian homes, often for generations, bulldozed to make way for these bloody fanatics and these bloody crazies in the military and government. Yeah, we're going to build a wall. We're going to take the land. No one's going to say anything. This is bloody Israel, controlled by the Rothschilds. No one says no to the Rothschilds. They know the consequences. Hey, Palestinian children's playground. We want it for our wall. Genocide. Bloody genocide. This is Palestinian land, the green, in 1946, 1947, 1967. Today, genocide, the systematic and widespread extermination or attempted extermination of an entire national, racial, religious or ethnic group. This is going on before our eyes. We'd never let it happen again. We're watching it happen again. The bloody Zion, bloody Olympics, new bloody Jerusalem, Zion. This is not even about Jewish people and the benefits. They were hung out to dry in bloody Germany. They'll be hung out to dry again whenever it suits these people. That's the bloody thing. The elephant in the living room. And people are terrified of talking about it because all the Anti-Defamation League and these Rothschild fronts jump on you. Anti-Semite, racist. They've tried it with me. But when you're saying we're all infinite awareness, having an experience, and the genetic spacesuit is fucking irrelevant, well, it's very difficult to make it stick. And even if it does, I don't bloody give a shit. So, we have this, and we have this, and yet we must be scared of Iran. Personally, I think it's more likely we should be scared of America and Britain, myself. Rothschild Zionism want to take us, the Rothschilds want to take us into the Third World War. I've been saying this for years. And of course, Armageddon is supposed to come out of the Middle East. Third World War, it's all about death. These were all of them were Rothschild Zionists in the Project for the New American Century that orchestrated all this country after country takeover. But this guy, Albert Pike, was a high Freemason in America. And he wrote a letter, it said, someone say it's a forgery or a fake. Well, my God, I tell you what, these fakes and forgeries don't often tell a bloody tale with the hindsight of history. That's actually turned out to be true. Albert Pike, letter to Giuseppe Mazzini in 1871. He talked about 3 world wars coming, so that and each one would go towards eventually taking over the world. And he talked about the First World War and the Second World War and how the Second World War would create a homeland for what he called political Zionism. And then he said this about the Third World War. The Third World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by the agentur of the Illuminati, the network, the bloodlines, between the political Zionists, Israel in other words, and leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, the Muslim Arabic world, and political Zionism, the State of Israel, because they knew that was coming even then, mutually destroy each other. Meanwhile, note that, mutually destroy each other. Are you listening, people of Israel? Meanwhile, the other nations, once more divided on this issue, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete physical, moral and spiritual and economical exhaustion. And then he was pointing out that then they would move in and say, we can save everything, but you have to do what we say and they have to do it the way we say it. And if it becomes a nuclear war, then changing the atmosphere is another bonus. Very quickly, physical control too. This is the police state. This is the world of Agenda 21 that they want to bring in if we bleed and allow it, and we shouldn't. I mean, in terms of numbers, I mean, crikey, it's a no contest. Divide and rule stops us doing it. And we've reached to this point in physical control where he has a kill list, which the people are then killed without trial or a judicial process or anything. He can, murder people in effect without recourse. You may have seen, and I've seen it all over the world, how the nature of police has changed. I call it recruiting the crazies. What they've been doing for decades now is recruiting law enforcement all around the world, Britain as well, not on the basis of whether they can do the job for the benefit of the community, as they used to do, many of them do, and many of them still try to do it within a system that's a nightmare for them trying. You know, so many decent policemen are leaving, police officers are leaving, because they can't stand the freaking system that's coming in because the crazies are taking it over. And what they've been doing is recruiting on the basis of personality type rather than ability to do the job. And the personality types they want are narcissists, a psychological condition characterized by preoccupation, lack of empathy, and unconditional deficits in self-esteem, and psychopaths, a person with an antisocial personality disorder, manifested in aggressive, perverted, criminal or immoral behavior, and this is the common theme, without empathy or remorse. And that's why you're seeing the change in personality so dramatically in law enforcement around the world. And we get in a situation, this guy, Brandon Raub, all he did was write on his, I think it was his Twitter or one of these social networks, Facebook or whatever, about, you know, certain things about the New World Order and 9/11 he didn't like, gets picked up and taken away to a psychiatric hospital. And he would probably still be there if there wasn't this massive public outcry and help from a civil rights organisation that sorted him out. Here you go, committing war crimes, happily retired, committing war crimes, wins Peace Prize, exposing war crimes, considered terrorist. And we're seeing all this stuff coming in and all the bloody drones in the sky and all this stuff around in space and hijacking the internet and the microchipping agenda that's coming in stepping stone style with the electronic tattoo, as they call it, and stuff, and, you know, using barcodes for babies instead of names. And I love this one. You take a bloody tablet and it's got a microchip in it, Stage 1, patient takes pill and has been modified to contain edible microchip. 2, after pill is swallowed, chip is activated by stomach fluids, sending signal on patch to arm. 4, receiver transmits information to mobile, telling patient when next dose is due and provides other health data. What? But you know what the agenda is? The agenda is that people will be drugged and they will be technologically monitored. We're looking a little bit further in the future now, but this is the agenda. They will be electronically, technologically monitored to make sure they have the drug, and that is the brave new world of suppression by medication. One quick thing before we move on. I'm just about on time. Transhumanism. That transhumanism is so-called enhancing the human form with technology. Or you can be a Superman. Well, what is this archontic force? This archontic force is a cyborg force. It is a robotic force. It doesn't have creative imagination and stuff like we humans have. And what they want to do, just as they're destroying the planet's organic nature, is they want to turn us into them and destroy our creative abilities and to turn us into cyborgs. That's what transhumanism is all about. And so all these different things go into the same thing. Shit Creek, this has been the paddle stores. And just very quickly, what people have been listening to today in their various places around the world has taken the subliminal into the conscious. And that means that anyone listening to this will be far more difficult to manipulate and scam after this point, because what has been subliminal has come into the conscious mind. I'll give you a quick example. Some people might have seen this, because it's not, it's around quite a bit. But if you haven't seen it, there are subliminals, very clear subliminals, if you know where they are, in these two pictures. And most people who've not seen them before will not be able to see them, about 95%. Well, for those who can't see them, that says sex there, and that says sex there. Now I've pointed out where they are. I've taken the subliminal into the conscious mind. From now on, every time you see that picture, the subliminal you couldn't see before will be the first thing you see. And that's what happens when you bring this information to the surface about what's going on. The language of symbols. So, and for people that haven't seen those pictures before, there you go. First thing you see. Conscious mind. This is why getting this information to the surface is so important. So, very quickly, the idea that all that I've talked about in this section alone is being orchestrated by men and women in dark suits around a table is ludicrous. That's just the play-out level. It's much deeper in the rabbit hole. We have to believe we have no power. We have to forget that we are infinite consciousness having an experience, so we become one of them. And, I'll say this finally in this section to people who think that you can escape from it by being spiritual and eating organic food and meditating and all that. Not knocking any of that, be my guest. But this is what happened to people in China that were doing that, the Falun Gong people. They don't want people to wake up. They don't want people to go into other levels of reality and realize what's bloody going on. So they have been horrifically attacked, abused and slaughtered and tortured as a result of simply wanting to be what we would call the basic New Age type of life. And so I say to New Agers and people like that who say, oh, it's negative, listen, turn round and face it now while we're still in a situation we can turn this around, or face it then. That's your choice. So, where do we go from here? We bloody awaken. And that's where we're going next in 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
This final break is for 30 minutes. Please grab some refreshments and make it back to your seats in plenty of time for the final part of the show. and bring your voices with you. This is also your opportunity to buy the DVD David Icke Return to Peru. Please note this is new and currently only available to purchase exclusively at Wembley Arena. You may find this DVD in the upstairs foyer now, and it will also be available for a short time after the show has finished. Thank you.
You can't hear us, can you? Oh, now you can. There we go. Always start with a joke.
Awaken. Awaken. You know, we've been on a journey, the human race, from here to here. That's why we got into this mess. We just need to make the journey back, and it's a choice, and it all comes from that. Knowing how we respond, knowing through insight what's happening, how we should respond to what's happening, all comes from here, because it's innate intelligence beyond the bounds of time and space, beyond the matrix. This is the way home, and this is why they work so hard to block this passage back home. And we need to make that journey back to the true nature of who we are, beyond time and space, into the levels where we are pure awareness. The idea at that level that we have no power is ludicrous, which is why they have to do what they've done, because trying to manipulate and control a human race in awareness of itself, don't even bother. And they do it through fear, the four-letter word that controls the world. Fear is a liar. What is there to fear? Great friend of mine, Moni, who's come over from America, first time out of America to this event today, she calls fear false emotion appearing real. And one of the great illusions is fear. No more fear. That's how we got into this situation. No more fear. No more fear, come on. If you can't laugh at insanity, you become insane. No more fear. Look at them. I wish it was a joke. It's not. It's real. Now, this is a wonderful quote. Martin Luther King, he had many, of course, but this is a fantastic quote. You may be 38 years old, as I happen to be, and one day some great opportunity stands before you and calls you to stand up for some great principle, some great issue, some great cause. And you refuse to do it because you are afraid. You refuse to do it because you want to live longer. You're afraid that you will lose your job, or you're afraid that you will be criticized, or that you will lose your popularity, or you're afraid that someone will stab you or shoot you or bomb your house, so you refuse to take the stand. Well, you may go on and live until you are 90, but you're still just as dead at 38 as you would be at 90. And the cessation of breathing in your life is but the belated announcement of the earlier death of the spirit. When it is uncomfortable, when it is unpopular, even when it is dangerous to speak the truth, is precisely the time that the truth should be spoken. I choose freedom. I am all that is and ever can be. I am all possibility. I am infinite awareness, infinite consciousness, infinite the great forever. And I'm afraid of people in uniform and dark suits and rules and regulations. Are you kidding? No way! Who are these people? Who are these people with their rules and regulations and their rule-book minds? And their software perceptions and software brains. We are frightened of them. People, the most common way people give up their power is thinking they don't have any. Well, hey, we'll see about that in the next little while. Look at it. If you go on YouTube and put in the tiny dot, or words to that effect, it's hilarious. What they do is they show the American population, this is just a bit of it by the way, in relation to the number of people in government and Congress, and here, this little bigger one, the number of people in the Internal Revenue, their version of the taxation people. I mean, look at them! If you look at the people that are actually at the core in full knowing of this whole thing, it's tiny. They have to recruit from the target population. Don't panic, organise. The reason they get away with it is they divide and bloody rulers. You know, the people don't know their true power. Walk away. This is it. Oh yeah, I've told this story before, but I just bloody love it. I went to, you know, Larry Grayson, the comedian. Shut that door and all that stuff. Well, I went to his funeral, or not his funeral, his memorial in Covent Garden. And Roy Hudd, another British comedian, he did this tribute to him, and he told this story that Larry Grayson told him, where he was going around in this all-male show, Larry Grayson, because as you know he used to dress up as women in all-male shows and stuff in earlier times. And he said he was in this all-male show. And the finale of the show was that all the men came on dressed as sailors, and they formed this pyramid on the stage, and Larry Grayson came on as Rule Britannia was playing. You know, Britannia rules the waves. What do you want to rule a wave for, you pillock? What are you talking about? It's ludicrous. The world's mad. Anyway, he comes on dressed as Britannia with his shield and the helmet and the sword, gets manhandled up the top of the pyramid for the big finish. And Larry said in the story that Roy Hudd repeated that one night he said things seemed to be going rather well, and then he noticed that one of the sailors in the bottom left-hand corner of the pyramid had got rather a cough. And he said, well, I wasn't surprised. We had slept in some damp beds that week, he said. Anyway, he got a cough, and this cough got worse and worse and worse. And here's this sailor, I got no power, I'm just the reason why. And he couldn't hold the pyramid anymore, and he stepped forward, this no-power little man, and bang, the pyramid fell, and Larry Grayson, symbolic of this elite, ended up in the second row in someone's lap. And I listened to that and I thought, funny, but that's what this is. It's a house of cards, and it's only there because we're holding it together. You know, I've seen hundreds and hundreds of sheep following a shepherd and a sheepdog. Hundreds of them. And the shepherd is authority. And the sheepdog is fear that authority delivers if you don't conform. Row, row, row. And you look at it, and all these hundreds of sheep are just following the one in front and succumbing to fear. Now, it wouldn't take anything like all of them. It would take nothing like half of them. It would take just a significant number of these sheep to go, do you know something, mate? I'm fed up of fight. Every day we come out of that field and we walk through this bloody street and we go into these... I've never been down that street. I've always wondered what's that. Have you? I'm going down. I'm having enough. I'm going down. Do you know something? I've never been down here. I'm going down here. In no time, just by a few of them saying, I ain't conforming anymore, I ain't giving me power away anymore, I'm not letting you tell me what I am and what I do anymore, this authority figure, he's looking around going, what do we do? What do we do? Because they've got no power, because the sheep are going off in all different directions and are not conforming, and when the sheepdog comes round, row, 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 oh, God, bonus, I'm not frightened of you, okay, go away. You have no power over me. And thus, this mass of sheep conformity, herd-like conformity, controlled by a shepherd and a sheepdog, suddenly they cannot control them. The system cannot control them, because this only works if this follows that without question. And that's what the human race has been doing for generation and generation. The sheep breeding season is over. Human race. So where now? Well, we can keep going as we are. These silly sods in their silly bloody uniforms and funny hats, they await us up that line, or we can awaken and change reality to the point where we don't any longer are no longer heading for this fascist global state, which is just something that is happening because we're not challenging it. We can first of all turn off the microwave for the mind called the television, and only put it on when it serves us, and not goggle box it so we're serving it. When we're watching television, we go into brainwave states that are pretty much the same as a hypnotic state, and we can stop making excuses. Oh, I'd like to do something, but there's an hour in the month. Well, I didn't know it was happening. That is not an excuse anymore. No, it was an excuse. Oh, sorry, I would have done something, but I didn't know. Not anymore. The information is there. Anyone that doesn't look at it is choosing not to look at it. So that's not an excuse anymore. We stop conforming to the blueprint which is being provided for us on a waveform level to decode through into our own imprisonment. You know, this archontic force has no creative imagination. It can only distort what already exists. Thus, they cannot create the world of Orwell. They have to manipulate us to create it. And what they're doing all the time, and a lot of this stuff in the movies, which are feeding you what they want to happen. Look at all the movies over the last, decade or so, more and more now all the time, that are portraying this very police state and this very Orwellian fascist Agenda 21 world that I've been talking about. They're doing that for a reason. It's to implant that in the subconscious so it becomes reality through humans' creative imagination. They have to get us to do it. Number one, the fascist global state is not coming because we're not fricking having it anymore. And we are not any longer going to be manipulated into manifesting our own enslavement. And when they tell us to be quiet, we shout bloody louder. Silence is consent. Can you hear us now? If you want to be free, then don't run and hide. This is a time for looking the world in the bloody eye. Together. Coming together. Strength does not come from physical capacity, it comes from indomitable will, Mahatma Gandhi. And that will says we are not having it anymore. Human race, get off your knees. What are you doing down there? Hey! All these reasons we get on our knees. Oh, God, and oh, bloody hell. All that exists, all imagination, all possibility, all that is, has been, and ever can be, what are you on your fricking knees to? Yourself. Ridiculous. Come on. Get off your knees. Look at the dynamics. Look at the numbers. It can only happen because we allow ourselves to be divided and ruled. Divided and ruled through archontic religions under different names. Divided and ruled by the ludicrous fault lines of race and culture. Celebrate your race, celebrate your culture. But it's an experience, we're all one. Divided and ruled by the ludicrous Liberal, Democrat, Labour, Conservative, Republican bollocks. Masks on the same face. Rich and poor and all these bloody things. And there's another divide and rule that people forget about. Me, me, me. What divides me from everything else is I'll only do what I think is right for me in the circumstances that I face. Why don't we start responding and reacting to situations on the basis of what is right and what is just and what is fair in that situation for all concerned, rather than what is right for me. I'll say this. What are you doing, you people in science, who are developing every day more efficient ways of killing your fellow humanity and poisoning them ever more efficiently? What are you doing? You have children. You have grandchildren. You are destroying their world. Look in the eyes of your children, grandchildren, and tell them you can justify that. Why are you doing it? Because of me. My job, my money, my career. What about your humanity? What about your sense of decency? This is a guy called Donovan Hunter. He's going round these bloody things, selling to the authorities the battle prod, which is like millions of volts to be used that'll make the taser with 55,000 volts look like a tea party. And he's got children and grandchildren, and he's trying to flog this into the world that they're going to have to inherit. All you people that work for Monsanto and are not core insiders, you people that work for these agencies that are destroying small farmers and small businesses and growers, all you that are working for the system in dark suit administrations, what are you doing? Me. That is what you're doing. And you're destroying everything decent by the obsession with self and your own desires and your own greed and your own self-indulgence. You people in the media, what are you doing? You go around reporting the world the way the system wants it reporting, telling the people the version of events that suits the system, the very system that wants to destroy the world and enslave your children and your grandchildren. What are you doing? How about this lady, Amber Lyon, worked for CNN, was told to lie about reporting in Bahrain, where that vicious regime is treating and torturing the people of Bahrain in that grotesque, tyrannical way that they are, unchallenged by the West, because it suits the West for them to do it. When she was told to lie, she was out of there, and she's exposing CNN for the fraud that it is. That's a journalist. And hey, you know, every now and again I get approached by celebrities. Oh, you're doing a great job, mate. I think it's wonderful what you're doing. Okay, and what are you going to do? You're going to make a frickin' film now, aren't you? You're going to make another bloody record. You're going to stand in front of tens of thousands of people. You're going to go on chat shows watched by millions of people. And are you going to bring this subject up yourself? No. Why? Me. How will it affect my career? I tell you, anyone in the public eye, come nowhere near me unless you are prepared to put your bloody self where your mouth is. Walk the talk or walk the other way. And then all these people, there's some great stuff goes on the internet, and there's some great information passed around forums, but my God, there's some bollocks. I tell you what, oh my God. You know, I have sympathy for those that don't know what's happening because they've never come across the information. They just don't work in those circles. I can see that. I'm doing nothing because I don't know. It's more and more difficult to justify that, as I've said, but some people do. Okay, fair enough. But when people, not least through the efforts of others, have access to information about what's happening in the world and the direction it's going and what's at the end of this bloody rainbow unless we sort it out. And their only contribution is abusing each other on the fricking internet and trying to abuse and undermine those who've got the guts to stand up and actually do something. That is beyond the cesspit for me, and far worse than people that don't know doing nothing. Instead of arguing with each other in, forum bloody arguments between people you don't bloody know anyway, it's a bloody login name, and bloody trying to abuse people who are trying to do something, look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself a question. What are you doing? And get off your arse and use your bloody time to make a difference, rather than just become another expression of the frickin' problem. Oh, I've won the argument, he's not responded. Bloody hell. Walk the talk or shut the fuck up. And then dark suits in government administration and people in uniform. What are you doing? What is it about uniform? Are people like putting fancy dress on? I mean, look at this guy, this Swiss guard of the Vatican. And they've got guns, these people. I mean, being shot is bad enough, but being shot by someone in pyjamas must be a nightmare. Bloody hell. Oh, the world's mad. That's where it came in, isn't it? Fucking hell. Anyway, all these people, these have families and grandchildren and children and all that stuff, and they're hijacking their future. As they, the Occupy protesters say to the police, you're the 99% too. Because there are so few in full knowledge who are manipulating humanity that they have to recruit from the target population to enforce their agenda upon the target population. And all these people, these first responders, 9/11, who are now dying of the diseases of breathing in what they knew was in that debris, who are denied the finances even for the drugs and stuff to treat what they have. All these people losing limbs and losing lives in wars of conquest and wars of tyranny. I mean, defending and increasing the opium crop. This is the opium production in Afghanistan and the CIA control. This is since the takeover or the invasion. That was the little bit when the Taliban, I got a brief for the Taliban, I mean, don't start me off, but on this, look at it. The troops are defending the opium crop, and they're losing their limbs, and they're killing kids and things for it. Bertrand Russell said, many a man will have the courage. It's a funny thing, this, physical courage and moral courage. So often people find physical courage easier. Many a man will have the courage to die gallantly, but will not have the courage to say or even think that the cause for which he is asked to die is an unworthy one. It's about time they did. Don't tell me, people in uniform, that when you're killing kids, that you're just following bloody orders. No. As Woody Guthrie said, I would like to see every single soldier on every single side just take off your helmet, unbuckle your kit, lay down your rifle and sit down on the side of some shady lane and say, nope, I ain't gonna kill nobody. Plenty of rich folks want to fight, give them the guns. Come on, people in uniform. Put down your weapons. You're fighting for a system that is designed to destroy your freedom and your family's freedom. Put your guns down. For goodness sake. We don't want war. You probably don't, most of you want to fight wars, even though they're in bloody uniform. But we fight them anyway. This is what Henry Kissinger said about American troops. They're dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns for foreign policy. That's what they think of you. Oh, support the troops. There, support the troops while they're serving the system. And when they challenge the system, put them in a psychiatric fricking home because they must be mad because they're questioning 9/11. They don't give a shit about you. They don't. You're just a pawn in a game, and when you're maimed and can't fight anymore, they'll get some more bloody pawns. I mean, they're putting troops into situations where they get radiation and diseases like Gulf War syndrome. These people that are so often, not all of them, but many of them, so officious and unpleasant, of the TSA and the airport security and stuff, many of them are going down like 9 pins at some airports from the cumulative effect of radiation from the very bloody machines that they're putting people through. Now, they don't give a shit about you, because they know some other mug will come along and stand there eventually, especially in a recession when people are desperate for money. Vacancies available. There you go, join the army. I'm digging my own grave now. That's a great idea, isn't it? What is it Senator George McGovern said? I think he died recently. What a great quote. He talked about old men dreaming up wars for young men to die in. Well, come on, young men and young women. Stop bloody dying in them then, and stop killing others in them. Make a choice. It's your power. And what do they bloody do to the people that survived the wars, eh? In old age, oh, support the troops. And they cut back their bloody benefits and cut them back. They don't give a shit about you. You can't bloody fight anymore. No use to us. Albert Einstein, the pioneers of a warless world, are the youth that refuse military service. And the older people that support them in that aim. I'm so proud my son is serving his country. Oh, really? You're proud that he's serving his bloody country in the way of putting himself in danger and killing bloody others. Oh, God, that's something to be proud of, Dad. The draft is coming. I want you for the US Army and all this stuff. Bollocks, we ain't doing it. Okay, we're having a draft. Everyone in the army, bugger off. We're not doing it. Where's their power? Their power is in our acquiescence to their demands. Enough! These are wonderful people. These Israelis are wonderful people who are going to prison because they will not serve the Israeli tyranny against Palestinians. Wonderful people. These Iraq veterans who've sussed it, who've seen what they were used for. Look at it. What are you doing? It's unbelievable. Know thyself. You're not a man in uniform. You are infinite awareness. And consciousness doesn't fight, because consciousness knows that that which is fighting is an expression of itself. Mind fights mind. 5-sense bubble fights 5-sense bubble. Consciousness doesn't fight, because it's too aware to do so. As someone brilliantly said, the real fight in terms of people in uniform and soldiers and military, the real fight is not with others. The real fight is with your own unconsciousness, with your own unawareness. Wake up and see it. And it's the same with people that think we should meet this challenge with riots and violence and all this stuff. What you fight, you become. I was talking to a policeman that used to police the opposing marches back in the 70s between the fascist kind of National Front and the anti-fascist marchers. And he used to say, nice bloke, he said to me, I couldn't tell the difference in their behaviour. What you fight, you become. It's amazing, these people who I call robot radicals, who they say freedom of speech, and then when you say something they don't like, they call for you to be stopped from bloody saying it. I love it. This is a meeting of mind. This is not a fight between consciousness, because consciousness doesn't fight. It's a meeting of mind, one in uniform and one anti-uniform, polarities. Martin Luther King again. The limitation of riots, moral questions aside, is that they cannot win, and their participants know it. Hence, rioting is not revolutionary, but reactionary, because it invites defeat. It involves an emotional catharsis, but it must be followed by a sense of futility. Oh, we've had a riot, let's go up the pub. What has it changed? Nothing. Yes, we need a revolution, but a revolution of human perception, a revolution of human awareness from which everything else comes. As the Beatles said, but when you talk about destruction, don't you know you can count me out? What's the point? You're just playing the same game and calling it a different name. We don't need to hate this control system, because if we hate the control system, we become the control system. We're bigger than that. We don't bloody take what it's trying to do and love in its true sense. My goodness me, you try messing with that in terms of telling it what to think and do. But you don't have to hate, you just become what you hate. It eats you away, it's a cancer. And all these bloody protests even, I mean, great, do it. But, I call many of them steam whistles. We have a million people marches to Washington sometimes. What does it change? Usually nothing. We have great student demonstrations over tuition fees. What is changed? The tuition fees go up, nothing changes. On and on. 500,000 to 1 million people on the streets protesting against the imminent invasion of Iraq. What did they do? They invaded Iraq. They're not frightened of protest. In places like the Middle East, they're manipulating, lots of them. This is not changing anything in Greece. What we need to do is realize what freedom is and realize who we are, and then we might have a chance of bringing this to an end. Because I look in Egypt and I saw all those people, and it was very, very, very moving to see those people celebrating the end of Mubarak and equating it with freedom. But the same bloody people, or not all of them, but a lot of them, while they were protesting in that square and demanding freedom, were doing that 5 times a day. So don't talk to me about freedom, because that ain't bloody freedom. What they're terrified of is not protest, but in us coming together, no matter what race, no matter what religion or no religion, no matter what income bracket, and healing the fault lines, the manufactured fault lines of divide and rule. That's what they're terrified of, because they have to divide and rule us, because together it's a fly on an elephant's back that we're dealing with here. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Part of that coming together is that someone else's injustice is our injustice. If we only think injustice is worth challenging when it's something that affects us, we are allowing that cancer of injustice to grow and grow and grow, and eventually it will knock on our door. As Pastor Nehemiah said, first they came for the Jews, and I was not a Jew, so I did nothing. Then they came for the communists. I was not a communist, so I did nothing. Then they came for the trade unionists. I was not a trade unionist. I did nothing. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. Okay, now they're coming for the Muslims. Now they're coming for the Syrians. Now they're coming for the Libyans. Now they're coming for former soldiers in America who they're targeting, what they call veterans and all the rest of it. Then they're coming for so-and-so. Then they're coming for so-and-so. Not my problem, not my problem, not my problem, not my problem. Knock, 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 late at night. Oh dear, I wonder who that could be. We need to stop complying and start defying by non-complying. There will be no change. We have to comply with our own enslavement, because the numbers mean we cannot be enslaved otherwise. Comply with our own enslavement? No, no, no. Supporting the non-compliance of others, of their enslavement? Yes, yes, yes. We need to come together. As George Orwell said, until they become conscious, they will never rebel, and until after they have rebelled, they cannot become conscious. Well, how about not rebelling? How about just not cooperating? Not cooperating. Okay. Some guy in a suit, whoever it is, comes out of the White House, comes out of Downing Street. We've had a meeting, we've had a discussion. This is what we're going to do. This is what's going to happen. That only happens because the population comply with that one guy and a few others saying what's going to happen. Oh, you can't break the law. Oh, really? Well, what if a law was passed that the state took your children away tomorrow and you never see them again? Would you comply with that? Oh, no. Well, there is a bloody line then. It's just that my line's freaking over here. And if, when they said this is what we're going to do, vast numbers of people said, we ain't doing it. No power. Our enslavement is our compliance with our enslavement. We need what I call the non-comply dance, compliance, where people dance to a different drum, dance to a different beat. No more do we comply out of fear of not complying with these dark suits and people. We stop complying, but we stop complying with a smile on our face and a heart that's open, not in anger, not in bitterness, but in steely, we are not having it. So we hold our vibration and don't get pulled into theirs. Awaken. Remember who you are. The mystic Osho said about the awakened man, woman, whatever, we're just all consciousness anyway. He said, people are afraid, very much afraid, of those who know themselves. They have a certain power, a certain aura, and a certain magnetism, a charisma that can take out alive young people from their traditional imprisonment. The awakened man, woman, cannot be enslaved. That is the difficulty. And he, she cannot be imprisoned. The awakened man, woman is the greatest stranger in the world. He, she does not seem to belong to anybody. No organization confines them. No community, no society, no nation. Why? Because they know that we are all one. All one consciousness. Freedom is being yourself without permission. People think, oh, we're all one. Oh, we're all the same then. I'm oneness and I'm oneness and I'm oneness. That's not it. When you disconnect from oneness into the limitation of mind and senses, that's when you become, I'm not oneness, I'm not oneness, I'm not oneness. Oneness is what? It is the celebration that we're all expressions of all possibility, celebrating spontaneity, celebrating creativity, celebrating uniqueness is to celebrate the oneness of everything, which is just all possibility under another name. It takes nothing to join the crowd, it takes everything to stand alone. And we're not more and more standing alone because there is a great awakening going on. Einstein said you cannot solve problems with the same level of consciousness that created them. That's why the only way this world is going to change, this reality is going to change, is when there is a consciousness shift, an expansion of consciousness beyond time and space, beyond the bounds of time and space. And there is the gateway to that this system wants to shut. Open our minds and clear our minds of the clutter, the irrelevant clutter that the system wants us to take seriously. You know what she said about me? Oh, I'm disgusted. Oh, see what said about me on the internet? I don't give a shit. And so I have this thing, the deathbed perception. You're on your deathbed and you've got 10 minutes to live, and you say to them, what matters to you now? You know over here, you know when that guy cut you up at the lights and you got out your car and you smacked him all that stuff? Does that matter now that you got home 10 minutes late because he cut you up? I mean, no. What about that relationship? It wasn't very good, was it? Over here, 1965 or whatever it was, a bit of a bad time, but you didn't like it at the time and she didn't like you much. But I mean, does it matter now? No. And so on and so on. So what matters now to you with 10 minutes to live? What matters now is how I loved and how I was loved. That's all that matters to me. Everything else is irrelevant. And so I have some good news. You haven't got 10 minutes to live. Now bring that here and take that with you for the rest of your life, and your life will be transformed. And enough people of us do it, the world will be transformed. breaking the spell, breaking the hypnotic trance, breaking the trance that these people put us in, and ignoring all this crap from parents and bloody teachers and media and politicians and all the rest of them. You're this, you must believe this, you're this, or that's bad. Shut the fuck up! Okay? I am infinite consciousness. I will decide my reality. I am available for children's parties, by the way. and so we are connecting to this matrix by vibrationally being pulled into it, not least through emotion, overriding the lizard brain, which is about reaction, emotional reaction. And it's funny how, again, because it's here and not here, we're reacting all the time. And I say we, I'm not sitting cross-legged on a bloody mountain above it all. And we react from here. And in doing so, we are reacting. We're not thinking it through, we're not responding, we're not coming from here, we're reacting. And what is it? It's problem, reaction, solution. It's not problem, think it through, do a bit of research, have a look at it, solution. It's reaction. It's all manipulating this. And if we stop reacting, the old thing, count to 10, count to 20 if necessary, and then that initial reaction, which is coming from the reaction of the lizard brain, because the reptilian brain does not think. It just reacts. That's why it's in there first before the thinking part of us has got a word in. This is what road rage is about. You road rage people do, and then they lock in and they go, oh my God, what was I doing? What you were doing was being overridden by the reptilian brain of emotional response. And so if we just go, not react, not respond, just stay calm, and in a few seconds the whole thing changes and you can think it through and the situation transforms. Blinded by belief. What is a hypnotist doing when he's putting preconceived ideas into the brain so that they read reality in that way, like the person next to them's playing an instrument or something on the stage? It's putting in a belief, a sense of perception. And so the system wants you to believe something rigidly, because then they got you. Believe, a religious belief, political belief, any of these beliefs. And I tell you, I don't believe anything. And people say, you've got to believe something. I don't. No. Because what I have at any point in time, I left believing alone a long time ago. I have a perception of how things are at that point. A perception of how things are. Now, I know that because I'm infinite awareness, but I'm not accessing the entirety of infinite awareness, no matter what I perceive at this moment, there is always vastly more to know. So I've got my trainers on, I'm light on my feet, I'm looking to move this perception on, because I know that whatever I know, there is vastly more to know. You don't get caught in this defending belief system, defending rigidity of belief from all borders. You get a belief and then you defend people from it. This is what the skeptic society is doing. They're terrified of the beliefs not being true, so they attack anybody with another view. And therefore, when you're light on your feet and you don't have a belief, then you're constantly looking for ways to expand your awareness and expand your understanding. As Socrates is supposed to have said in ancient Greece, wisdom is knowing how little we know. We're always open then. Not only we believe everything, but we're open to it. We give it a chance. Religion is mind. The belief of religion is mind. And it's one religion, Oh, yes, it's the archontic religion under different names. Okay, what are you? I'm a Christian. All right, well, that's nice. So what does that mean? That means that I go to a church, and this man in a frock tells me what God wants me to do, and he tells me what God says is what is. Okay, well, that's fair enough. And what are you? Well, I'm Jewish. Okay, and what does that mean? Well, I go to the synagogue, yeah, and this man in a frock tells me what God wants and what God thinks I should do for me to go to heaven, and tells me what is reality, and between these covers the two books like their book. Yeah, yes, it's similar, isn't it? Two different, testaments, right? Okay. So who are you? I'm a Muslim. Oh, really? A Muslim? What's that mean? It means I go to the mosque, and these men in frocks tell me what to believe. and what God wants and what I should do to please God. Well, that's what he told me, and he told me it's one blueprint. They just call it a different name. It's like having a computer game and calling it different names. We call them religions. They're prisons of the mind. This is a hypnotist stage show. This is a hypnotist stage show where they've been hypnotized to believe they're evangelical Christians. They're not, but they believe they are. And we need to worship. We need to worship sports stars, worship politicians, worship entertainers, worship deities. We need to look up because we're down here. Part of the genetic manipulation that went on with humanity is they removed the vertebrae in the neck, so we're always looking up. Heaven's up there, everyone's up there, and I'm down here. And all the rest. What was it? Val Dunican. You know, remember Val Dunican? Walk tall, walk straight, and look the world right in the eye. That's what my mama told me when I was about knee-high. She said, son, be a proud man and hold your head up high. Walk tall, walk straight, and look the world right in the eye. And then we have hierarchies. That's the vertebrae again. I know my place. And then we have the anti-hierarchy, anti-religion thing in the New Age, and they have the hierarchy of the Great White Bloody Brotherhood. I mean, it's hierarchies everywhere, prisons of the mind everywhere. Not just religion, but politics, race. You know, enjoy your different races. It's not who you are, though. It's an experience. And no race is better than another bloody race. It's bollocks. It's just a bloody vehicle. And, of course, the prisons of the mind of self-identity, not least little me. And when we have belief systems, that's how we see the world. Thus, we don't see the world. We see a dot in the world. And belief systems, you know, come in all shape and sizes. That is as frickin' ludicrous as that. You know, oh no, it's native peoples. Well, to me, I don't care if it's native peoples or a guy on Wall Street. It's bloody nonsense. What have you got a plate in your mouth for? It's ridiculous. Well, it's tradition. Well, bloody hell, sacrificing children was a tradition. Oh, you know, I mean, the belief systems come in all shapes and sizes. Gotcha. They don't care which one it is. And they found that when you have a rigid belief, the neurons in the brain fire off in a repeating pattern, constantly underpinning the belief and repelling all borders, and then the matrix has you. Albert Einstein, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. If you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got. Therefore, it's time to do something else. Like getting that blank sheet of paper, getting everything off it and making it earn its place on it. Don't tell me, Dogma Dawkins, what to put there, or Mr. Doctor, or Mr. Academic, or Mr. Scientist, or Mr. Media Man. Don't you dare tell me what I put on my sheet of paper. This, and this tells me, not you. And then we can start to break the mold of being what other people tell us we should be, thus being like everyone else. In The Matrix, there was that scene where there was this acceptance that you are a slave. You have to accept your situation, because if you don't, you never do anything about it. So we face the situation, and then we bloody do something about it. You are a slave, Neo. I choose freedom. And then you have the transformation, which obviously can be challenging sometimes. It was for me. I had mine in the public eye. But the benefits of awakening to the greater self are just fantastic. Know thyself. Don't look in the mirror and say, that's me. That's an expression of your experience. Stop looking in a microscope and seeing me. Because you are all that is, has been, and ever can be, having an experience. You're not your mirror. You're not your body. And redefining self is greatly part of the awakening. Instead of saying, I am this person and that's me, it is, I am infinite awareness having an experience of that person. Redefining self. No more little me. No more I can't. No more I could never. No more the best things happen to other people. We create our reality by our sense of reality. Change that, we change how it manifests. Taking responsibility. You know, people don't want to take responsibility, they want to hand it out. It's all your fault. And it's all right, we need to know about this manipulation, we need to know about this conspiracy. so we can understand where we are and do something about it. But let's not forget this. 7 billion people can only be enslaved by a tiny few because they have accepted and acquiesced to that control. So we are responsible. That's great news, because if we are responsible, we can take that responsibility and bring an end to it. There's no such thing as good luck or bad luck. It's just what you create. When people say, why me? Why is this happening to me? It's a good question. Because this electromagnetic field is going out all the time, and it's impregnated with our state of being, our beliefs, our sense of perception, and all these things. And it's locking into other magnetic fields that sync with what we're putting out, and we pull in expressions of this. And often, you know, we pull in, over a period of time, the same kind of people. Oh, not someone else like that. Well, what's the common theme? It's not all those people, it's you, mate. Why is it happening? And if we take responsibility and say, what is it about me that's pulling in these things, and that perception of what it is will change it immediately, that acknowledgement of what it is, suddenly those people don't come into your life anymore, those pains in the arse and people that are giving you a bad time. Other people come in because suddenly what you're putting out changes what you're syncing with and drawing in. People, places, ways of life, opportunities or lack of them change also. Because this reality, this holographic reality of the conscious mind, is like a movie screen. When it hits here, it's a done deal. We need to go where it's coming from. If you want to change the movie, it's no good standing on the screen complaining and telling the bloody movie to change. It ain't got to change. You've got to find where it's being projected from and change that. And this is the movie, but this is where it's being projected from. And if we change that, we change the movie. And the conspirators know that. That's why they manipulate us to have certain realities, because they know we'll manifest them. How do we know what is projecting from within to the conscious mind? The language of life. What is the language of life? This holographic world, our lives, everything in it, is an expression of waveform, information, and states of being. Therefore, what's happening here is an expression of what's happening here. If you want to know what's happening here and what needs to change and be addressed, then just look at what's happening here. What are the constantly recurring themes in your life that you don't like? Well, that is telling you that there's something going here that's manifesting them. Change that, they go away. We are in control when we know how the system works. And a lot of these challenges we get, and we feel bad about ourselves and stuff like that, they're actually in the blueprint, because they're trying to teach us something. Someone said, out of suffering have emerged the strongest of souls. Most massive characters are seared with scars. There's nothing like experience of this world to understand this world, I tell you. Why me? Well, that's ask yourself. It's your choice. As the Oracle said in the Matrix, when Neo said about choice, she said, you've already made the choice. Now you have to understand it. You didn't come here to make the choice. You've already made it. You're here to try to understand why you made it. But the choice to be in this reality in this cycle was made by consciousness beyond time and space. That which is within time and space is trying to understand it. That's why it finds it so difficult. Why us? Why are we in human form and in this part of the cycle with it all going on? Same thing. You've already made the choice. You've got to understand why you made the choice. But that made the choice. This is trying to understand the choice. And the more this opens to that, the more you understand why you made the choice. And I would suggest that vast numbers of us made the choice because we're here to break the spell. We're here to break the spell. We're here to ensure that this does not happen. And to do that, we need to get these mind parasites out of the way. Get them out of our awareness. How do we do that? Well, let's look at what the mind parasites want us to do and the states of mind and emotion they want us to go in, and we go into the other states of being rather than those they want us to go into. By doing that, we are disconnecting from the mind parasites because we are expressing what they don't want to express. Thus, we are not in the frequency range that they want to pull us into. And we come back to this, the Native American story of the wolves. What they want is to pull us into states of anger, envy, sorrow, regret, greed, arrogance, all this stuff. And they don't want us to come into peace, love, hope, serenity, humility, kindness, and all this stuff, empathy. Thus, if we make sure and take control to come into those states, then we are disconnecting from the mind parasites, and they lose their power over our perceptions and our responses. And in short, we do what we know to be right in the moment and fair in the moment, and not always do things on the basis of what we think is right for us. Martin Luther King, cowardice asked the question, is it safe? Expediency asked the question, is it politic? Vanity asked the question, is it popular? But conscience asked the question, is it right? And there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe nor politic nor popular, but one must take it because it is right. And that is where we are. And as I've been talking about the best part of 20 odd years now, my first book on these subjects was called Truth Vibrations, and it was after the fact that I understood at that time that there was a vibrational change coming. In other words, an informational change coming that was going to wake people up from the slumber, individually and collectively. There was no sign of it at the time. My goodness me, look at it now. There's a shift, and it's waking people up. Truth vibrations. This whole stuff about 2012 and the mind thing, I never bought that, because what I've been saying for years is the greatest thing about 2012 is it's not 2011, but it's not 2013 either. This truth vibration, information, vibrational change is getting more and more powerful, and thus every year will be having a greater effect on more and more people as they wake up to remember who they are beyond time and space. The energetic environment is changing, and we have the choice. One of the things, by the way, that I was told about these truth vibrations is they were going to bring to the surface all that was hidden so we could see what we couldn't see before. My goodness me, what do we know now? We didn't know 20 odd years ago. What we didn't know 5 years ago, 2 years ago. Behind the wizard curtain, it's happening, it's happening. And they knew this timeline was coming, and that's why, and this change was coming, that's why it's now, no coincidence, that the great police state is being thrown at us. It's to hold on to the power they have. They have to up the ante, because the awakened people are a much bigger challenge than the asleep people they could manipulate, with a cup of tea earlier. But despite what is happening, despite the police state and all the rest of it, often because of it, because people see that the world ain't what they thought it was, people are waking up and remembering who they are, looking over the wall. I love that line, the beginning is near. The beginning is here. And so we're in a point now where there's vastly different energetic information fields available to lock into. You can lock into them at this level, and more people are, as more and more people waking up, this fork in the road is happening, you get more and more caught in the system. Or you can open yourself and open your heart and open your mind to the music of forever, to the music of the universe and beyond the universe. And then those who danced were thought to be quite insane by those who could not hear the music. The point is, more and more people are hearing the music. And we don't want a spiritual revolution like in the 1960s. Some very good things happened, but a lot of self-indulgence and a lot of other stuff. No, what we need is a streetwise spirituality now, one that understands all this stuff, organic food's good for you and supplements, and it understands about energy and vibration, but it also has its feet on the ground and is aware of what it's dealing with, and thus is streetwise to deal with it. That's what we need. We don't need, it's negative, we need, okay, I am infinite awareness. I am now more infinitely aware because I know this. This is not negative, this is the ultimate positivity. I now know what I'm dealing with and thus how to deal with it. So, negative, you must be joking. And we can make this choice between going with the heart or going with the head, or preferably bringing them together in harmony and getting the best from both. The first step to getting anywhere is deciding you're no longer willing to stay where you are. Then you must change, because you're making another step. And what do you find when you do that? You find, I can fly. But you have to step off before you can realize that you can fly. And it's the fear that you can't that stops you from doing so. Moving from this to this. That's the revolution. Everything comes from that. You know, and this is one of those Emoto crystals that came from severely polluted water. That's what pollution does to water crystals. And it says here that it was then blessed. In other words, high energy was impregnated into it, and it became this. You know what the Institute of Heart Math in America has found? Is that empathy, appreciation, love, compassion, caring is thousands and thousands and thousands of times more powerful than hate and fear and all these other things. And the Satanists don't go to these places on the Earth's grid and do their rituals to hold down the energy field and to bring down the vibration for a bit of fun. They do it to hold humanity in servitude to those low vibrational states. We need to change this. We need to change the energy sea. And we do that with another form of the non-comply dance. Because, you know, we can go on protests and hurl abuse and stuff like that through our anger, understandably so. You know, people in Greece getting angry, my God. In Spain getting angry, buddy, understand it. But what does it do? What does it achieve? It just feeds the dragon, feeds the demon. So why don't we think of another way? How about, hello, sir, it's Officer Dumbskull, sir. I'm at the protest. Yes, Dumbskull, what's the problem? Yes, there is a problem, sir. We've had a big problem today. What's the problem? Were they violent? No, sir. Did they occupy the building? No, sir. But what was the problem? What did they do? They're dancing, sir. They're dancing. We didn't know what to do. When they shout at us and hurl abuse, we know what to do. We just hit them with a truncheon. But when they dance, we didn't know what to do. So what did you do, Dumbskull? Well, the music had such a good beat, sir, we joined in. Right? Now, what if we went to protest and we just stood there in very large numbers? They pick few people off, they can't pick large numbers off. And we just send out our energy. We're still protesting, we're still immovable, but we're not aggressive, we're not getting pulled into their vibration. And then when we create a lovely energy field, we just frickin' dance. The non-comply dance. And let's have vast numbers of people going to sacred sites and getting together and just dancing with joy and happiness and celebrating life, celebrating the fact that we're all existent. That's as bad as it gets. So, let's get the guys on, who've done a great job volunteering to do this today, and let's have a non-comply dance. Okay. Just joy. Joy. Okay. I love Irish music. Okay. If you could join us with a clapping and shouting and anything you bloody like. Okay. Simon. Oh, we're not ready yet. We are ready. Are we ready? Cue Simon. Here we go. Oh, because I'm going to slide in. Yay! Hey, fish are on. Hey, here we go. Ready? Hey! 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 Whoa! Hey! Hey! Go! Hey! Hey! later. See you soon. Hey. See you, man. Hey. Now what's here? What we got there, if you take it into the deeper levels, they are electromagnetic fields interacting with the electromagnetic field with joy and love and expression and joy of life, and thus that is the energy that is generated by doing that. Isn't that better than carrying a banner and hurling abuse? And we open our hearts. That is the revolution. And I came across this lovely, lovely clip of a little girl who is telling us where we're going.
When I grow up, I'm going to build a community that, well, it's not a community. I'm like going to have my own hotel. I'm going to have people there. And I'm going to invite them in. They don't have to pay to do it. It's like they can come into arms when they need it. We give them whatever they need. We even make their clean beds. We give them food, yummy food that, well, they tell us what they want, and then we make it. But we don't want to pay for it. The people can offer, like, say, since you've been so sweet, like when I need arms around me, you can come and hug me and say, are you okay, and help me. Here's a gift of money for you. But we don't say you gotta pay us. We say you don't have to pay us, just if you want to. Since we've been so sweet to you, you can. I don't want to be out of my head. I want to be out of here. 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 Connected down to my toes.
Yes! Out of here, down on my toes, beyond the bounds of time and space. We are all one. Yes, we are all one, including those who seek in their ignorance to suppress us. We are all one, including those working for those who wish to oppress us. What we fight, what we hate, we become. We are all one. I came across this beautiful piece of music by Michael Red Buffalo Hart Dimitri, a Native American. And the mantra, please join in because I'm going to, way, all that stuff, you'll get it. It means, Creator, hear me, we are one. Go! Yes.
We are all one. One family. One heart. One spirit.
Way, hey, hey, hey. Way, hey. Way, hey,
One family. One heart. One spirit.
quiet you become. You go in here, you move your point of attention into here, through out of time and space. No one wants to fight there. Where, when you go here, where is the Jew? Where is the Gentile? Where is the Muslim, the Hindu, the Buddhist? Where is the Republican, the Democrat? Where is the black, the white? They are all one. Where is the need to compete? Where is the need to crush, to war, to impose will upon? Where is it in this place? It is beyond that nonsense. It is beyond that illusion. And it is here that the revolution starts and the revolution ends. When this imposes its reality upon the illusion becomes an illusion no more. The world is an expression of us. We change the expression of us, we change the world that is an expression of us. We have the power. We are in control of our reality, but only when we become heart people again and leave the gut people behind. The Stone Age intellect. And remember who we really are, as opposed to that which is impregnated in our perception of self. We are love. When we remember we are love and express we are love, collectively the world becomes love. That is our power. That is the gift for self and the world that is within our power to give. And so, this is the revolution, and this is the choice, and this is the choice that if we make it, we change this reality. It's so fast, our imaginations couldn't cope at the moment that we perceive it now. And my favorite song is by a man called Sean Galloway. The words are on the screen. Come on, gang, let's go. Beautiful song. I choose love. Words on the screen. Or maybe they're not. You'll pick them up. We'll see. Great song, great words. Here we go. That's good. I can see it. Or I can. What is you? Well, I Yay! Yeah, go! Dancers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. So, after all this time, and all this information, it's so simple. I choose love. To use To use a theme of John Lennon, I don't believe in religion. I don't believe in New Age. I don't believe in science. I don't believe in teachers. I don't believe in doctors. I don't believe in politics. I don't believe in monarchy. I don't believe in media. I don't believe in body. I don't believe in mirror. I just believe in me. Consciousness in me. Consciousness is me. That's reality. Remember who you are. Remember where you are and where you come from. Remember, remember, remember. Infinite love is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. Thank you and good night. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You have been fantastic today. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.